Alex Ovechkin gets to 889 goals and is now 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. The Jets beat the Capitals 3-2 in overtime.
Coming back near wall. Tie up in the hash mark. Pro on his weak side. Ovechkin! He scores! Alex Ovechkin scores from the left dot! This game is tied, and Ovechkin picks one up here in Winnipeg. It's goal 8-9. He needs 5 to tie. He needs 6 to break Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. An electrifying moment here in downtown Winnipeg. Ovechkin draws one closer.
John Walton with the call on the Capitals radio network. Capitals at Minnesota tomorrow night. Russell Wilson signs a 1-year deal with the Giants. Stefon Diggs a 3-year deal with the Patriots. Kevin Willard still currently the coach at Maryland. Terps facing Florida Thursday at 7:39 p.m. Willard on Team 980 with Kevin Sheehan.
So, are you staying?
As of right now, I'm staying, Kev, yes.
Richard Pitino leaves New Mexico for Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. likely leaving Bryant for VCU. Sean Miller from Xavier to Texas, and Fran McCaffrey nearing a deal with Penn. The Wizards at the Sixers tonight at 6:45 on Team 980. Milwaukee Bucks star Damian Lillard is out with a blood clot. I'm Byron Currip on The Fan.
Taking it to Brooklyn side. Hold on a second, cute at that.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Good morning, B.
What's up, Jake?
Last night, so we had lacrosse practice. Took, go watch some lax in the wind. It was fun. Girls are improving steadily. I'll never understand why girls lacrosse. You ever held a lacrosse stick, B?
Nope. Yeah.
So you know how a men's lacrosse stick has like a pocket. You know what I mean? Like the ball kind of sits down in there. Girls doesn't.
Why?
I don't know. And it's next to impossible, especially for little girls,
to keep the ball in there.
Keep the ball in there. I am sure there's a.
Is it like that even in
the whole
as
way
they
up?
Get older?
The whole way up.
I don't understand that,
Doug. It's like just so the men, like imagine
it's like
a nice soft pocket,
yeah.
and the women's stick is just like rigid, just like a piece of cardboard.
That make much sense,
dude. Preaching to the choir. I'm sure there's a reason for it. I don't know what that reason is. So imagine not 9-year-old girl soccer.
I'm gonna Google it, Jake.
Yeah, you let me know.
Why are men and women lacrosse different?
We're gonna teach people some stuff, Landfill. We got the whole crew here today. Jeffrey's here, White Brian's here, Landini's back. Me and B are here. Hello, everyone. Everyone good?
Are we doing it? Yes, sir.
Jeff's here. All right. White Brian, two mugs. Are either of them dog mom? Landfill, can you confirm or deny?
One's pink. They are not dog mom mugs.
Per sources,
did JP get on you so much that you gave up your dog mom mug?
Yes.
Well,
did have your wife ever heard about people talking about your dog mom mug?
Yeah. How does Rose feel like being a bit character in our play?
I told her about it.
What'd she say?
Yeah, she basically told me to not bring in the dog mom.
Smart move, Rose.
Well, you're not a dog mom. And you shouldn't say, well, Rose, you're not either because the dog's at your mom's house.
As a matter of fact, neither of us are dog parents. did have sources tell me that White Brian was farting in the lobby this morning. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny. Just saying, per sources.
There was a duck in the lobby.
Yeah, there was a duck apparently. But B.
All right, here we go.
Okay, information.
And I want no pauses, and y'all chill out. Don't be young. Men's and women's lacrosse sticks differ primarily in pocket depth, head size, and shaft length diameter to accommodate the different styles of play and physical contact allowed in each game. So the men game is very, very physical.
Yeah, they
have something to help hold it more.
There's no hitting.
The women have no hitting, so they can run around.
But I think it's still kind of physical. But yeah, like men, you can just crank on each other's shaft.
Yeah.
Pause, landfill.
That's why I had to give y'all that early because I know this whole crew here. You all are just petulant little kids.
Lax
so I knew I was gonna get something.
Lax Bros, a lot of shaft talk, man. That's all I know. I never played it, but we're off and running, trying to get Shelby to kick a little ass in some lacrosse. But we're leaving lacrosse, and it's 7:00, which is a little late for a 9-year-old practice, but that's cool. So we're heading home, and I say to Lauren,
Landfill's amazing.
So good to have you back, Landini. So I say to Lauren, she's like, all right, let's get the kids to bed. I want to go to bed early because I very much behaved Monday night. I went to bed at 9. I read. It was lights out by like 9:30. I was like, nah, babe, there's good sports tonight. She's like, the NCAA tournament's not till Thursday. I was like, I know, but there's sneaky good sports tonight.
Hell yeah.
She's like, what?
Hockey and damn TGL.
Hockey and TGL. And I explained to her what that Caps-Jets game meant. I was like, these are the two best teams in the NHL. Yeah. Obviously, the Ovi chase is going. Like, there's a lot to watch. And the hockey was great. Winnipeg is quite good.
They're good, man. Like, the thing about they're fast as hell. And they don't allow you to relax ever. There's a puck. You better get to it because they're coming. If you're trying to go, think you're going to just slide through. Nope. They're harassing the hell out of you. I love their style of play.
You know what?
Caps are damn good too now.
Yo, exactly. Now, if
Caps are damn good.
If we get to June and it's Caps versus Winnipeg, I'm all for it. Like,
I'm with it.
Best versus best. Give me a chance. I thought the Caps kept scoring to stay in it, and then Ovi getting that goal late in the third, and it was just an awesome goal. I just love, like, for wherever the haters are that always have a comment, there's nothing you say about an Ovechkin goal late in the third period to tie it up on the road against the best team in the Western Conference. Like, man, that's what your superstar does.
Get to the point. We all need to get to the point where when the haters talk, don't say nothing about them.
Sure.
And then the next day when they're listening for us to discuss their stupidity, it never comes. So they feel stupid. Because, hey, man, the man scores when needs be.
Totally.
We don't get a point last night if he doesn't score.
Right. Now, damn if Winnipeg didn't score fast in overtime, man.
They do.
When Winnipeg gets a rush going, like the goal they had just before the end of the second period, they are fast.
Their goalie,
good.
He's a magician.
Yeah. He was the U.S. goalie in the Four Nations, I think.
He's a bad man.
Yeah, he's a hell of a player. Yeah. But, LT's really good, too.
Yeah. I mean, listen, when I give a compliment to the other team's guy, I'm not knocking ours because Logan is good, bro. That one goal, the first goal that Winnipeg had, hell, he was set up for it coming where it was shot to, but hell, it hits the other guy and just changes direction. That's hard as hell. I've said it, and I'll say it over and over again. I know everybody like to say quarterback my ass. Goalie is the toughest position in all the sports.
Hockey goalie?
Hell yeah. We can go with you go with some of the soccer goalies, man. It's all kind of things going on, bro.
I think hockey, though, because you face 30 shots a night.
Yeah,
you face what? 6 shots?
But look how big that damn net area is to cover, though.
That's true.
And they got to go left to right, up and down. But that hockey goalie, when they fire that puck, hell, I don't know how they see it anyway. I'm going to just be honest.
I don't either.
Especially I don't know how
dude's right in front of them.
We got 4K and all this. I still can't see the damn puck. And when it comes and you're set up, and then it hits somebody's stick, hit your man's skate, It hit somebody else's body, whatever. You don't know.
Hits off some dude's
And
shin.
you watch dudes, they're set up over here and then poof, just flex, that cat reflex.
Right.
They're good, man.
I also
That's the
thought,
toughest position, I think, in
well,
sports.
dude, last night's broadcast was so good. Alan May had a joke that I think I sent into the thread because I just thought it was so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever the trivia question was, and Alan said, I'm going to have to ask Grok, which is like the weird AI thing on on Twitter. It just made me laugh. But Joe B had a call specific to what you're talking about, B, on like a puck that gets cranked at Thompson and then knocked around in front of him. And Joe B said, great job by Logan for sticking with that. I have no idea how they have the vision to stick with that. You remember during the Cup run is when it became really famous. But remember Braden Holtby when he would go to the sideline or just during a break and play and he'd spray the water and he'd get a sip of water and then he'd spray it up in the air and try to identify the individual water drops? Like, obviously, the hand-eye, I mean, the size, the athleticism, all the stuff that is required to be an NHL goalie is incredible. But their vision, what's the best vision you can have? 20/20? Can it be better than that? However good it can be, they must have it. I mean, dude, think about how fast that's moving, how fast all the people are moving. I mean, it's truly incredible, dude.
Oh, yeah.
So, yes, I'm aware that they lost last night. Speaking of incredible, and I wanted to shout this out. I saw this video yesterday on Instagram, I think. Craig Laughlin is out jogging. He was shooting wristers at a net in his backyard. He wrote 7 weeks post-op, and I'm officially off long-term IR. Feeling great and getting in game shape. I'm gearing up to be back in the booth with Joe B and Monumental. Stay tuned. I mean, Locker's doing like crunches in his driveway. I'm so excited for Locker. The human side is what's far and away most important. And then whatever happens, can't wait to get him back on the game calls. Alan's been doing a hell of a job. Yeah. Alan's going to join us today. But I recognize they lost last night, but last night felt like playoff hockey.
It did.
And it was fun as hell to watch.
It showed us the possibilities.
It also, so I'm going to lean into this bit because a lot of people clearly don't get it. I keep saying that I've never heard anything nice about Winnipeg. So after that overtime loss last night, I tweeted out, I've never heard anything nice about Winnipeg. Terrible restaurant scene, no karaoke, never go there. And some people understood that we were joking around, and some people are like mad at me. This dude, every Redskin fan said, if Winnipeggers knew how to use the internet, there would be at least a dozen people mad at this. That's made me laugh. But one dude told me a very, very odd story. Apparently Winnipeg has a great punk rock scene. So maybe Heavy Metal Chris should go there.
Well, help me out.
Hail Raising 4 DC said they have a great punk rock scene, really small town. I enjoyed hanging there in the winter and meeting a lady under the northern lights. The food sucks though. So
all right.
We're just going to troll the city of whoever the Caps play in the playoffs is what I decided. Now, what I did not expect last night from the boys in the text thread, we were all locked in on TGL. TGL was awesome. I don't know what it stands for. The Golf League? Tech Golf League?
Tigers Golf League.
Maybe Tigers Golf League?
He started it.
Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with what it is, it's the indoor video game golf with PGA Tour pros, and it's awesome. I like TGL, and I don't care who knows it. Last night was the championship.
I like it too. Yeah.
So it was coming down to the wire. New York had the lead, and then Atlanta. It gets a little confusing with the hammers and who goes when.
The hammers make it more interesting.
Totally.
That's just like going pressing.
Yeah.
So the hammer basically, if you take it and you win it, you get 2 points. If you deny it, you lose the hole. And that's how they were down 2-0 or 3-1, and then they denied and they went 3-2, and then they ended up winning a hole with the hammer. They went up 4-3, and they tried it again to where they would tie it, I think it was, and they move on. But hell, unbelievable putt.
Dude, the putt Horschel hit on I guess the equivalent of 17, whatever their second to last hole was to take the lead, was just outrageous. I did not think it was going to break back left.
Well, he told him, he said, if you hit the spot, that first spot, you'll make it. And you could see Justin Thomas in the background. He's waving it to go left. As soon as it started going right, and it kind of looked like it was going to stop. And as soon as it went left, he started walking off. And that's when it went in. Before it went in, Horscher was walking. And he said,
how about the putter throw?
They said, what did you say? He said, I said a few expletives. And I said something about this being my house. Because he made a putt like that the night before, they said.
Right. So that putt, and then Cantlay, that was not an easy chip Cantlay had, and he put it to 7 inches.
What they call him?
Patty Ice.
Patty Ice. He went across that bunker, and that thing said,
it was, I thought he was going to hold it.
It was damn near there.
Oh, dude, Jeff, answer that real quick on line 1. That's my boy Kelly. Apparently Greg Height says it's called Tomorrow's Golf League.
Okay.
It was awesome.
There is a place I told you in Virginia, just like that. We need to go play.
Yeah, we do need to go play. I think I will watch that when it comes back. I think they have the right time of year for it. I think the pace of play, how fast, Cantlay is slow as hell to watch play golf. Cantlay playing in a PGA Tour event is super annoying to watch.
Most golfers are super annoying to me.
But I would say of the group that have been in this thing, Tom Kim's kind of slow, but Cantlay's unbelievable. And Cantlay in this, because quick. There's a shot clock, he goes.
But they supposedly have a shot clock on them when they're playing in the real tour.
So you know what
they never call it.
You know what I read? The Korn Ferry and the PGA of America. So basically, right now you get a 1-stroke warning, right? Then you get if you get warned, it's no penalty, right? You get warned for being slow, you get put on the clock, no penalty. The second one, you're supposed to get a penalty. They never give a second one. On the Korn Ferry and PGA of America, now you get a 1-stroke on the first warning. And then it's 2 strokes.
But it should be like that because, listen, man, I play golf with a lot of dudes who think they're real good. And they have these great pre-shot routines.
Dude.
And then they shank a ball, they duck hook it. But they will do that same thing every time. Like, dog.
One swing.
You can do that a lot quicker. Just if you're gonna shank it, just shank the damn ball.
One swing and hit.
Don't make my 4-hour and 15-minute round, or normally my rounds are 3 hours, 30 minutes or less. Don't turn that into 5-6 hours because you suck.
You're only getting 3.5 if you can go.
Yeah.
Like I can play fast if I could go. It was I like TGL, man. It was a lot of fun watching that last night. And they got to kind of Jeff, what'd you think of TGL? I think it was just the 3 of us watching, right?
Yeah, so the caller was saying it stands for Tomorrow's Golf League,
okay.
The TGL. Dude, I had my boys in there watching the golf league, right? And they like, yo, why are you watching this? Like, why you turn this on? Like, I'm like, yo, just relax. This is actually cool golf. Like, it's easy to watch. He was like, man, this about to be all long and boring. I said, just give it a chance. Yo, by the time, I was broke everything down and how they were just trying to come back and the hammers and everything, my boy was locked in. Dude, when he knocked that putt down, my boy jumped up like Jaden Daniels just threw the Hail Mary. And he was like, yeah, man, we got to do something like this. I was like, and just keep going back to it. Yo, it's so easy to watch now. It makes it more exciting. He was like, man, I thought they supposed to be quiet when they play golf. I was like, it's a different league.
Real golf. Like, I just say this.
Lauren watched with me and thought it was awesome.
Everybody that thinks golf is boring, leave out your house one day, get 3 of your best friends, go play it. Because if you are any type of competitor, you will be challenged by the fact that you can't make that little ball go where you want it to go. But then, what sport can you drink, have cigars, play music, and just talk trash to your boy the whole damn time?
Dog, I got little kids. How often do I get 4.5 hours to myself outside in the sunshine? Like, there's nothing like it, man. And whoever Now, Brian is encouraging you, if you've never played, to get 3 of your best friends and go play. Wherever you do that, just make sure it's not where I'm playing, because that's going to be a 7-hour round, baby.
It may be a 7-hour round, but the whole thing about, hey, just go to a Top Golf or go to the #1 golf league.
I think
and
TGL
just
helps.
do it.
I think the success of Top Golf or your spot in Centerville, like you got younger people doing this, and they're like, all right, this is cool. And then they watch the
I'm telling you,
studs do it.
man, you will be amazed how much fun you can have. You go play basketball, hell, you might come home with a damn hamstring pull or ACL.
I know.
Go play golf, you might come back just a little tipsy.
Yeah. We got big news out of New Jersey. White Brian's New York Football Giants have decided to fix their quarterback room. They fixed it all the way up, and the Giants.
They got Russ and Jameis.
The Giants might be cooking. We're going to examine when we return. It's Pete Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is giving all customers a chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets every day from March 27th to the 30th. This Thursday through Sunday. It's all a part of the $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to homer. And if they go yard, not only will you get bigger winnings on your home run bet, but you'll also get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. This season on FanDuel, big wins are on deck. So just head to FanDuel.com/Brian and look for the daily home run jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Your home for betting home runs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old or present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update driven by Oarsman, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria. Let's ride together. New this hour, Arizona State transfer Josan Sanin has chose St. John's. North Carolina point guard Elliot Cadeau, who started 68 games over the past 2 seasons, has entered the transfer portal, as has Darren Buchanan Jr. of GW. Alex Ovechkin reaches goal 889. He's now 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. The Jets beat the Caps 3-2 in OT. His next chance at Minnesota tomorrow night. Richard Pitino leaving New Mexico for Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. likely to leave Bryant for VCU. Sean Miller from Xavier to Texas, and Fran McCaffrey talking to Penn. The Wizards and Sixers tonight, 6:45 on Team 980. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras, as they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Byron Curl, the Fan.
Yeah. All right, so something that's really stupid is not just that, landfill. Washington did this last year. Chicago didn't really do this last year, but for years, teams with the top pick, top 3 pick, whatever, Washington was taking Jaden Daniels from easily New Year's Day on.
Yeah.
But they still interviewed everybody. They talked to Caleb. They talked to Drake. They had
a golf outing.
They had a golf outing.
And had people going crazy.
Bro, these dudes are so addicted to the process by which they evaluate everything. They're going to go through the process. And
they
frankly,
should.
you got enough time. Like, what are they supposed to do? Just not do? Should Tennessee just not do anything with the first
Not
round
many
pick?
people come out and say, we're picking this guy and stick with it the whole time. Or come out and say, we're not going to take this position and then just stick to what they said. They go through the whole thing. They say, listen, we're going to be looking for everybody. They throw you a broad, bland answer. And at the end, they come up with their guy. And you know what? They probably had settled on that guy early, but they wasn't going to tell you that.
Right. So I am not going to listen to the Titans are sending mixed messages about if they're going to draft Cam Ward. Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to draft him. If they don't, it's because they want somebody else. What I do think is a pretty mixed message is what the New York Football Giants did yesterday. The Giants added Jameis Winston.
Yep.
Which
I'm not shocked by that.
Jameis, to me, has reached the Ryan Fitzpatrick portion of his career where people are more excited about, like, the dude than necessarily the quarterback. Because like Fitz, Jameis will have some baller games. Then you're going to have some real bad ones, too. And everybody seems to zoom past the bad ones because he
may have a future in golf broadcasting. I saw him broadcasting on the NFLPA thing.
I watched some of that.
He's Jameis is different.
Yo,
all I'm gonna say.
He's a different cat, man.
Boy.
He is a different cat. But I could understand why Washington why New York wanted to sign Jameis. Because I think, frankly, if you're the Giants, maybe I'm projecting far too much here, but I think the Giants just want to take Arch Manning a year from now. I think that's their plan, is to be in position to get Arch Manning in a year.
Maybe.
They had Eli.
They mess around with Jameis and Russ. They're going to end up winning some games they don't want to win.
Well, I think Russ is different. I think Russ can help you win more games. And I think here's what you see, man, in the self-preservation football league. Like the Giants organization, I'm going to ask White Brian, a Giants fan, this in a moment, but organizationally, the best thing possible for them might be to suck and to get the number 1 or a top 3 pick.
Be the first team to go 0-17.
But
I would love it.
I wouldn't mind it. But that's not what Joe Shane wants. That's not what Brian Daboll wants. And Shane may have positioned himself on ownership, and he might have kind of worked his way to a, hey, man, I don't know if we can win with this coach. So now Daboll is going to have to win games with Russ and Jameis. And I don't know that organizationally, if there's alignment, you know what I mean? And it's hard to get. So it's one thing you sign Jameis, then you go and add Russ Wilson. And Russ got some real money. You still have Tommy DeVito, who you'll still have, Paulie from Weehawken calling in to WFAN saying he should start. Now,
and they know he shouldn't be starting.
Right.
They only want that dude to start because it makes them look good or feel good.
They
like
still have the 3rd overall pick. Like, if you like Shedeur Sanders, you could probably get him at 3. People are talking themselves into Jackson Dart and this dude from Louisville. Like, good luck with all that. Or like if you want Kirk, you could probably go get him. But now all of those options are off the table now by adding Russ and Jameis. Russ in New York, Russ and the New York media. How you feel that's going to go, B?
Russ is polished enough to deal with it. He can deal with the media. Like you say he's alien. He's in Twilight Zone. They're not gonna bother him very much. But his wife will love being in New York.
I almost wonder if that's why he's there.
I mean, he signed a $21 million deal, and Jameis deals what, $4 million a year.
Yeah.
So he's signed to be a backup.
Right.
Yeah.
Something interesting from Dan Duggan that covers the Giants for The Athletic. He said, there are some incentives in there. It's a lot of $1 million and for playing time, for wins, all that stuff. But I do think this cough is coming on hard here. The Giants
hit that medicine, man.
I took it this morning when I woke up. The Giants are at least intelligently have not locked themselves into anything for next year. Like, they can get out of all this stuff. White Brian, you're a Giants fan. Your quarterback room is now Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito. How you feeling, buddy?
Not good. It's a total disaster.
Why?
With Jameis, it would have been fun, even if they lost. Russell Wilson's just going to be... I'm not going to want to watch Russell Wilson play quarterback. I don't like watching Russell Wilson.
I'll be honest with you. Malik Neighbors and Russell Wilson might end up looking real good for you.
Jameis Winston made Jerry Jeudy look like a Hall of Famer.
I understand, but Russ throws the prettiest deep ball I've ever seen. And Malik Neighbors runs past people all day.
What did they start calling Russ Wilson's moonballs?
Moonball.
I don't know when that became a thing, but Russ does.
Well, Shedeur throws one very similar to it.
I'll try to not make a joke for a minute. I think.
You think you can hold off for a whole minute?
The break's at 40. Let's see if I can go. What is that, about 100 seconds? The Giants didn't really have any good options here. And I think at 3, if you can add a piece like Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, a guy that can be great for you at key positions, maybe for a long time, and you see what Jameis or Russ has. I mean, neither of them are that old. If something happens where those guys are great. I mean, Russ is only going to turn 37 around Thanksgiving. Jameis is 30. Jameis just turned 31 in January. Do I think either of those guys are the answer? No. But I think you've got a general manager and a head coach under intense pressure to win games now. And I think those were your best options. I mean,
what might be best? Watching that battle between Shane and Daboll as the season goes on.
That's coming.
That's going to be the funny part.
Dude, like, remember I made a point of reading it when we saw our first article from the Niners sphere from the Niners universe, where it was the first article, at least to me, where I saw, and it was from The Athletic, talking about how Kyle kind of messed stuff up last year, and John Lynch didn't necessarily want him to go that direction. Like, that's going to happen in New York by week 3.
Oh, bro. In a heartbeat.
Like, dude, if you just look at the quarterbacks that were available, the moves that were made, what move, like, would you have preferred they trade for Geno, Brian? Like, what was there a quarterback move you would have wanted to happen?
I liked Jameis. I just wish they would have stuck with Jameis and DeVito and then maybe drafted a guy at the end of the draft.
Yeah, the odds
they can't draft somebody at the end of the draft. They got to draft somebody early. They need a quarterback.
The odds of the guy at the end of the draft being the guy are pretty slim.
Well, I want Arch Manning.
So you're willing to just punt on a season?
Yeah, and it'd be fun with Jameis throwing for 4 touchdowns and then throwing a bad interception to lose them the game.
I'm telling you, people, whatever quality Jameis and Ryan Fitzpatrick before them had is like, people remember the 4 touchdown games. But like Jameis, the game that got him benched in Cleveland, he was 16 of 25 for 140 yards with 3 picks and 5 sacks. Nobody remembers that one because Jameis is funny and kind of like happy-go-lucky. Like,
yeah, that's going to be a super positive quarterback room.
Like, I think Jameis's positivity is sincere. I think Russ is a complete act.
I think the reality with Jameis Winston and Ryan Fitzpatrick, before Jaden came, we had a ton of experience watching horrible quarterbacking play. At least there's something. Jameis is fun. Like, he's going to say ridiculous stuff and throw crazy touchdowns. How many times did we have to go out there and like watch Mark Sanchez play quarterback for this team?
Terrible.
That's the worst thing that can happen to you. Kyle Allen is the worst scenario. Like, you want to avoid that at all costs. And Jameis isn't Kyle Allen. I mean, he's not good, but he's at least fun.
Right. I think the worst, and I don't mean this for Sam specifically, but I think one of the harder scenarios that like Brian just mentioned he would like is you draft a guy late that shows some promise, and then you're like, oh, let's stick it out. Let's see if we got something here. Like, you gotta cut bait with quarterbacks till you find them.
I don't think they have that right. That they have the ability to do that right now. They've screwed up enough.
I guess maybe the best case scenario is drafting a guy in the 5th round, having him suck hard enough you get the 2nd overall pick, and then fleecing the Seahawks for a 3rd rounder for the guy. I think that's actually the best case scenario.
And then hitting the 2nd overall pick and finding your guy for the future. Yo, here's the truth of the matter. The NFL is a haves and have-not league. There was a long period of time in the NFL where you could get by with a decent to good quarterback if you built an awesome run game and an awesome defense. That era has largely been regulated out. Talk about over-regulation in government. The NFL has over-regulated passing offense. That is what they have dictated you need to win. And so the NFL is basically now about haves and have-nots. Washington was a have-not for 30 years. Now we're a have. Sorry, White Brian. You're a have-not. We'll be right back. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. The Giants have signed Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. Shout out to New York football. Serious question. I'm not trying to lead the witness whatsoever here. Who's the best quarterback in the NFC East, Brian?
You have to go with the man that just won the Super Bowl, but only by a slight margin. Right in front of JD. It is not Dax Prescott. I just heard a Cowboy fan talking about that other day and say, man, messed up. We got the worst quarterback in the division.
They do not have the worst.
They may have the worst, but you know what? They're
number 3.
They haven't seen their quarterback has not been to an NFC Championship game. The rest of them have.
Tress Way has more passing yards in the NFC Championship game history.
I'm just saying. So,
Landfill.
don't tell me how good your quarterback is if he hadn't been to the where he's supposed to go.
Landfill. Who's got the best quarterback in the NFC East?
The Commanders. It's Jaden.
Think over Jalen?
Yeah.
No problem saying that?
I mean, I think Jalen would be better if it was, just straight up tush push rugby, but at actual football, I'm gonna go with Jaden.
I mean, Jalen has obviously accomplished the most. He's won a Super Bowl, been a Super Bowl MVP, deservingly.
I mean, he's not a bad player.
He's been great in 2 Super Bowls.
Jaden's better.
All right. 1 vote Jalen, 1 vote Jaden. Jeffrey, best quarterback in the NFC East.
All homer aside, Jaden Daniels. I believe you can.
All homer aside.
Yeah, all homer aside, because I don't want people think that like Ashburn syndrome is just running, but no.
Oh, it's running.
My thing is this: if I put Jaden Daniels on the Eagles team, I believe they can go back. If I put Jalen Hurts on this Commanders team, I don't believe we will go back to the championship with Hurts. I believe Jaden is just the better overall quarterback.
Now, White Brian, he's a Giant fan, but he's a football
I don't
fan.
like no. Never go. I'm joking.
Who do you think the best quarterback in the NFC East is?
Right now, it's Jalen Hurts, but after this year, it could be Jaden Daniels.
The Eagles' passing game was reportedly broken 2/3, 3/4 of the way through the season.
But it wasn't in the NFC Championship game in the damn Super Bowl.
Yeah.
In the 2 toughest games, the man showed up. Kind of hard to knock him at that point.
Sure. Averaged under 200 yards per game. Threw for 18 touchdowns in the regular season. That's kind of wild. He only threw for 18 touchdowns in 15 games.
Mm-hmm.
Now the playoffs, a different story. 5 touchdowns against 1 pick. He was sacked 13 times. He was excellent in the Super Bowl. Absolutely excellent. I don't know, man. It's such an objective question or a subjective question. How about this? If there was a draft, every NFC East player, who goes number 1?
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden, clearly. I think that is kind of perhaps the better way to look at it.
But to be honest with you, we look at it like that, but hell, go ask people in Philadelphia.
Right.
They taking that quarterback right there that's been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1.
Dude, how about this? There's a draft of the entire NFL, a whole damn league.
Mm-hmm.
Who goes 1?
Pat or Jaden.
Maybe Burrow, maybe Lamar, maybe Allen.
Pat or Jaden.
I don't think Jaden gets past 5.
Yeah. But he'll get up there, which means a lot being that young.
Landini?
I think you'd probably go with Mahomes, but I think Jaden would be number 2. Then you'd have Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen, the rest of the top 5.
That's crazy. Lamar Jackson's won 2 MVPs, Burrow, or maybe just 1. 2, I think, right? Allen's won 1. Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. That's crazy. I mean,
Because the draft is not about what you've done; it's about what you possibly can do.
Right.
And I believe people look at Jaden and they think this kid is going to be special.
Last thing on Russ. What, if anything, does it say that Pittsburgh just didn't want him? Pittsburgh's willing to roll the dice on the Aaron Rodgers wild mushroom ride instead of bring Russ back. Apparently, Russ wanted to be back.
I think it comes down to the money that they were probably trying to offer compared to what the Giants offer. And when you come down to it, you got a entertainment wife. You want to be in Pittsburgh, you want to be in damn New York. Because Russ now,
reporting, it's
Russ
not
believe he's an entertainer.
But like he said on the record, I want to be back in Pittsburgh, and they didn't want him back.
Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying I want to be back in Pittsburgh.
And I don't think it's cash. I mean, the Steelers have plenty of salary cap.
They got plenty of salary cap, but they probably didn't want to pay him a certain amount of money. Because last year they got away with paying him $1 million.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then this year they probably was like, man, we can get you for like another 5-10, yeah, but not 21.
Do you agree, though, on some level, Pittsburgh is choosing Rodgers or the pursuit of Rodgers over Russ?
I mean, I believe they're doing it, and I hope they suffer for it.
I don't hate Rodgers like you, but I think
I don't hate Rodgers. I just think Rodgers is an ass. I don't hate him.
Okay. I agree with you that he's an ass. I think he might have more left. It's remarkable whatever's going on with Russ, that Pittsburgh is like, yeah, we're going to try this dude who just completely tore apart the Jets organization. But what do coaches always think? We can fix them.
There you go. Always think that.
Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This update brought to you by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. A big night for Alex Ovechkin. He got to goal number 889 in tying the game against the Jets. Winnipeg wins the game 3-2 in overtime.
Tie up in a hash mark. Pro on his weak side. Ovechkin, he scores! Alex Ovechkin scores from the left dot! This game is tied!
Capitals off to face Minnesota Wild tomorrow night. In the NFL, Russell Wilson signs a one-year deal worth $21 million with the Giants. Stefon Diggs gets 3 years, $69 million with the New England Patriots. Kevin Willard still the coach at Maryland yesterday with Team 980's Kevin Sheehan.
So, are you staying?
As of right now, I'm staying, Kev. Yes.
Richard Pitino leaves New Mexico for Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. from Bryant to VCU. Arizona State's Josan Sanin chose St. John's in the transfer portal. Darren Buchanan Jr. leaving GW but will play in the crown game against Boise State March 31st. North Carolina point guard Elliot Cadeau is also into the transfer portal. The Wizards and the Sixers tonight, 6:45 on Team 980. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement, or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, we're jumping on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV to talk to our guy, Mr. Neil Greenberg. Greenberg, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing super. How are you?
I'm good, man. Let's start Caps, and then we'll get to hoops. They lost last night, and we're not giving out avocado toast and participation trophies, but it really seemed pretty clear that's the two best teams in hockey. Winnipeg seems a little faster, but the Caps seem a little bigger. What'd you think just of that matchup?
I thought it was fine. I mean, it's a loss in overtime, which can be a little fluky at times. I mean, these are the kind of the games that you want to see Washington at least acquit themselves well, because these are the potential playoff matchups once we get into the Stanley Cup territory. Winnipeg being in the West, one of the better teams in the West. So I think it's fine. I mean, the Capitals are in a weird spot because they've already clinched. They're in the running for best record. They're in the chase Ovi's in the chase for the Gretzky record, and then also you got to start thinking about how much do you want to push these guys? Like what's the ultimate goal here? And obviously the ultimate goal is a deep playoff run, and if that means that Ovechkin doesn't get the record this year, you kind of have to weight those a little bit. Carlson 35, Ovechkin well documented 39, Tom Wilson in his 30, just 30, Nick Dowd 34. I mean, this is hockey old-ish territory. So the fact that they played well, you want to see them at least get into the postseason somewhat fresh.
Yeah, agree with that. In hockey, would they rest guys late, like those last two away games or something? Like, when could they clinch the 1 seed? How close is that?
They're pretty close. I don't know exactly when, but typically you don't see resting in hockey like you do in football and basketball. Maybe that last game you might
see resting in basketball in November.
You see resting in basketball all the time.
So yeah, I mean it's obviously not that egregious, but maybe the last game you'll see some resting. Again, though, if Ovechkin is within one goal, he only skates 17 minutes a night. Like how much rest do you give these guys? It's tough. I mean, it's tough. It's an art and a science, and it's going to be. I don't know what Carberry's going to do, but you'd have to think that everyone's on the same page that a deep playoff run is more important than the Ovechkin record in 2025.
I agree totally with that.
I think organizationally they all do, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to think that. I mean, this doesn't seem like a selfish type of thing. And, we're at kind of the crunch time here where every missed game, every game Ovechkin goes without a goal, like exponentially makes this more difficult to reach. Like I have it as an 18% chance he doesn't get the record this year. And a lot of the games that I have as most likely are like April 12th against Columbus. That's game 79. April 10th at Carolina, obviously game 78. I mean, like they're all low, late 70s, early 80 game rest of the season, 80, 81, 82, where I have him breaking the record. So, he goes a game without a goal. I mean, it becomes exponentially harder.
If you begin to break it down a little bit, you look at the game last night, and like JP said, they're bigger, the Caps. I mean, Winnipeg, I mean, they fly, okay? But the Caps team is damn good as well. What would they have to do if they get into a series and take the 4 out of 7?
I mean, I think they just got to be healthy and then just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, it all depends on the matchup, right? And I think the Capitals are built well enough that they can adapt a little bit, right? Like they may not be able to outskate you on the ice, but they have a lot of guys that can score. They can play a heavy game. They can get good goaltending. They can get scoring from the blue line. Like there's a lot of different ways that this Capitals team can beat you. It's not like a one-trick pony type of situation, no pun intended, where they can only beat you like fun and gun, like we saw like in the Bruce Boudreau era,
right?
Or grind you down like we saw in the Ovechkin. In the Oates era, Hunter era. I mean, this team has some flexibility to it. Right now, health is the main thing, and you can't have Ovechkin go cold in the playoffs. Like that to me is the most important thing, because there is secondary scoring around him. But I think if he goes cold, I think people start to get nervous, whether they want to admit that or not. I think if Ovechkin's not scoring, people start to look around and say, okay, well, if he can't score, like maybe they figured something out, type of thing. And that's just me being subjective about it, but I can see something like that happening.
Dude, I tend to agree with you. I think 6-11 weirdly sounds better than 7-12 did. But every game it does kind of start to feel like, oh man, this could or could not happen, and it's all right on the verge. The other thing I've really been kind of trying to keep an eye on, just because I think you and other folks I've talked to have said the 8-1 matchup against the Rangers would not be ideal, just because of the talent the Rangers have. If it was to happen today, it'd be Caps versus Canadiens, Montreal. And it's just too early to keep an eye on that stuff. But like, it looks like the 8 seed is going to come from Rangers, Islanders, or Montreal. And I imagine the Rangers are the one matchup you really want to avoid. But there's a part of me on a personal level that remembers the President's Trophy Caps team, the 1 seed, losing to the 8 seed Montreal Canadiens, and that damn Yaroslav Halak.
Stood on his head.
Yeah, he was a brick wall that series. I mean, that was just, that was the Capitals going cold, right? Like I just kind of mentioned that, and that happens in hockey. I mean, hockey is a fluky game. Montreal is interesting because they have Caulfield and Suzuki, and then they just have a lot of other guys that can score, right? Like, they're not as top heavy as I would say Washington is. They got a lot of guys in double digits. I want to say like 11 guys, could be 12. So that's a lot of scoring depth, and that's tough if you're always got guys on the ice that can score, whether it's the first line or the fourth line. That's something that you always have to be worried about. Obviously, the Rangers have the historic, series implications. These guys have played each other a lot in the playoffs. It seemed like one time they were always playing each other in the first round. But yeah, I think that Montreal is probably the tougher draw, only because I think that they're a little bit deeper. But again, I think Washington has shown they can play with anybody. And I think that they'll be fine. I almost think the Ranger matchup's a little bit better for them.
We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Neil at N Greenberg. Read his work in the Washington Post. Let's switch it up here, Greenberg. We're going to hoops, NCAA tournament. You had said fade the SEC in the NCAA tournament. I think fading the bottom half of the SEC worked, but what they get 13 in and 7 are in the Sweet 16. How do you feel about one of your predictions?
Yeah, that one hasn't aged as well as fading St. John's did.
True.
Like you said, the SEC's got a lot of good teams in, also number 10 Arkansas. So far it hasn't worked out. I'm still not convinced like Kentucky and Alabama are that good. So we'll see if they continue to go. But I think Auburn has a really nice path into the Final Four. They play Michigan. They play the winner of Ole Miss, Michigan State, two teams that aren't ranked very high in Pomeroy's rankings. They don't have to deal with Duke until later. So I think Auburn got a really nice path. And then BYU probably has the toughest path. But I think that, the SEC has played well. And look, let's face it. The chalk has played well. So they were a lot of the top seeded teams, at least the teams that have gone through, right? 2 number 1 seeds, 2 seeds, and a 3 seed from the SEC. That's kind of been this tournament, the top seeds moving on. So I'm not ready to say I was completely wrong yet, but I don't look as right as I thought I would.
Who do you think at this point now what's left should be favorite?
In the tournament or the SEC?
Tournament. Not worried about it. Just the whole tournament.
Yeah, Duke still looks. I have no reason to be off my Maryland versus Duke final right now.
Wow.
I know, ironically, Maryland won on a buzzer beater after getting beat by a dozen or so buzzer beaters, it felt like. But Maryland playing Florida, again, I'm still not sold on the SEC. I think Maryland could beat Florida. Then they play at the Texas Tech or Arkansas. I think that's fine. So yeah, I have no reason to be off my final of Duke, Maryland, and I think that's still the smart play in this tournament.
Why do you like Maryland so much against Florida?
I just like Maryland in general. I think that Maryland having such a cohesive a bunch, 5 starters is really good for them. You get a lot of rest in between games. So I think that certainly as well. Florida and both defenses like to slow the pace down in this matchup. So I don't think we're going to get as many possessions as maybe you would against a more high tempo team, especially on defense. So they both like to push the ball up on offense, but then they really like to grind it down on defense. So I think that always favors the underdog, and in this case, it's a slight underdog for Maryland. I think Maryland is, they're a good team, and I think that they the experience on the court with the 5 starters, not necessarily relying as much on the bench, is really good for them.
Dude, the breaks in these tournament games are so long. Like, I'm not worried about their legs, And if
that's what I'm saying too. Like a lot of people are like, well, they can't play the whole game. Well, actually they can, because I don't know if you ever looked at this, but like the
breaks.
last minute of a college game takes like 20 minutes of real time.
Oh, they go through a lot of crap.
The reviews and everything.
Like they have time to literally go crack some crabs open, eat them, wash up, and get back on the court. I mean, so like I don't worry about that. And I think Maryland has looked really good this year.
I think Maryland's looked really good. What did you think of the buzzer beater? Pretty damn cool that the Terps are going to be.
I thought it was good. I mean, look, you're always going to have some breaks go your way. Maryland, as I said earlier, has been at the wrong end of buzzer beaters for a while. Look, count it, move on. I know it's a tough break, but I'm fine with those types. All those things even out over time.
Well, dude, Maryland been on the wrong end of all of them, it seems.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's ironic that they actually moved on against a really good team with a buzzer beater. And that's, like I said, that stuff evens out.
That Colorado State team was good. That kid Clifford is good, even if he should.
They're dirty though.
He should have been ejected in the first quarter or the first half. All right, Greenberg, you are an analytical fella. You crunch the numbers, and ultimately, this is a number-based question. I recognize it might not be exactly the stuff we always ask you about, but I know you pay attention to all of it. The Kevin Willard stuff over the last week. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. I think he's applying leverage because he has it. I think he knew Evans was leaving, and so he just outed it rather than let that process drag on. I don't think he's going anywhere, but it does give me some pause that Pitino's going to Xavier and not Villanova. Where do you land on all that Kevin Willard stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's look, you're in the tournament. Like, you're a good team with a chance to go deep in the tournament. You don't want this side circus act, right? Like, you don't want people talking about the coach, will he or won't he go somewhere, and he said what about who, and you don't want this type of stuff at this time of the year. I think that it's not a situation like sometimes we see coaches like they know their team so well, like they know they have to deflect some of the news cycle away from them onto something trivial, and like they do that in a way to try to like, oh, look at the shiny object over here. I don't think that that's what it was. I just think it was an ill-timed comments at a time when, you have a really good team that has a chance to make a deep run for the first time in a while. Like, just get your kids ready. And then if you want to air some dirty laundry, like, you have plenty of time to do it. And then to say, well, I'm staying here, 100% I'm staying here, or whatever the quote was.
He didn't say that yet.
He said, I'm staying here for now.
He said for now. He made sure he said for now, which tells me this is not just him playing around. He seriously has talked to Villanova.
Yeah, it's possible. But again, I mean, you don't want distractions now. Like, if you just got bounced, for sure, do whatever you want to do.
Well, what's fascinating, specific to that point, is if he had kicked he kicked the hornet's nest, right? Whether he was forced to or chose to or whatever, he decided to create. Like, there was one dude that could have shut all this down and said, I'm not talking about anything till our season's over. Cliff Kingsbury did it, right? Like, you can go that route. And he chose not to, and that's okay. I'm not knocking him for it. But imagine if Queen Shot doesn't go in and they're the only 4 seed that loses, and Colorado State's the only the only Cinderella story. How different is all of this? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there's so many other things that you want to be talking about, and whether or not you're staying and what he said, et cetera, is just not one of them. You just had a buzzer beater. You're going up against Florida, one of the best teams in the country. Just focus on basketball. I mean, I get that's easier said than done, and people get upset about something and feel like, I have my chance to air it, and I'm going to do it. And, maybe, it's probably for leverage, and it's probably for, sour grapes type stuff. I mean, I'm just speculating, but that to me is what it looks like. And, just play the game for now. And there'll be plenty of time for you to air your laundry, write your book, or whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah. Last thing. Baseball starts tomorrow. I know you're fired up about your Mets chances. We know how I feel about the Mets. Give me Nats, O's, World Series predictions, And hopefully you don't mention your Mets.
I don't know if the Mets are going to be. I am less optimistic about the Mets than probably most people. I think that there's just other good teams, one in their division with the Braves, one across town in the Yankees. I think the Phillies are probably a little bit better. So I think that like the division itself is very difficult. And I know that they spend a lot of money and they got Soto and everything is great. But again, I mean, you have two other teams that can also spend some money and have really good players. I think both the Braves and the Phillies are probably better choices for the World Series than the Mets are. And, the Nats, maybe 70 wins, got to start rebuilding, getting stuff together. But hopefully this money from TV, makes its way onto the field and they too can start to look a lot better in the division.
That would be great. I think the best thing that could happen this year is if Cruz and Wood really hit. And then you get money next year, kind of what they did with Worth a long time back. You sign a veteran that matters. You maybe get assigned some pitching. Generally, you got to develop hitters and pay for pitching, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and they're in a tough spot in that division because, like I said, there's a lot of money being spent. You have to make a decision if you're going to spend the money to be competitive or you're just going to be a feeder team for the ones that do. It's a tough decision to make, but now with the TV contract, hopefully that makes the decision easier.
Greenberg, as always, appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you,
Text
bro.
me any winners you got over the next couple of days here.
I will. I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. You can give him a follow at N Greenberg. Coming up at noon, Kevin Brockway is going to join us, covers the Florida Gators, give us a detailed breakdown of what the Terps are looking at when they face Florida tomorrow night, Sweet 16. Nobody go anywhere.
truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something.
This update driven by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. Alex Ovechkin now at 889 goals with the game-tying tally last night. He's now 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Winnipeg won the game 3-2 in overtime. Capitals at Minnesota tomorrow night. Kevin Willard still currently the coach at Maryland. His team's preparing for their matchup with number 1 seed Florida. That's 7:39 p.m. tomorrow night from the Chase Center in San Francisco, California. Richard Pitino is now heading to Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. looks like the man for VCU. Sean Miller to Texas, and Fran McCaffrey talking to Penn. Arizona State transfer Josan Sanin is going to St. John's. Wizards versus Sixers tonight, Team 980. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. I'm Byron Kirk on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, B. So McAfee got LeBron on for an hour.
Huh?
Mad Dog Chris Russo said, that's a great job by McAfee. Getting a guy in there for an hour. Who'd not want to talk to LeBron for an hour? Wendy can. He'd never come on with me. To which Brian Windhorst replied, he wouldn't come on with me. No, I don't think so. Then Stephen A. Smith said, he'd probably harm somebody if they even approached him about coming on with me. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's funny as hell.
Something that's also funny. Will Campbell is the big LSU left tackle. That was a major prospect until the combine.
So he ran.
No, it wasn't running that got him.
I thought the running did get him a little bit.
It was his arm measurement.
Yeah, that's right. He had 30. It was less than 33 inches.
Sure was.
Yeah.
And 33 is considered by many a very important cutoff.
There you go.
Okay, so at the combine, which was a month ago,
something like that.
I mean, it was late February, right? It's late March now.
Mm-hmm.
At the combine, Will Campbell's arm was 32 5/8 of an inch long.
Not any longer?
Today it is
Did he get stretched?
Today it is pro day in Baton Rouge. His arm is 33 inches.
Did he go to the chiropractor and they stretched him out a little bit?
B, if there is...
He didn't grow since the damn combine.
Brian, here's what I know. If there's a way to gain 3/8 of an inch, there would be men all over the planet going to Baton Rouge to figure that out.
I don't know if 3/8 going to help you out, dog.
I'm just saying.
No, see, this man here, if he gets those 3/8, that takes him to making, what is it, seven figures? 6 figures, possibly? No, 8 figures. He can get in that range. So, if whatever you could do, stretch him out a little bit more. Was he just tight where when they stretched him, he didn't extend enough? You know what I'm saying? Look at my arms right now. I'm right here. Think about it. But if I stretch them a little more, it seems like they're a little longer. He probably wasn't loose enough. Stiff.
Yeah,
But in a sport where they're going to tell me if your arms are that much longer, look at me, you're going to be a better blocker. What's the dude in San Diego in LA, the Chargers now?
Slater.
Rashawn,
Yeah.
right? They thought he was like a guard or too short. He destroys people. So
Yeah,
I
think
mean,
they were playing him at right tackle. I will try to confirm that.
wherever he was, nobody got past him from this team.
I remember that.
That people decided they're gonna go to the other side. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that I'm like particularly moved by Will Campbell's arms being 3/8 of an inch longer.
Well, if it's 3/8 of an inch longer, and that, I'm just at this point where does that really make that much difference? Because there are a lot of guys out there with the perfect height, perfect arm length, they can't block to save their damn lives.
Well, dude, it's similar to Restrepo's 40 time yesterday from Miami, right? Like that's slow, dude. That was slow, and there is not historically a lot of comps to make that have been successful with those kind of times.
You're right about that.
But like, at what point does the tape not matter? And if you loved Campbell, what I always say about college football evaluations is whatever your mind was on January 1st, you should try to, like in severance, you should sever any part of your brain that makes a determination between January 1st and late April and just let the tape matter most.
I think the tape normally comes up when you have two people that are relatively equal. And then you say, okay, let's see who's the guy that produces. Because there are a lot of people that go out there and they could do, just like a lot of people can pass standardized tests, but can't pass the regular stuff. Right. He can go out there and do the all of the things they put him through, but they probably can't play. So if you have equal guys, you take the guy who performs.
Totally. Yeah, you're right. And there are teams that look for certain things, and things can be a differentiator. I'm trying to remember with Sheriff, who obviously proved to be a great player, but when he was drafted was to be a tackle, and they moved him damn near right away.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was, I can't believe I'm looking up Brandon Sheriff's arm length, but here we are. Sheriff's arms were good. 33 and 3/8.
33 and 3/8. And they moved him to guard immediately anyway.
Yeah.
So I think,
I don't think he ever even started a game at tackle.
that stuff
Maybe a preseason game.
matters some. It's not an end-all, be-all.
Do you think Coleman will be better as a guard?
I think he has the ability to be better, but I was impressed with him at tackle, left tackle in the NFL without having a lot of experience. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, right tackle might be more suitable for him. And, because he was damn good. I think he played very well for the most part throughout the year.
Coleman's arms are long as hell. 34 and 5/8. Not the fastest 40, though, but only a 1/10 of a second behind Restrepo. Coleman ran a 4.99.
Hey, that's fast for a lineman.
I know.
Offensive lineman, that is getting it.
All right, we're going to talk some Terps coming up at noon. Kevin Brockway covers the Gators. He's going to give us a real Gators preview. Alan May joining us at 1 o'clock. Alan was on the call last night. The Caps overtime loss to the Jets. What was really a great hockey game. 1:30, our guy Bees. People don't realize how plugged in the world of baseball Mike Beasley is. Every year, Bees makes a ton of picks. We're going to go around all 6 MLB divisions, get some picks for what he thinks is going to happen, talk a little Nats, and just kind of, that will be our official Major League Baseball preview. Tomorrow, by the way, we're at Tap 99 in the Navy Yard for Nats opening day, which should be a lot of fun. I know folks usually come by and say hello. That's going to be fun. Now, if anybody wants to go say hi, Grant and Danny this afternoon are going to be live at Lost Rhino in Ashburn. Tress Way, the People's Punter, is going to be hanging out with them from 2:30 to 3:30. And then Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler will be hanging out there from 5 to 6:30 for the Nats season preview. So if you want to hang out with G&D or Tress or Charlie and Dave, that's a good way to spend a kind of cold, windy afternoon. So tomorrow, hope for good weather. Today, go hang out at Lost Rhino. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking Terps Gators at noon.
B-Mitch here, and you heard me talking about my motorcycle riding journey, and I feel very comfortable about it. Harley Davidson and DC completely outfitted me for my safety and performance. And you know what? Lord Tigers has my back. Landfill sent me a little video that scared the hell out of me. So I am very happy I have Lord Tigers behind me. I feel better riding with them, knowing that they have my back. And remember, they're riders too. Check it out. They partner with Harley Davidson and DC to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps fan Harley. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, lawtigers.com. Calverson Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
Got to get to the chorus. Cheeseburger in paradise with the mustard. I could do without the onion, Jimmy. Cheeseburger in paradise. Shout out to Jimmy Buffett, R.I.P. Last week when we were doing the shows from MGM, Bob Biaggi, the celebrity, his son Will was nice enough to join us. Shout out to Will Biaggi. And you know what Will said, Landfill? He said, of all the shows on The Fan, B. Mitch and Finley definitely has the best music. You never know what's coming next.
That's a no-brainer.
That's a credit to you,
Professor Landfill.
Professor Landini keeps him guessing. And I've since learned that Jeff will no longer play curse words when he sits in the big chair because we can't play music off of various other websites. B, we haven't gotten a chance to talk about this yet. Steph Diggs yesterday.
Yeah.
Gets real money from New England. Now, it ends up kind of just being 1 year, $26 million. Like, if I think what's actually guaranteed is pretty simple. But they announced it as a 3-year, $69 million deal. 26 is guaranteed. Diggs coming off a big injury, tore his ACL. Hasn't had like a big season in a few years. Obviously, that Pats team is trying to rebuild on the fly and get a legit number one for Drake May. 2 seasons ago, though, in Buffalo, he went for almost 1,200 yards and 8 scores, and then things just went sideways with him late. This is now a dude that's been traded 3 times. This is his first time, I believe, though, in free agency. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Appreciate it, brother.
First time, I believe, though, in free agency. What do you make of Diggs to New England?
I mean, if he's healthy, Steph can ball. And I think that'll be somebody that's going to help Drake out. And it just shows you when you have performed in this league, you always have a chance. You know, and I think the whole thing, sometimes you think the grass is green, you go to a place, bam, you get hurt. That makes you reassess things. And I think that's where he's at this point.
Per Pro Football Talk, the deal also could include significant per-game roster bonuses tied to Diggs' ability to play.
That's a great one. I like that.
That I would think. I'm trying to remember when he got hurt. So he played the first 8 weeks last year. So the injury came almost Halloween, October 27th. When do you think he's back on the field?
October 27th, that happened?
I think he's probably not week 1, but
probably not week 1, but he'll be there in September.
Now, Steph is also, he's a wideout. Wideouts have a separate category. Like, you know, there is a corollary between extremely attractive women and being crazy. Wide receivers are kind of on the same corollary. Like,
what are you trying to say, man?
The better you are, the crazier you are at wideout. And I think,
what are you really saying,
I
Jay?
think Steph has been difficult over the years.
I think receivers, that's their natural,
habitat.
personality.
Totally.
You know, I don't think Steph is any different than the rest of them.
I agree, dude. Like, I'm not knocking it, right? Yeah. I think for receivers, there is a way. Listen, the reason receivers are selfish a lot because they think they can help the team. They want the ball because they think they can score touchdowns and win
They
games.
have the mindset you want athletes to have. If you're good, always want to be having the ball.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, that can cross a threshold where you want the ball and you think that's the only way to win, and it no longer helps the team. I think there's a really healthy middle ground there where receivers are building the roster and helping the team. Do you worry at all about Drake May being a young guy dealing with a very, I don't know, flamboyant, like, outspoken receiver?
You know why I say no? And I tell you this all the time. We always claim the quarterback is the best player on the team. And you need one to win. If he can't handle that, someone asking for the ball or saying stuff, he ain't the right guy. You know what I mean? The best quarterbacks go, yeah, I got you. And then they'll, before on the next play, they threw it to somebody else. Next play, dog, keep going. I saw you over there, but I had to hit this other one. You got to know how to deal with that. You can't just, every time a guy question you, you fold. So if Drake is the guy, he'll get right.
I think you're dead on. I think if you're a stud quarterback, you know how to deal with stud receivers.
Yeah.
Because they make you better.
Totally.
Like, the best thing that can happen for a quarterback is to have really good wideouts. And if that means they're volatile or they're church mouse, it doesn't matter. You, like Marvin Harrison, or whatever may have happened in Philadelphia with his enemies, on the football field, Marvin Harrison was an absolute killer of a player.
Yeah.
He never spoke. Art Monk didn't strike me
Didn't
as
say one word.
Right? But
they balled.
You know who else helps, though? Terrell Owens. For all of his giant pain in the assness, he was awesome.
He can play.
Like, what you want most are dudes that can play. And I think for Drake May, if you want to get better, you want to prove you're a dude in this league, a guy that can play will help you. And I think if you show you're the dude at quarterback,
the other guy gonna respect you because you know what he knows now? You help his performance.
Yo, if Diggs' numbers are tied, if Diggs' money is tied to roster bonuses, there's probably also some statistical bonuses.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I think that can be symbiotic as long as it's healthy and it's moving things forward for the team.
Totally.
Speaking of moving things forward for the team, the Maryland Terrapins play the Florida Gators Thursday night in San Francisco. Sweet 16 game. A berth in the Elite Eight is on the line. Kevin Brockway calls the Gators. Will join us next to let us know exactly what Maryland's facing.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Maryland Terrapins preparing for the Florida Gators. That's Thursday tip time at 7:39 p.m. from San Francisco. Rodney Rice on the youthful exuberance from Derek Queen.
I think we need that while we're playing. We get, well, especially me, I'm speaking for myself, but I get so locked into the game. I need to relax a little bit, having him in the locker room. I'm not so tense. So, I appreciate that from him.
Richard Pitino is going to leave New Mexico to coach Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. from Bryant to VCU. Sean Miller from Xavier to Texas. Fran McCaffrey nearing a deal at Penn. Arizona State's transfer Josan Sanin chooses St. John's. North Carolina point guard Elliot Cadeau has entered the transfer portal, as has GW's Darren Buchanan Jr. He will play, though, for GW against Boise State March 31st at the Crown Tournament in Las Vegas. Wizards basketball against the Sixers tonight at 6:45, Team 980. Alex Ovechkin has done it, reaching 889 goals with a tally last night in Winnipeg. He's now 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Jets beat the Caps 3-2 in OT. Capitals now face Minnesota Wild tomorrow night. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage. It's all just a click away at tedbritt.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and it's time for us to talk Sweet 16 basketball. Maryland Terrapins tomorrow night take on number 1 seed defending SEC champions Florida Gators. Helping us make sense of it all is Kevin Brockway. Kevin covers the Gators for the Gainesville Sun in Gannett, Florida. You can give him a follow at Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, thanks for joining us, man. How you doing?
Yeah, pleasure. How you guys doing up there?
Doing well, man.
We're good, dude. Florida's obviously a wagon. Get our audience familiar with what they do so well.
Well, first of all, they're deep. They're 8 or 9 deep. Walter Clayton is kind of the engine, obviously, that makes him go. He's averaging 23 points per game in the tournament. But a really strong 3-guard backcourt in him, Will Richard, and Elijah Martin, the transfer from FAU that's brought a little toughness and leadership, and particularly on the defensive end of the floor. And then up front, you've got Alex Condon, an all-SEC sophomore, and Ruben Chinyelu, who transferred from Washington State, who's got 7'6" wingspan, 6'10", more of a physical guy in terms of his body. So I gets into foul trouble from occasion, but they're deep in the front court. Thomas Howe comes off the bench, probably one of the finalists for SEC Sixth Man of the Year. He averages about 8 and 6 rebounds and just really hustles and does a lot of the dirty work. And they brought back Micah Hanlogden from injury after his compound fracture last year, too. And he's another big and 7'1" that's a very good offensive rebounder. So got a lot of answers. Denzel Aberdeen in the backcourt is a guy that could come in and give you a 20-point game every now and then. And Urban Klavšar is a Slovenian player from overseas that's a good 3-point shooter. So they're very deep. They can, put a lot of bind offensively, one of the top offensive teams in the SEC, and an improving defensive team, too. That's been their biggest jump from last year to this year. Top 10 in Ken Pom in defensive efficiency.
How many people do they normally play? You say they're deep, so do they play, 7, 8 to 9 to 10?
They can play up to 9. Right. Usually, lately they have with Klavšar. So they usually play 2 out of the backcourt and 2 out of the front court. That's what they've been doing now of late. They started with an 8-guard rotation, but when some of their guards got hurt, Urban Klavšar, I think, showed them in February that they could trust him for minutes on the court. So he comes in as well. They are deep, and I think that helps them wear down opponents in the second half. The fact that they have a lot of options. There's really not much drop off in quality too, particularly in the bigs when you bring them in. So they can withstand foul trouble. Chinyelu gets in foul trouble a lot, but having those two bigs behind really helps in that regard.
They don't actually play that 7'9" dude, do they?
No, they do not. No, he is redshirting this year. He's kind of a project year. Olivier Ryu.
7'9"?
He's kind of like a viral meme dude. Like people take pictures with him and put it on Instagram. But
yeah. He's got a little ways to go, but I think they're excited about his future. He's, got to improve like the little things, lateral quickness, obviously, getting out and switching on defense, things of that nature. But they're hoping down the road that he can be a force. But I think it's going to take a little time with him.
All right. Biggest threat to me as an observer seems to be the kid Clayton. The quickness with which he gets his shots off is crazy. I mean, he's averaging almost 40% from three. Is that where the offense runs through?
Yeah, and he's kind of the scoring point, and he, listen, he could take shots from anywhere on the floor, too. I mean, this is a kid that could step back. He could take NBA three-pointers. I mean, that's the thing about him. I mean, he hits some threes that are just really hard to defend that way. He can make contested shots. He can beat you off the dribble. He's a scoring point guard, I would say, and he's had some high assist games, but, in the NCAA tournament, assist turnover ratio is 3-9. So you can, rattle him in terms of, turning him over a little bit here and there. That's probably his one weakness in playing the point. He's more of a combo than a true point. But at the same time, he gives you enough offense and enough scoring, enough big shots to really overcome that.
So is Clayton the kid that transferred from Iona?
Yes, he transferred from Iona. He played for Rick Pitino there.
That's crazy.
Rick tried to get it really hard to get him to come to St. John's, but Florida offered the chance for him to come back to his home state. He's from the Lake Wales, Bartow area, which is kind of a small town between Orlando and Tampa. That area, he's a father of a 1-year-old, so I think that factored into it too, coming home with his girlfriend, coming close to family.
And probably a big old bag of cash.
And certainly NIL as well. I think it all kind of factored into it.
I'm not mad at him. Get it. Okay. After Clayton, the kid Condon I find really interesting. Is he Australian? He's got to be a legit 6'11" or something, and he's probably the leading rebounder. Is that right?
Yes. So he's an Australian kid. Really tough too. Came from kind of like an Australian rules football background. So he's 6'11", 230. Right. He's not afraid to mix it up in there. And also runs the floor exceptionally well. And that's really the key to Florida's offense. I did kind of a deep dive. They have bigs that can really run the floor, get up and down the floor. And it puts a lot of pressure on your defense when you have those two guys, Chinyelu, and then coming off the bench, Hauken, Hanlogden, that can get up and down the floor quickly, that can put pressure on your defense. It kind of sucks the defense in transition, and then you get a lot of the open threes off that.
Okay, so Florida's clearly loaded. We're talking with our buddy Kevin Brockway here on the Rude Guest Hotline, the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Okay. Florida's excellent. They play. The coach came from. He was on Bruce Pearl's bench, and he just wants to get up and go and chuck threes all the time. Analytics dude, right? Get us up to speed on Golden.
Yeah, Todd Golden, when he was hired, the youngest coach of the SEC at 37, he's 39 now. He's in his third year. That first year for him was a little shaky because he inherited some of Mike's players. He went 16 and 17, but really since then, an upward trajectory in the program. And a lot of what he's done in terms of evaluating players through analytics, in terms of, recruiting internationally, Alex Condon, Urban Klavshar, they've got some other promising players from Europe as well, have really worked, very well. To go from 16 wins to 24 wins to this year, 32 wins, just shows you the progress that the program has made under him in 3 years. And this is a bit of a homecoming from him. He coached at the University of San Francisco. He was a player at St. Mary's under Randy Bennett. So I think he's excited to be back here and to really show, his, some of his, former mentors here, how he's developed and grown as a coach, and having a team here that's the number 1 seed in the country.
But what have they said about Maryland and what they need to be concerned about?
Well, I think it starts with the front court, right? Queen and Reese. I mean, those two guys are big and physical. And UConn pushed them around a little bit in that game. That was a very physical game, and they trailed by 6 in the second half and really needed some big shots by Walter Clayton to really help them overcome down the stretch there. But their front court was outscored 51-18 in that game against UConn, so that's got to get better. Certainly with Condon and Hauk and Chinyelu. I mean, Chinyelu had 4 fouls in that game, so he's got to stay out of foul trouble for sure. But, Queen and Reese are a handful. And I think they have respect for the backcourt, too. I just think the area, as I mentioned earlier, where Florida may have the edges of depth, certainly the bench. I know that Maryland, really doesn't play as many guys and relies heavily on their starters.
Oh, yeah. They basically don't play anybody else. With the Gators, what's their weakness? They've only lost 4 games, so they're clearly really good. But in those 4 games, are there any takeaways?
I would say, occasionally free throw shooting hurts them. They're kind of in the low 70 percentile there, and they missed 12 free throws in that UConn game. I would say probably, every once in a while, occasionally they turn it over, like I mentioned before with Clayton not being a true point. I think if you can, pressure them, Missouri did that kind of early in the year, got some points off turnovers against them. That hurt them. And, defensively, I think they've improved. They occasionally have lapses on the 3-point line in terms of rotation, but for the most part, I think Martin has helped, solidify that perimeter defense. But this is a team that rebounds well, too. They, get second chance points. They hold teams to 1 shot. I mean, that's another strength. And that allows them to overcome a lot of things as well.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they're a 1 seed that lost 4 games all year. There's not going to be a lot of weaknesses. Who are they primarily a man-to-man team? And if so, who guards Queen? He's such a unique dude to try to figure out.
I think you start with Chinyelu and then maybe get hand logged on him because he's 7'1", and Chinyelu has the big wingspan as well. And Chinyelu probably, at 6'3", 260, he's kind of the thickest front court player that Florida has. So I think you would start with him. But
6'3", 260?
Yeah, 6'10", 260.
Oh, 6'10", okay. Sorry.
Yeah, 6'10". I'm sorry, I must have misspoke there.
No.
6'3",
260 is one of our producers.
6'10", 260. But anyway, so now Ruben is a guy who, I think he's kind of their thickest front court guy, so I would think that he would start on him. But like I said, prone to foul from time to time, so he's got to be a little more disciplined in that regard and stay away from that. And then Hand Logden is 7'1", and he's gotten a little strong. He's up to like 230 now, maybe. So he's another guy. But they play man, but they'll change from time to time. They'll sprinkle in a little zone if they have to. They'll sprinkle in maybe a little 1-3-1 here and there and do some different things if they need to. But primarily a man team and a switching team.
We're talking with Kevin Brockway. Kevin Brockway covers the Gators for the Gannett, Florida newspapers. You could give him a follow at Kevin Brockway, BROCKWAYG1. Kevin joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Of course, Maryland takes on Florida tomorrow night, 7:40. Coverage on Team 980. If you want to listen to it, listen to Johnny and Chris. They do a great job calling these games. It's hard for me to come up with a lot of spots where I like Maryland better, but I do wonder if, Florida got pulled into a rock fight against UConn and they were able to pull it out, but they seemed real, I don't know, like uneasy throughout. Like they didn't seem thrilled with that. Do you think the time off will help? Or like if Maryland does try to make this thing a little more physical, do you think Florida's got 2 of those in them?
Yeah, it will be interesting. I think Florida wants to push the pace, no matter who they play. I think they like that style. So I think, that's the key. And Kevin Willard, I know his background at Seton Hall a little bit and being a Pitino protege. I don't know how much he's going to want to push the pace in this game because of their depth, or if he's going to want to slow it down the way Bobby Hurley did and, make it that kind of game where the possessions are that much more valuable. But certainly, Maryland's going to have to take care of the ball because if Florida gets turnovers and they get out on the run, they're such an athletic team that, that's where they can really hurt you. So I would say definitely slow it down, try to make it a kind of a brass knuckles game and see what happens, certainly. But I think Florida has proven over the course of the year. And this is what the good teams do, because I covered the 06, 07 national championship teams too, and the 2014 team that went to the Final Four. They find ways to win in different ways. And I think that was the UConn game kind of showed that they could win that kind of a game. And if they play that kind of game against Maryland, I'm not saying it'll be comfortable, but I think they could still find a way to win that kind of a game too.
It's really interesting because I've looked it up. Florida averages 85 a game, fourth in the country. Maryland, though, is averaging, I think, over 80. I think they're at 81 per game. So they're, in the top 20-ish is my guess. But the Gators have a huge advantage on the glass, at least from a game-to-game perspective. Now, when they match up against each other, we'll see how that shakes out. What do you think of how Vegas has installed this? Florida's like a 6.5-point favorite. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I saw yesterday it was 7.5, so I guess it moved a little bit. But I predict kind of like a 77-70 kind of game. I could see a game being that kind of a game, or maybe it'll get in the 80s. But I could see that 7 to 10 point spread being the case where I think Maryland can keep it close for a half, and then maybe Florida certainly with that confidence in how they pulled out the UConn game. Again, Walter Clayton is a guy that's not afraid of the moment. He's proven that time and time again, and that's a huge weapon. And it's kind of interesting because he's going to San Francisco, and a lot of people have referred to him kind of as the college Steph Curry, and here he is. Going to the Chase Center, the place that the house that Steph Curry built, basically with the Warriors. I think that's an interesting storyline as well, to see a player that kind of resembles Steph in that way, in terms of being able to take shots from any spot on the floor past the midcourt line.
Yeah, you're really not helping me here, Kevin.
You wanted to hear something else?
Yeah, I wanted to hear he's sick and. I don't know. I wanted to hear something.
Well, I'll be going to the arena in a few hours, so I'll let you know if he's sick. I'll let you know. I'll pass it along to you.
I assume everybody in Florida is healthy, right? Like nobody's got an ankle sprain or anything?
Yeah, no, everyone's okay. They've had a guy, Sam Alexis, one of their front court guys, has been out a while, but with Handlogden coming back from the compound fracture this year, they've got the post-rotation back to 4, which is, where they want it. And I don't think that we'll be seeing Alexis really play much the rest of the way.
All right, Kev, last couple things. Florida obviously has had success. Those Joakim Noah, Al Horford teams, Billy Donovan were awesome. I remember Mike Miller. They've had real success. I feel like Udonis Haslem was 75 years ago, but he was very good. How much more do people still care about football down there than they do about basketball?
It's interesting because
80-20?
It's I still think it's a hard climb, because they just reduced the capacity of the O-Dome. They did a renovation in 2015 at 10.5. And they've sold out a lot this year, and I think it's because they're winning. It maybe took a little bit of a dip in the Mike White era after Billy left, so I think it's coming back. But they'll jump on board, when they have a run like this. I think that's the main thing, and but it's Gainesville's a town. I think you got to win there. And it's a hard draw too, because it's a smaller town, and I mean, you have Jacksonville and Orlando, probably an hour and a half, 2 hours away. And sometimes the Gator fans come in there. But, I would still say football-wise, football still rules the roost there.
Yeah, and because of that,
it's down south, bro.
The basketball gods should be on Maryland's side. That's all I wanted to point out. Last thing, because we're getting to a Final Four. Or no, I'm sorry, a Sweet 16, rather, where there really haven't been any upsets. The highest seed is Arkansas, but they're coached by Calipari. Their payroll is probably $9 million or something. And the closest a real upset Cinderella bid got was Colorado State almost beating Maryland. What have you thought of this tournament so far? Maybe not specific to Florida, but just in general, what the tournament has been.
Well, I think it's a byproduct of, transfers and upward mobility of transfers, right? Because if you look, for example, Florida Atlantic was a Cinderella story 2 years ago, got to the Final Four. And you look around, and Dusty May now is at Michigan. He's in the Sweet 16. His center, Vlad Golden, is there. Elijah Martin is here, right, for Florida. John L. Davis is at Arkansas. So I think that's an example of that. Is what happens is, when those Cinderella teams have those NCAA runs, the players and the coaches move up. And I think we're at the point now with the transfer portal and NIL where, those players, Walter Clayton from Iona, right? They're moving up the chain, and you're seeing the concentration of talent at the top, and that's why you have the situation you have right now.
It's been interesting. Listen, Kevin, we really appreciate you. I do hope the Gators lose tomorrow night. I mean that personally, but you are certainly very well informed.
It wouldn't be terrible because I get to go home. So, at the same time, San Francisco is a very nice city, so I'm trying to take it in.
Dude, were you in Seattle, or where was Florida's first round games?
They were in Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah, so that was close by.
That's pretty easy. What airport do you fly out of for Gainesville, or is there a Gainesville airport?
No, I usually go out of Orlando or Tampa. This trip I went to Tampa. I took a connection in Austin, Texas, and I made it to Oakland. But no more A's, right? No more Billy Bean or Moneyball or anything. I didn't even pass by the stadium. That was kind of sad.
That is interesting. Yeah, because when you land at that airport, you would go right by both of those, and now neither of those stadiums are inhabited.
Yes, it's very, very sad.
And let me guess, are you a Southwest flyer if you're going from Tampa to Oakland?
Yes. Try to find the deals. I've also got some Delta miles too, but Southwest was the best fare and the best route to get out there.
Sure. As a quasi-reformed beat reporter myself, I don't think the general public has any idea that 90 to 93% of media conversations are solely about air like frequent flyer miles and hotel stays. That's all anybody talks about.
Hotel points. Yeah. Well, I got a good Hilton down here, so it's worked out pretty well. So
there you go.
Like I said, it could be an interesting trip if they stick around, but we'll see what happens on Thursday night.
All right, Kevin, personal good luck to you. Gator, bad luck. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Take care.
Kevin Brockway. Great find there, Landini. At Kevin Brockway G1 on Twitter. Here's what I'm thinking. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We were all excited about all the local teams that got in. It's only the Terps left on the men's side and the women's side, okay? There really haven't been any upsets. The only buzzer beater belongs to the Terps. They are the biggest highlight so far through 2 rounds across the country. Has the tournament been a dud? Do you think it's about to turn around in a big way now that you got all these major matchups looming? Sweet 16, Elite 8. Phone lines are open. Hit us up.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Maryland Terrapins finally make it back to the Sweet 16, taking on Florida tomorrow at 7:39 p.m. Head coach Kevin Willard.
My teams keep getting to this tournament that I was eventually going to knock the door down. I wish I would have done it at Seton Hall, to be honest with you first. It was a place I loved and still love, and they were so good to me. I'm glad that this is only our second Sweet 16 in 23 years here, so I'm just as happy that it happened at Maryland.
Richard Pitino leaving New Mexico for Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. to VCU. Alex Ovechkin goal total now 889, 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Jets beat the Caps 3-2 in OT. Off to Minnesota to take on the Minnesota Wild tomorrow night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Aaron Curb on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. College sports has always been about money. The whole world's about money. But they've done a good job of hiding it in college sports for a while. I personally think this NCAA tournament is like the big reveal. Like, dude, it's not about coaching. It's not about recruiting. It's about cash. Not to say coaches and recruiting isn't a factor, right? Because, like, even if Maryland had the most money for Derek Queen, if he hated Kevin Willard, there'd be another dude that had money.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not $100, maybe it's $95. But if you hate a dude, maybe you eat the $5.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an accident that there aren't upsets. I'm not saying that upsets will be over, but I think it's going to be harder and harder and harder to have these tournaments with big upsets when the money is so large.
It's going to be harder, but I think you're going to find, like I said yesterday, every big name player is not going to be able to make it go to all these schools. They can't take everybody. And you're going to find one of these mid-majors that have some backing, and they're going to pull in some stars, and they're going to upset people. But I think what happens is once people figure this thing out and they put limits on stuff, they come back. Because the guys at the mid-majors are not going to they'll get somewhere where they're getting enough money. They'll get a lot, or they're going to go to the league, and they'll be doing like they did before. Because let's be real. It's not those schools, the guys at the big schools been getting money.
So I think the kid at Colorado State, Nick Clifford, that was so good against Maryland, really so good all year, he'll probably go pro, but I wonder if he wasn't, like, White Brian, was that kid that good last year, Nick Clifford? Because I'm almost surprised he stayed at Colorado State and didn't go to Colorado or UCLA.
A lot of dispensaries out in Colorado.
It's true.
He got a lot of money.
Yeah, he was good, but he wasn't, like, All-American good.
See, I think the difference is there is a chance for a mid-major, right? Like, pick your mid-major. Wofford, your school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they have 4 guards that are really good, and they rain threes. And they're able to get you for a year, but then they're all gone. Like you heard Brockway talking about how the Florida Atlantic was really good, and now everyone is gone from there, including the coach.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it gets really hard to sustain any of that. And here's something I find pretty telling, right? This year's Sweet 16 teams for the math majors, has 7 SEC teams, 4 Big 12s, 4 Big 10s, and 1 ACC team. Of the teams that are in there, listen to the budgets. The athletic department budget. Bama is in the Sweet 16. Bama has the 3rd biggest budget in the country. Michigan, number 4. Florida, number 8. Auburn, number 11. Michigan State, number 12. Kentucky, 16. Tennessee, 18. Arkansas, 20. Ole Miss, 30. Arizona, 31. Purdue, 37. Texas Tech, 41. Maryland, 43. And Houston, 56. So all of these schools are inside the top 60. Mm-hmm. And hell, 8 of them are inside the top 20.
Yeah, but when we looked at them most years, all those people were still there before this came around. And you may have what we had every year, we had maybe 1, maybe 2 people can get to the Sweet 16 Elite 8. It wasn't like we were getting 5 and 6 mid-majors all the way through.
Yeah, but there was a period of time where there was like a mid-major team pop into the Final Four like every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, because those guys were able to keep 4 or 5 guys around that have been there the whole time. And they didn't win it. So ultimately, I think we're just looking at it how it is now. You give it another 5, 6 years, it'll be right back how it was. You'll see some upsets. Because this thing is going to settle.
So do you think the lack of upsets has made things worse right now?
I don't see it not being that much worse. I've had a lot of excitement over these games. I'd rather them be closer. Listen, having a guy upset somebody in the first round then they knocked out in the second round don't mean much to me.
So I think it's very possible that what makes the first and second round so compelling are the upsets and the buzzer beaters. Mm-hmm. And there really weren't many of those. But I think it is set up for the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8 to be awesome because the matchups, dude, these are all like heavy hitter, like national broadcast type games. You know what I mean? Like Duke, Arizona, Houston, Purdue, Kentucky, Tennessee. I've watched that game. I made a point to watch at least one of those this season, and I don't root for either team.
Yeah.
Florida, Maryland, Auburn, Michigan. Auburn, Michigan is the kind of game that sounds like it could be the Sugar Bowl or like a Final Four matchup.
Yeah.
White Brian, has the lack of upsets made this tournament worse in your mind?
No. Exactly what you said. I'm excited for these matchups. You want to see the best teams fight for the national championship.
800-636-1067. Has the lack of upsets made the tournament worse? Because I remember when we did it last week, all these people would call in and say, yo, the tournament's so much better than the NFL playoffs because you get these upsets, whereas in the NFL.
I thought those people were crazy then. I think they're crazy now.
Right. And I would argue you do get upsets in the NFL because what happened when the Skins went up to Detroit. I think anytime the nature of the sport is the playoff is a one and done. It's not a series. It's not a best of 5, best of 7. It's a one and done. Anything can happen. And just because there haven't been upsets, what if 2 1 seeds go down before Saturday? You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden it's wide open. Joe is in Manassas. Joe, is this tournament worse because there haven't been any upsets so far?
Well, I love the show as always, JPB Mitch. But, I don't think it's as good, honestly. I mean, it's like the rich get richer type thing. You know what I mean? And is there a salary cap? Like, or is that coming? There needs to be some type of cap. Because if all the teams, can get the best player, like, why wouldn't they have some type of salary cap? I think there should be some type of salary cap just so you could spread the talent around and actually get to see some more of the upsets. That's why people watch the tournament. I mean, don't you agree? That's why they want to see the upset. That's my personal opinion.
I think people like the upsets until this weekend. Like, I guarantee if you had a game, what could have been a possible upset bracket? Because I know I had UNCW. If Friday at 6:00 was UNCW versus Drake, it'd be the worst rated game of the day.
Agreed.
Like, people want the upsets right.
They want the upsets early.
Yeah.
But when it gets down to 16, 8, 4, they don't want no teams in there that they don't think have a chance of winning.
Right.
And I'll be honest,
the slipper falls off about that time.
You know why everybody's saying, oh, man, the upsets are down? Because everybody's been telling you all year, take the 12. They normally beat the 5. a lot of people lost a lot of damn money early on because they didn't really look at the teams this year. They just went with what people had normally said throughout the years.
And
I
also,
do think
does
212's
the
one,
coaches,
though.
and also, JP, does the coaches like taking the big name jobs? Like, I know you got to start somewhere, but like, aren't all the coaches like starting at like Florida Atlantic or like you said earlier? Like, how you can't retain your talent? You can't keep guys more than 1 or 2 years if they're good.
Right.
Like, how can you build a program?
Yeah, I mean, the days of a dude like Larinaga lasting whatever 25 years at George Mason are cooked.
You know what? We say that now. It always goes a certain way, and then it
Cycles.
settles itself. You're going to see this thing change up. It always does that.
It's a good call, Joe. Thanks, buddy. Hey,
you guys have a great day, man.
Thanks, bro. You too. White Brian, what is coming to college sports? Is it rev share or is it a salary cap? Because there's something coming.
They've been discussing options for what seems like 5 years. I'm not gonna believe something's coming until I actually see.
I thought something's coming this summer.
Know what I'm going to tell you? You fought this long not to pay these athletes at all. Now they have a chance to go get what they're worth. And now you're going to tell them, oh, we're going to limit you because somebody complaining about you getting better people. The SEC, the ACC, the Big Ten, they've been getting better athletes than everybody ever anyway. And it's the same thing going on now. All you're going to do is end up with some more lawsuits. That's about to happen.
Yo, listen to this. This is from a Ross Dellinger story, Yahoo Sports. Under college sports' new revenue sharing rules, schools will be permitted to distribute a pool of revenue to athletes up to an annual escalating $20.5 million in year one. Power League programs are gearing up to spend the majority of that revenue pool allotment, as much as $13 to $16 million, on their revenue-generating giant of football, a move to remain competitive in the industry's self-proclaimed cash cow. For most power programs, that leaves roughly $2 to $4 million to be directly shared with men's basketball. But for those fellow D1 schools without a football program or one that competes a level down, flexibility exists to heavily invest in a singular sport with the goal of winning one of America's most popular events, the NCAA men's basketball tournament. This is a quote from Houston Athletic Director Eddie Nunez. He says, Big East schools next year could pay $6 million or more to their basketball team, and that's a game changer. I know we've discussed one local dude that might be interested in going to the Big East, and people are like, but wait, why?
That's why.
How about this quote from...
Let me hit you with this, Jay. Okay, they're paying kids, and it's legal. Before it was legal, they had major alumni paying players and things like that. You mean to tell me anybody in this world thinks if the Big East could have $6 million and the other schools getting $2 million, that there's not going to be no money funneling into those kids?
Go back the old way. You need a
Come
bag,
on, dog.
man.
Listen, that's what I'm telling you.
Let me read this quote.
Lawsuits are going to change everything.
Dog, this is from the Duke Athletic Director. Duke Athletic Director Nina King. In the Big East, their basketball revenue share portion will be a lot more than what those of us who can have with Division I power football program. Huh.
You mean to tell me
the greatest irony is Duke called themselves a power football
Do you ever
program.
think Duke basketball going to be able to spend more money than Alabama football?
1 o'clock, Alan May. We're taking your calls next. Landfill feeling himself after the Will Biaggi compliment. You said this from a movie?
Yeah, what movie? You better get this
I
one.
guessed it.
It's kind of a weird song. It's like weird. B doesn't have that. B, put your headphones on. Maybe you're going to know the movie.
This is more B's era.
He's saying it's your era.
If I know this movie, JP should know it too.
Jeff has never seen this movie.
I've never seen this movie. I'm not a movie guy, so y'all know that.
All right, Dance into the Fire. Flashdance.
Nope. People are going to roast you for this.
St. Elmo's Fire.
Nope, but it's kind of that era.
Dirty Dancing.
Nope.
I'm running out of dance-related
He's about to say it.
Fatal Attraction.
Nope.
Give me a hint, man.
He's going to say it.
Okay. B, you got anything?
Nothing at all.
Ghostbusters.
Okay, I thought he was going to say it, but he didn't say it.
Ghostbusters.
It's like one of the most popular film franchises ever.
Caddyshack.
No.
Rocky?
Nope. Here we go.
Oh, a James Bond joint.
There you go.
All right.
A View to a Kill.
I've never heard this song in my life. I am not the biggest Bond
Landfill
guy.
sits at home and watch movies all day. We don't do that.
I am shocked Jeff got that.
Here's what happened.
Who's singing that song?
Hold on a second. Here's what happened. A couple segments earlier,
George?
I played a James Bond theme, and neither of these guys knew what it was. So I just started naming Bond movies, and then I played another one there. That was Duran Duran.
Duran Duran. We could let's go around the room. Bond movie names. I know a couple, but I'm struggling. Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, you want the actors?
That's all I have.
Oh, I thought you was talking about like the actual movie.
Timothy Dalton.
Yeah, anything works. Just name something James Bond.
Casino Royale.
That one, I know that one. That's the blonde dude.
GoldenEye.
Oh yeah, the movie. Sean Connery.
No Time to Die.
B? You can't name a single James Bond thing?
I'll name all the ones I knew.
Roger Moore.
Shaken, not stirred. Which, for the record, nobody stirs a martini. You shake them up.
Shake all of them up. But he likes his stirred.
Money Penny.
There you go. Miss Moneypenny.
I think I know one, but I'm not
Quantum of Solace.
That's a Bond
And
movie.
Skyfall.
Okay.
I had that on GameCube.
I'm going to be honest. I think I know one that relates to an 8-legged sea creature, but I don't know if that's a real name or if that's like a mock title that a certain industry usually does with regular movie titles.
No, that's really the title.
Octa.
Octa.
And you had the wild end.
Can we say it? It's like OPP from Naughty by Nature, but with octopuses. Octopi.
There you go. Octopi. That's what it's called.
It's called the Octopi.
This might be the end of my rope.
Jeff knows Die Another Day.
Jeff's a low-key Bond guy. 007, does that count?
What about Dr. No?
Heard of it?
Nah.
Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one. Goldfinger was one too.
That is correct. Moonraker.
Never heard
Mhm.
of that one. I've heard of that one.
You know what? I think I'm familiar with the plot. There's some good-looking women. He drives some fast cars. At the end, the world's about to explode. He saves the day.
He always saves the
couple
day.
little sexual innuendos,
Yeah.
and then he ends up with a beautiful woman at the end.
Every time.
Yeah, but I'm fairly certain in Moonraker they go to space.
Oh.
What's the one with Russia?
All of them.
Most of them.
No, no, it was one had a title.
To
with
Russia
in
with
it.
Love.
From Russia
Russia
with
with
Love. Yeah.
Top Gun.
Nope, that's a different franchise.
Han Solo.
Nope, and different thing entirely.
What was the vampire joint? Charmed?
He went from James Bond to like, was it Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Wars?
Spock.
You completely changed the whole thing up.
What's the vampire movie that all the girls
Twilight.
liked? Twilight.
Dracula.
Was it Twilight?
It's not Twilight.
Alan May joins us next.
Oh, Lord.
This update brought to you by Surfside, iced tea, and vodka. The Washington Nationals announced their opening day pregame ceremonies for tomorrow with the first pitch at 4:05 against the Philadelphia Phillies. D.C. Washington will perform the national anthem. Mayor Muriel Bowser will give the call play ball, and Thomas Boswell will throw out the ceremonial first pitch. Also, the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales will be around the Navy Yard at 1:15 and then walk close to the center field gates 1:45 to 2. A flyover of 4 F-16 jets from the 121st Fighter Squadron, D.C. Air National Guard, will be a part of the pregame. So make sure you get to your seats early. The game is live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Alex Ovechkin now at 889 goals, a tally last night in the loss to the Jets 3-2 in overtime. He is 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. He'll have another shot for a goal or more tomorrow night against the Minnesota Wild, also on The Fan. The latest transfer portal news has Drake star guard Bennett Sturtz officially heading to the transfer portal, according to Travis Branham. Wizards and the Sixers tonight, 6:45, Team 980. The tournament is here, and Surfside iced tea and vodka is your game day MVP. Whether you're hosting a watch party or watching the action solo, Surfside is smooth, refreshing, and just 100 calories. No bubbles, no carbonation, just easy sipping. Grab a variety 8-pack and enjoy every clutch moment on Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I do want to tell the world that Jeff didn't understand Austin Powers was a parody of James Bond, but we don't have time for that story because we are lucky enough to get to the rude
Yeah, we're going to talk to somebody that's real.
Yeah, the rude guest hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. Alan May, probably somewhere in transit from Winnipeg to Minneapolis. What's up, Alan? Thanks for making time, dude.
Hey, guys, I'm already in Minneapolis. I'm in the Four Seasons gym with Kenny Sabrin, our radio guy, and just trying to solve all the world's problems. So living large.
That is two smart men. All right, well, before we talk about tomorrow night's game against the Wild, let's start with last night's game against a really good Winnipeg game, man. Winnipeg team. I thought that watching that game, that felt like playoff hockey. What was it like being there?
There was so much respect in the game for two teams that are loaded with the types of players that make each of them successful. And, you know, Winnipeg's got some smaller forwards that are super fast, and then they got some bigger guys that really know how to defend and block you out. A lot of big defensemen, one that's really good at puck moving. And, you know, they've got a style of play, and it was almost in the first period like we were watching two teams play the exact same system. And I thought there was a little too much respect given. And as the game went on, the intensity ramped up. Players started to have a little more snarl, create some hatred in their game, and that added to everything that went with it. And, you know, you couldn't pull away. Neither team could pull away. So you knew that it would be, no matter what, end up being a one-goal game, which it was in overtime on a tough line change by the Caps. But there were so many things to like about it. Winnipeg, best power play in the league. Caps were able to stop every one of those attempts that they had at the man advantage. And I just thought it was a very good team, and you see why both teams are at the top of the standings in each of their own conferences.
Does that game last night make you start thinking about what if this is a 7-game series?
So, you know, no, because by the time you get to that point in the playoffs, you may have stumbled onto something else that makes you successful in the game. But what I would say is if these two teams played, we saw Tom Wilson get pissed off last night, and no one wanted the puck when he was on the ice. And I'm not sure how this dude has done it, but he's going to be 31 years old in a couple of days, and his skating is better than it's ever been. Like, it is smoother, it's more fluid, he's faster, and he's out there, and he was knocking the hell out of guys. Like it was almost linebackers, coming through a hole and just exploding on a running back. And he was just thumping guys at full speed, all perfectly legal. And, the big thing with, how he's been so heavily scrutinized over the years, everything was a penalty. Now he's making those hits and he's not getting the calls, because before there was a mid area there where they just lifted their arms and called it a penalty anyways. But now, he is a textbook hitter. He's a goal scorer. He's the team leader on the ice. When he gets like that, he elevates the team so much. And I love how everyone just follows pace. They pick up their intensity, the speed of the game, their defensive plays. Everything gets better because they're all in it, because he just woke the game up.
What type of game, Alan, when you look at the Caps, and look, I was talking this morning about how good I thought Winnipeg was, but I finished it up by saying the Caps are damn good as well. What type of game do they need to play to be on the better end of those games most times?
Well, the next time, they play Winnipeg, they're gonna be way more physical. And, you're on this road trip here. It's late in the year. You're at the top of the standings. No one's ever won the Stanley Cup on March 25th, if I'm correct, during the regular season. So, it was just another game on a Tuesday as far as I'm concerned. And, you could lose 10 games against a team in the regular season and go in the playoffs and win the Stanley Cup. So, but for them to play at their best, it's efficient passing. I think the more they push the puck forward, the more they play in the other team's zone. They use a 5-man cycle, which is maybe the best in the league when they get going, when they get the defensemen are rotating and revolving, the forwards are protecting the puck, and they get a net front presence. But at the same time, when they do that, they've got to shoot the puck. Last night, there were times they should have shot the puck quicker, so everything would be quicker. They create more chaos, more frenetic activity and pace in front of the opposition's net. And with Connor Hellebuck, I think a little bit of what I was seeing in the first period was, a whole lot of pre-scout. Well, you can score if you do this. Well, you can score on any goalie at any time. You got to make them move. You got to make it so they can't see the puck. You've got to beat them to their rebounds. And the next time they would play or play anyone else, that's the key to the success, is making them play in front of their own nets, creating havoc, being physical down low. And when everyone does it, the team's pretty much unstoppable. I think they've had 13 games where they've scored 6 or more goals. And maybe last year may have happened one time. And but it happened a bunch of times against. It happened a whole lot against. And when they lose, this team loses a tight one. When they win, they're winning big. It's the complete reversal of last year. So it's night and day. It's so fun to watch. It's so fun to cover. And I'll tell you what, I haven't been around. I don't think I've ever been around a team that has this many great guys on it. And all my years as a player, an analyst, whatever I've done, it's a pretty unique group that they have. And I would love for them to stay healthy enough and stay committed enough to win a Stanley Cup and get the bounces to go their way so we can have another parade in D.C.
I mean, dude, I'm so with you. And for anybody having some consternation about losing to Winnipeg last night, to your earlier point about cups aren't won or lost in March, they also beat the hell out of Florida the game before. And Florida's a defending cup champ, made a bunch of trades to get guys for another run. I mean, they've matched up with the best in the league every time they've faced them. And I think this Caps team is so legitimate, and I think it's been so much fun to watch. And you couple that with also having the Ovi chase. It seems like that has not taken over what they're trying to accomplish whatsoever.
No, hey, when you think of it, 50th anniversaries are supposed to be really special, and this has been a really special, very special 50th anniversary to have so many things coinciding and happening at the same time. No team has ever hit on all their off-season acquisitions in my memory in the National Hockey League, and the Caps have done it. And their defenders, their role players, their top-tier guys they've brought in, their penalty killers, their other goalie is on par with the best in the league with the guy that we faced last night. Those are the 2 best goalies. And then you take Ovi, add that to it. And these guys they're soaking in the moments. They're enjoying it. And one last thing about, March 25th in Winnipeg, you got to go through all the teams on the East Coast to be able to get to a team on the West side.
Right.
And so, you got to be the Eastern baddie to make sure that you're taking care of it. And, you got to worry about your division first or who you're going to play in the wild card. And then you take it from there. Then you got to beat up the guys who win the Atlantic on the other side. So, you've got to have 3 rounds before you get to the one that matters the most. But, the same thing. If a football team has got a game this Sunday and they're more worried about the one the next Sunday, they're going to get their ass kicked. And it doesn't matter what place that football team is on Sunday and what place you are. You're going to get your ass kicked if you're overlooking your opponent. So to me, the biggest thing down the rest of the stretch, no matter who you're playing in the standings, everyone gets to respect, but your teammates have to respect your coach, your players. They've all got to be dialed in to narrow it down to how you want to play, to know how you're best. And you've got so many players having career years. There's not a team in the league that has a top 6 that are all in the same point range that the Capitals are in. And almost every single one of those guys, it's impossible for Obi at this time, but almost every single guy in the Caps top 6 is having a career year in one way or another. You take the guys in the third line, the way they're gelling together. The fourth line, I think, is the best in the league with Dowd and Duhaime. And it doesn't matter who they put on the right side. It's a solid line, and it's a boost to the player that gets to play with them. Right now, it's Anthony Beauvillier. Loving what I'm seeing out of him. And then you take these 6 defensemen. They're the best puck movers in the league. They're the best defenders in the league, in my opinion, as a 6-man group. I don't think I'm being a homer. I still watch a ton of hockey. And for 6 guys to be able to move the puck and defend the way they are is awesome. And like I keep saying, got to be healthy. You got to have some lucky bounces. You've just got to have so many things go your way to be able to win a Stanley Cup. But you know what? Just sharpen it. Sharpen it until the end of the season and go in the playoffs and be ready to go. And in the past, I've seen and heard the Capitals, and years ago, before they ever won a Stanley Cup, they'd be winning the President's Trophy. They'd be first place. They'd be way ahead, and they'd have an ugly March. They'd have an ugly April or whatever it was, maybe the end of February. And when someone would ask, aren't you worried about this? They said, no, we're just worried about the playoffs. Well, they get their ass kicked pretty much in the first round every time. So lessons learned, and you've got to keep your intensity and be ready to go, because the only thing that matters, like both teams, you start at 0-0. You've got to win the first 4 to win in the 7-game series. You've got to have that intensity. You've got to have that attitude. And I think the leadership right now, what I'm hearing out of the room, these guys aren't letting anyone float. They're not letting the games go by. They're not allowing themselves to be embarrassed. And that's a sign of a very, very good hockey team that's going to have good things go its way.
Sounds good, yeah.
Mayday, there was a moment I actually texted the group last night on the broadcast, and you've been doing an absolutely fantastic job along with Joe B. I don't remember what the trivia question was, but you clearly didn't like it. And then you made a joke about having to ask Grok, like the Twitter AI bot. And I texted our group thread, and I was like, dude, that was so funny by Alan. How much are you mentioned working with these guys and being around them, and not that, you aren't usually around the guys, because you are, but how much are you enjoying the day-to-dayness of it all this season, as this team is just an absolute wagon?
Well, in our group chat that we actually do nose-to-nose, face-to-face in the hallways, on the buses, in the airplanes, the hotels.
Sure.
We're all together when we travel, the radio and the TV guys, and we have a blast. We laugh and laugh and laugh. And, we have a lot of deep conversations. Because of Joe B, we have a great red wine. And, it always goes back to hockey talk. We talk about life, but it always gets back to hockey. And, one of the things I was speaking to the guys about yesterday is how I am impressed with this team. And it's the leadership of Carlson, Ovechkin, Backy and Oshie aren't here, but they were a big part of it. Tom Wilson. Now it's Stromer and Dowd. And these guys, there's times in the past, like guys don't talk to the media, or they don't acknowledge people. And, there's a big travel crew that goes with the Capitals. There's a huge production side from Monumental. There's our TV guys.
Right.
In production as well. The radio production is phenomenal, what John Walton has put together with his group of people. And we talk to the players. The players stop and talk. They don't do flybys. Everyone gets along. But the fact that the players have been so accommodating to everyone, and then when their families are around, I've been on the father's trips in the past, but to get the interaction with everyone, and it's not superficial. We have real conversations. We all we all BS and laugh, and somewhat we pick on each other, and that's part of being in around sports. And
So that's a lot of that.
Good, Nate. Yeah, it's all great natured, and you can't get away with anything. And the great thing is getting to know the players more and more. And hockey players, the majority of them are the worst interviews in the world because they're being respectful. They keep it close to the vest. But when the microphone and the camera aren't around, you get to see what they're really like. And some of the guys are absolute goofballs and morons in a good way. And you have to have those. There's guys I look at and just shake my head and laugh. and I miss having teammates like that. And then I see these guys, and it'll remind me of stories. And we all share stories. And I talk to Jacob Chychrun a lot, and he's like a one of a kind human being, and great. But they're all like this. Like Ovi is so happy all the time, and he knows he's older now. I don't know if he's got 1 more year or 10 more years left in him because he's a freak and he should have been done 10 years ago with how hard he's played the game. But the positive vibes are great. So the longer we can keep that going, and whether it's myself or Craig or whoever all is doing this, Joe B, Al Koken, the longer it lasts, it's been so much fun on this team that no one had. Well, actually, one person did. That was me. Publicly, that stated that they'd be a good team because they were so methodical in how they built the team. But the thing is, every single player you'll hear it like they can't believe how amazing the dressing room is, and the idiocy of what goes on in that tunnel before the games. I shake my head. I shake my head every time I watch it, and it just kills me. I'm like, oh my God, it's like the best. And there's so many private. Oh my God! Like the first day Bavillier got here and gets in a game, and they're calling him Bovey, and then they start singing. And, they start singing, and Chychrun, he takes it. Everyone's got something going on, and it's all in such good fun. And the ringleader is a 39-year-old 5-year-old.
That's a good explanation, man.
Yeah, and then the next oldest guy pretty much is John Carlson, and he's in on all that stuff. So he treats all the guys. It's unbelievable to see how they change over the year. We were here for day one with John Carlson, and to see, he's the caretaker of everyone. And, he's like the big brother now, the dad almost. He's got enough of them at home, and then he's got a bunch of those younger guys around here. But it's been incredible to witness, and I think it's a trickle-down effect of how good the organization has become, how involved they are. The players, they do so much in the community. And I sound like an infomercial, but I'm so damn proud of what everything has become and where the players are at. It's been phenomenal.
Alan, I went through a whole season of that. I can see where you're coming from, bro.
And that season ended with the ring, right?
I'm talking about I asked for this team to just be good again.
Gotcha.
And 20-something years, I was like, what the hell is going on? Last year, I could not believe my eyes, dog.
No, and I think that stuff permeates the community. Like I've always wanted. I thought, and you and I have had so many conversations over the years, and on the football side of things, it was embarrassing too many times. There was too much bad news and stuff that wasn't great, and to see it all align now, and I hope all the teams are good at some point. Wizards included, they get the most work, but they, if everyone, then there's nothing to complain about every day. But so. I don't know, half the guys on radio wouldn't have a job, but if there was nothing to complain about every day. But, it was great to see that the football team was able to bring, the community together more and more, that rather than being bad news and a black cloud at all times. And, I for one, in the leadership of their quarterback, and, I just thought it was great to hear people talk so positively about the football team again. And I hope it continues to happen and gets better and better. And when that new stadium is built, I hope to be there for game one.
All right.
Yeah, and dude, let's hope. I was talking with somebody from Monumental the other day, and I was like, hey man, there's all this plans for construction to start this summer at Cap One, and I was like, the Caps could be playing well into May, maybe June, and they're like, we hope they do. Construction can wait, and I was just so happy with that answer.
They have never deviated from it, and. There are plans to do it. And one of the things on, the TV side of it, our studio there's still renovations going on there in our floor. We took over the rest of the floor.
Right.
The stuff's going on. I don't know if it's 7 days a week, but it's 24 hours a day. And I see that after the games. When I walk back into Capital One Arena, they're working on the arena at night. There's already been a lot of things. We did an OB special last week, and there was all types of construction and deconstruction going on at the same time. So they'll find a way to make it happen. And once again, you want to get something done, you do it 24/7, and it'll get done.
That's it.
It shows the commitment, too. Mayday, there's a bunch of other things I wanted to ask you about. We've run out of time. We'll have to do it again. Can't wait to watch you and Joe B tomorrow night from Minnesota, and thank you for making time for us today. I know you've been traveling.
All right, take care, boys. Talk
Hi,
to you
bro.
soon.
Take care, Alan. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
Alan May, give him a follow at Alan May _16. Just absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy with how much those guys are enjoying this run. Last night was a tough loss, but that Caps team is a wagon. One thing I wanted to ask Alan about was the defenseman, Matt Roy. I don't know much about him. He always seems to be flying to the puck. And like when you do have a championship team, B, it's all these guys that just have a role and maximize it, do everything they can.
They do. And like last night, a few times, he's a little thicker than a normal hockey guy.
Yeah.
I kept thinking he was Ovi.
I know.
Because the number, it was at 6 and 8.
I think he's 3. Chychrun's 6.
Well, it was him. Because the 3 looks like, when you're looking at it, it looks like a damn 8.
Right.
If you got the wrong angle. I was like, he was shooting. I'm going, an Ovi?
Yeah.
Yeah, they remind me of each other.
Now, let me tell you this much. Caps play the Wild tomorrow night at 7:30. If you don't have a 2 TV situation, I don't know what you're doing in the year 2025 if you don't. But if you don't, go to a sports bar or something, because you're going to have the Caps on, and you damn sure are going to have March Madness on. The action starts at 7 o'clock, BYU, Alabama. That game's going to be nuts. And then, obviously, Maryland, Florida at 7:30. And the biggest buzzer beater so far of this tournament has been the Terps. But whatever it is you're looking for, from upsets to buzzer beaters, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. So tomorrow night, BYU, Bama, take the over. I know it sounds absurd, but the way those two teams score, that could get to 200 total points. Terps versus Gators, you know what to do. I'm not going to say it out loud. Arizona versus Duke, that's a 9:30 tip. Give me the points. Give me the Wildcats. Duke hasn't played a close game yet. They looked outrageous, but they were playing in Raleigh. All right? Now at least they're in Jersey. And then the nightcap tomorrow night, you got a game starting at 10:10 p.m., Arkansas, Texas Tech. Honestly, I kind of like the Razorbacks. They're only getting 5.5. Coach Cal has been there before. That's a good coaching matchup. Buzz Williams and Calipari. I kind of like the under in that one as well. Whatever the action is you're looking for, or if you still want to get some futures in, you got a ton of options on that ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Plus, all tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Alex Ovechkin now at 889 goals and is now 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record after tallying the game-tying goal against the Jets last night. Eventually, Winnipeg held off 3-2 in OT to beat the Caps. Caps now play Minnesota Wild tomorrow night. You can hear the game joined in progress after the Nationals game. The Maryland Terrapins facing Florida tomorrow night at 7:39 p.m. in the Sweet 16. The Wizards take on the Sixers tonight, 6:45 on Team 980. Richard Pitino leaving New Mexico for Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. from Bryant to VCU. Sean Miller to Texas. Fran McCaffrey likely back to his alma mater, Penn. Arizona State transfer Josan Sanin is going to go to St. John's. Elliot Cadeau of North Carolina is into the transfer portal, as is Darren Buchanan Jr. of GW, but he will play in the Crown Tournament March 31st against Boise State in Las Vegas. I'm Byron Curp on The Fan.
So the boys here know that we've had some schedule changes at my house, and I've had more mornings with the girls, and I like to play music. And the other day I played that. I don't know how we got to that song, but that song came on, and Shelby was lukewarm, but Ainsley thought it was awesome. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. All right, we're time for the official B. Mitch and Finley baseball preview. Tomorrow we're going to be Nats heavy, and shout out to the Nats. They sent me and B. Mitch and all the folks here a really nice gift package. We're going to run through the best gifts here in a moment, but I want to run through the divisions. I want to get up to speed with everything. Our guy Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor. People don't realize how wired into baseball Bees is. Hello, Bees. How do you do, sir?
Gentlemen, I'm doing really, really good. Real good. Baseball's here, baby. Couldn't be any better.
I know you love the bases, buddy.
Yes, he does.
All right, so here's what I'm thinking. The biggest story of the offseason to me is obviously Soto going to the Mets. I kind of hate it. I like Soto, though. You want to get us up to speed on maybe like 2 or 3 other of the biggest changes this offseason for us to get ready for?
So I think the one that really stands out for me is the deal for the Boston Red Sox. They picked up what is arguably one of the top 5, top 10 pitchers in baseball, Garrett Crochet, lefty. So that's going to be a big help for him. And then they also picked up Bregman. So I think with Bregman and Devers, I think they got a team that's fairly loaded over there. And that's going to be my surprise team, actually, to win the American League East. I got them 94 and 68. The total that they're selling out there is 86.5. Boston Red Sox is, and I think with those 2 main pickups, is going to be something that's going to really change the face of that team.
Interesting.
Over there.
And Boston is kind of, I don't want to say falling off, but like, didn't they kind of stop spending as much money and it kind of backed off the Yankee and the Blue Jay pace?
Yeah, they did. They had some contracts that they had to kind of weigh out and let them kind of dissolve. And when that happened, they can kind of go back and spend some more money over there. The odd thing is, too, there's a team that I don't think competes this year, but they got an owner in Toronto that really wants to spend some money, but no one's willing to go to Toronto. So I know Toronto was heavy in the Soto market, and they didn't get him. That owner's the only player he's ever met with, my understanding, the only player he's ever met with was Juan Soto. That's how amped they were to try to get Soto up in Toronto. Didn't happen.
People must not go to Toronto because Toronto's fun.
I think you got to pay a boatload of taxes, though, right? Isn't that kind of the difference?
Make them offset that.
Yeah.
So, and they still got one of the best hitters up there in Guerrero. So I might see him in a Mets jersey maybe next year.
Oh, my God. Don't let them. We'll talk about the Mets.
So I'm not a Mets guy.
You got the
Red
Sox. All right, you got the Red Sox winning the East, which that'll be a big blow to Yankee fans in the Bronx, right?
It is. I don't even have. I got the Yanks in third. I think they barely get over 500. I think they're lost pitching. I think they got one of the best 1 through 4 hitters out there, but I don't know if they're going to get there because I don't know if they have the pitching to get there. Luis Gil is hurt. They lose Garrett Cole.
He's done for the year, right?
Big losses. What's that?
Cole's done for the year.
Cole's is done for the year. Heel should be back maybe July. They did pick up Max Fried, which I think is another strong left-handed pitcher. So I think that helps them. But the betting game total, they're saying they're going to win 89.5. I got them in 88, 84, taking third. Your Orioles have a good season. You might have seen this before in Baltimore country. They start off really good. They have first place all year. They fade at the end. I think I have them at 90 and 72. Still going as a wild card pick.
That felt kind of personal, didn't it, B. Mitch? Like he was trying to come at me with that assessment.
Well, he just told you about your Orioles.
At least we're fading the Yankees. I'm into that. All right, so AL East, you got the Sox. Central, I know the Royals were coming on. What do you got in the Central?
Yeah, and that's who I have, actually. I have the Royals. I'm really skeptical about their pitching. I don't know if they can get there. They got Reagan, Lugo, Mike Waka, which has been around, seems like forever.
The dude that came up with the Cardinals, Waka?
Yeah, well, he kind of was all over the place. He also popped over the Dodgers a little bit.
Wow.
This guy's been, I think he was in San Diego even for a bit, but I'm banking on Bobby Wood Jr., which is maybe the MVP for the American League. Salvador Perez, you got Renfroe in the outfield. They still got a bunch of missing pieces, and that's why the betting number shows them only at 83.5, which is barely over 500. You know, you had Cleveland walk away with it last year, wins by 6. Kansas City goes strong late. My boy Lane Thomas, I really want Cleveland to have a good year. I just don't know if they're going to get there. So I got the Royals winning that division. I don't have any other teams from that division getting into the wild card as well.
Okay, and they got two in last year. Didn't the Tigers and the Royals get in after Cleveland?
They sure did, yeah. And Tariq Skubal, maybe the best pitcher in baseball. I don't know if he's enough to get him back into the playoffs.
I can't help but notice this, B. This is wild. I'm on the official MLB.com standings page. We're doing our baseball preview with Mike Beasley. Every city, every team is listed. Colorado Rockies, Arizona Diamondbacks, Milwaukee Brewers, New York Mets. For the A's, it just says Athletics. It doesn't say Vegas. It doesn't say Oakland. Where the hell are they playing?
They don't know yet.
They're
Sacramento?
playing just outside of Sacramento area. And what my understanding is the ballpark. That's why I'm looking for totals. I really like the kid, the Brent Rooker. I like him. He's one of my long shots. If I can ever find a number on it, I want him at 40-plus home runs. I think he's legit either way. I think they're opening up in a small ballpark.
When's the Vegas park going to open?
That's why they have no totals out there for any of the Oakland stuff, because they don't know what they're looking at.
Oh, wow.
So I think that's why the betting public is really kind of laid off of them. With that being said, they're my long shot underdog team. I think the Athletics get in as a wild card team.
Wow. I assume you got Houston winning the division?
I have Houston watching the playoffs. I have Texas coming back. I think DeGrom comes back. Evaldi. They've got Jack Leiter, which is kind of a question mark. But to make Lansfield extremely happy, they have Patrick Corbin also on the mound for the Texas Rangers.
That Lansfield team now.
All right, let's go to the NL. I'm going to guess, I'm going to play a hunch. You do not have them. I'm guessing you got the Phillies winning the NL East.
Yeah, I'm partial to the Phillies, and that's going to be a real tough division. And that's why I think the Nats are going to be a good team, but they have so many good teams in that division. I mean, if you look at this, if you look at the win totals across the board, they have 3 of the highest win totals right there in that division. You got the Mets at 90.5, Braves at 93.5, and the Phillies at 91.5. I still like the Phillies. I think they're the more complete team still. I think pitching, they're very strong. And when you go 1-4 with Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Alec Bong, and then Schwarber hitting the 4 slot, I think they were 1-4 at the top, and well, not the top of baseball, because there's a team called the LA Dodgers that
loaded.
It seems like they got a 70-man roster. Is how big this
they
team
are
is.
loaded.
Yeah, I mean, just to return the favor, I bet the Phillies will be great all year, first place, do it all, and then just fade away in October. I think we're sleeping on the Braves too. I think the Braves are just a really well constructed baseball organization.
I do. You got Ozuna over there,
Yeah.
Acuna. So I mean, they're a solid team. You can't take anything away from that team.
You got a wild card coming out of the East, Braves or Mets?
I have the Mets.
Okay.
Coming out of the.
I mean, hell, they got
National
to
League East.
the
I also
NLCS
have
last
the
year.
D-backs, and I have the Cubs getting into the playoff hunt this year.
Hold on. Who you got winning the Central?
Well, this is another surprise team, and this is really
You're not
really
going to say
taking a big
Pittsburgh.
leap here. I'm taking the Cincinnati Reds. I'm a big Cardinal fan. Cincinnati Reds. I think they have it, and they're only slated to win 78.5 games. So it's the betting public's not saying they're going to be a good team, but I think they make enough work over there. I think they're pitching. They got Luke Weaver now back in a starting role as a pitcher. They picked up Brady Singer. They got Wade Miley, which it seems like he's been around for 25 years. But I think Hunter Green has a top 10 kind of pitching performance this year. So I got Hunter Green. He's one of the better pitchers in baseball this year. They picked up Gavin Lux. You just wonder what the makeup is around Ellie De La Cruz. He's going to be their main gun. They picked up Austin Hayes. I think you've heard of him. He played for the Royals at one point. And I think Ashcraft is one of the league leaders when it comes to saves this year. So I got a long shot with the Cincinnati Reds.
I like that.
And with the Cubs right behind him.
You think Skeens wins Cy Young for the Pirates?
Well, he's supposed to, right? I mean, he looks like a robot out there. I mean, his workouts and everything in general, they show more of his workouts than they do from pitching, it seems like. But yeah, he's a monster. I think he's going to have a good year. That whole division, I mean, I think 85.5 is the most wins that they have any team doing. The Pirates at 77.5, so they think it's going to be a very close race when it comes to this season in 2025. I like this game, so.
Okay, so a few things just to wrap up the NL Central. The B. Mitch and Finley favorite player in the NL Central is, of course, Brewers second baseman Bryce Turang. And we need to make
it's Tressway's cousin.
Tressway's brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law, okay.
And B. Mitch and Finley would officially like to request, if Skeens ever pitches at Nats Park, we do need the MGM seats for that game.
Oh, our seats with the silly seats that sit right next to the dugout?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Those are sweet.
I am sure none of the high rollers would like to see Paul Skeens pitch. You'd rather have me and B. Mitch there.
Yeah, we'd rather have B. Mitch and JP there.
Yeah.
All right, last
maybe,
one.
Maybe Jeff, too.
And JP get the pitch, the first pitch.
Jeff already left, so he's not even here. So you don't get to claim that.
Oh, he's listening now, though.
He does work 3 of the 5 days a week, so you can't harp on him.
See, when he's not here, Bees, he hears everything. When he's here, he's never around.
All right, I'm going to play a hunch here, and I don't like to do this. I don't like to get over my skis, but I'm guessing in the National League West, you're taking the Dodgers, and they're already 2-0.
So I kind of think I have to listen to this. Listen to these players. Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Sasaki, Dustin May, Kershaw, Gosselin. Both those two are on the IR, but you got Betts, Freeman, Smith, Edmund, Muncy, Conforto, Teoscar Hernandez. They're loaded.
They have an all-star team.
And I didn't even say Ohtani. So they have so many big names on that team. I like what the Arizona Diamondbacks did by signing up Corbin Burns. I think the Diamondbacks give them a run for their money. I take the Dodgers winning 97 games, 1 game less than last year. The win total on that is 103.5. They got the D-backs at 86.5. Followed right behind with the Padres. So I got Mets, D-backs, and Cubs going as wild card teams. And don't sleep on the Diamondbacks. I think they're going to have a really good team.
All right, give me your World Series in the winner.
I am going to I can't. I mean, it's easy to say the Dodgers. I can't say the Dodgers. I'm going to I'm going to go right back with the Arizona Diamondbacks beating the Boston Red Sox in the World Series in 2025.
Wow.
Wow.
All right.
So not too many people are going to have that. I do have some really good future plays. I love this play every year. I don't know why it's so high. The closest team in wins, and it was out there last year, any team to win more than 106.5. So they got to win 107 games. So they got to go 107 and 55, which is an enormous 52-game spread. It's minus 185. I play the under every year. The closest team is going to be scaring me this year, which is the Dodgers at 103.5. But I just can't. I think they have so much competition with the Padres and the D-backs in that division, which they face more often than they do the other teams. And I think that brings their win total down. I am loading a 50-star play up on season wins under 106.5, 50-star play.
50
My favorite
star
home.
play.
All
Bees,
right.
we got to run. We're late. Thank you for the time, bro.
Hi,
Appreciate it.
Bees.
That's our guy, Mike Beasley. He's got the D-backs over the Red Sox in the World Series. I'm getting fired up for baseball, but I'm most fired up about my new garage door. You've heard me talk about it a ton. I used to have a ratty old clanger. Used to be louder than a Harley Davidson going down the street at midnight. Wake the whole house up. I could barely use it because it was so damn loud. Now my joint is silent, and it's the easiest way to come in and out of my house if I have to work late, whatever I have to do. Tonight I got all ears at NBC. I'll get home around 9:30. Definitely going in through the garage door. My boys Shane and Vince came out to the house, showed us a ton of great options, and the install could not have been easier. They left my garage in better shape after than it was before. They showed us a ton of options. We got to pick. I'm telling you, the garage door has really changed my home, and the same thing could happen for you. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call today. Ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out right now at doorproamerica.com. Pull the trigger, kill it. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the Washington Nationals. Gave us this dope goodie bag in advance of opening day tomorrow. If you're coming downtown, come hang with me and B at Tap 99. I think they're sicking the rooster on us. I don't know how this is going to work. Landfill, how excited are you to remote produce a show with apparently a 1 hour crosstalk with Rooster?
I mean, it's going to be intense.
Just sit back.
Is he sitting with us, or are we like cross-talking like we do with Philly?
No. I think he's going to be right, hopefully, in between the two of you.
Oh, he's going to be sitting there. I'm just going to walk off.
Yeah.
Bobsled style?
I hope so. I hope he sits on your lap.
Nah, they ain't happening.
B's
he can sit on
sturdier.
JP's lap, not mine.
B's sturdier.
If he wants to sit on my lap, he's going to be thrown into the dumpster.
We'll be at Tap 99 tomorrow. If you want to hang out with Grant and Danny today, they're at Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn, right by Commanders Park. Tressway is going to be there from 2:30 to 3:30. Charlie and Dave will be there from Nats Radio from 5 to 6:30. Should be a lot of fun out there. Lost Rhino's got really good food, too. Tell the people at Lost Rhino we say what's up.
What up?
White Brian, anybody win any bets yesterday? I know Landfill lost.
JP won. Everyone else lost.
Oh, I'm undefeated. I've won the week.
I mean, the thing is, I did win yesterday.
No, you didn't. You weren't here.
You weren't here.
That's winning.
Yep, you don't count.
I kind of get what you're saying. Anybody got a pick for tonight? Quick.
UC Irvine -4.5.
UC Irvine.
UC Irvine -4.5 as well.
I think I'm going to take UC Irvine -4.5. B?
I'm taking whoever's playing UC Irvine.
Oh, B's fading everybody. UAB, the Dragons, the Blazers. All right. We got a bit. Do you know what UC Irvine's mascot is?
No. Are they the banana slugs?
No, sir. They're the anteaters.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know this for certain.
So they're aardvarks.
No, they're anteaters.
Aardvark, anteater is an aardvark eat ants.
What?
An aardvark eat ants.
A square is a rectangle, and a rectangle is a
aardvark
square.
eat ants.
I don't know this for a fact, but I believe Logan Paulson's wife played basketball at UC Irvine.
I thought you were about to say Logan Paul's wife is an anteater.
Definitely not what I was going to say. I think she played basketball at Irvine. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining the program. Thank you to Kevin Brockway for joining the program. Thank you to Alan May, and thank you to Mike Beasley. Pack show. Tomorrow's going to be another one. Tap 99 and the Roosters invading. I don't know how the hell
we
that's
right
going
next
to work.
door to Killwins, bro.
We also have Kevin Franzen and Bob Carpenter.
Kevin Franzen, Bob Carpenter, Johnny Holiday. Busy day tomorrow. Going to be awesome.
Popcorn, ice cream.
And popcorn ice cream. What more could you ask for?
And ice cream, not ice cream.
Grant and Danny on location in Ashburn, Lost Rhino Brewery. Next.
This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Maryland Terrapins preparing for the Florida Gators in the Sweet 16. Tomorrow night, tip time 7:39 p.m. from the Chase Center, San Francisco, California. Head coach Kevin Willard, I'm trying to be positive with them all the time.
So for me, I just try to give them a stress-free zone in the locker room. It's the locker room is their safe spot. The huddle is their safe spot. They know they're going to come over and not get yelled at. They know they're going to come over and get encouraged. It's the same thing at halftime.
Richard Pitino leaves New Mexico for Xavier. Phil Martelli Jr. from Bryant to VCU. Sean Miller from Xavier to Texas. Fran McCaffrey looking at Penn. Arizona State transfer Josan Sanin chooses St. John's. North Carolina point guard Elliot Cadeau. GW forward Darren Buchanan Jr. go to the transfer portal. Latest from the transfer portal, Indiana transfer Gabe Cupps has committed to Ohio State. Alex Ovechkin now at 889. He's 6 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record after a tally last night. Winnipeg beat the Caps 3-2 in overtime. Back at it tomorrow night at Minnesota. Game joined in progress after Nationals versus Phillies live right here on The Fan. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from thewindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
A very pleasant good afternoon on this Wednesday, March 26th. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan, and we are out and about. We are fired up today because we're going to be celebrating the start of a brand new Nationals campaign, opening day at Nats Park in D.C. tomorrow, with an event at Lost Rhino Brew Pub out here in Ashburn. And we're going to be here for the duration of our program from 2 to 6:30. A great opportunity for many of you in the area if you want to come by and meet some DC sports dignitaries. Tressway of the Commanders is stopping by in about a half hour or so. We'll have him here from 2:30 to 3:30. During Tressway's hour, Jacob Chychrun's calling into the show, who got his 8-year extension yesterday for $72 million. So Tress, who's a Caps fan, maybe will help me tag team that interview. You'll notice that Danny's out again, that he is still sick. But here's the good news. It sounds like maybe, just maybe, we'll have him and we'll be back at full strength on the field during batting practice tomorrow for a live 90-minute show ahead of the first pitch of a new Nats season. I cannot wait for our opening day coverage, and that's why we're here today. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler, the longtime voices of Nationals baseball on Nats Radio, are coming out here and hanging out with me starting at 5 o'clock today for our season preview ahead of opening day tomorrow. We'll talk through the Nats lineup, bullpen issues that could arise on the pitching staff, expectations for some of the young arms. We will cover it all with Charlie Slows, who's been calling Nats games on the radio since day one at Nats Park way back in 2005. And Dave Jagler, who joined him as his teammate in the booth 1 year later. Cannot wait to chat with those two guys today. So great show planned for you. Again, we're live all day long. Come on out. Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn as they unveil their brand new IPA out here, the Hittin' Dingers delicious drink that they are rolling out today ahead of the brand new Nats baseball season. But I actually want to start on the ice because last night, the Great Eight got one step closer to Wayne Gretzky as Alex Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals were skating north of the border. Later night caps, not quite late night caps, 8 o'clock start time, but a little later than they're normally playing with 4 minutes to go. Goal number 889, now just 5 back of Gretzky. Ovechkin is 6 goals from hockey immortality.
On back near wall. The tie up in a hash mark. Pro on his weak side. Ovechkin, he scores! Alex Ovechkin scores from the left dot. This game is tied, and Ovechkin picks one up here in Winnipeg. It's goal 8-8-9. He needs 5 to tie. He needs 6 to break. Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. An electrifying moment here in downtown Winnipeg. Ovechkin draws one closer.
What a call by John Walton, as heard right here on 106.7 The Fan. So a couple of things about the goal last night. First, now that we're in the single digits of the countdown, you're starting to see in these buildings that the fans, even of the opposing teams, and last night's a big hockey game. Best team in the West, best team in the East. 7th time ever that this late in the season, the two best teams in the sport with top 3 offense and defenses met. And in Winnipeg, fans came to their feet to give Ovechkin the standing ovation after his goal. You go into the game wanting him to score on your ice against your own team. We are there now because the visiting fans want to see history. And if you showed up in Winnipeg last night, you knew you weren't going to see him break the record, but you could see him get one goal closer. So I think it's pretty cool now that we've reached the point of this chase where even the fans rooting against the Capitals want Ovi to score. And in that moment, if you ask Jets fans, hey, you're up by a goal, there's 4 minutes left, Ovi can score, and you got to go to overtime, or Ovi could not score, which would you rather have? I'll bet you a lot of the fans in that barn wearing Jets jerseys would have said, let's see an Ovi goal. You could see it by their reaction. But what he's doing is astounding at 39 years old. He came into the season. Remember this. He needed 42 goals at the beginning of the year when this whole thing started. At the beginning of the year at 39, in an age where nobody scores 40 goals, he needed 42 to break the record. And everybody said, well, thank God he's got 2 years left on his contract. Because he's not going to do it this year. But over the next 2 seasons, scores 25 this year, 20 next year, maybe 15 next year. He'll break the record. He'll be there. He's got a chance to mess around and get it done right here and right now. 11 games left and 6 to go. And I just want to reiterate that he missed 16 games with a broken bone in his leg this year. And he came back like nothing had ever happened. Like I come back from a cold. You know, like you go home and you tell your wife after the day at work, you go, you know, lunch didn't really sit well. I didn't feel great. I'm going to take a little nap and maybe we'll watch the TV show tonight. You just stay in bed. The next morning you wake up like nothing happened. That's how Ovi responded to breaking his leg this season. Just came back on a heater in year 20 in the National Hockey League, and we've just been so spoiled. I tweeted this out yesterday, and I really feel this way. I was kind of in my feels watching him last night, and I'm like, what a gift it has been. Of all the times to be alive on this spinning rock, to get his entire career in my home market, to be from the DMV, to care so much about this team, to have had him drafted at a time when I was a huge fan in, at that point, I guess, early high school. And I didn't know what I didn't know. I knew this was the Russian player that they said was going 1-1 that everybody wanted. That's as far as I kind of went with my Alex Ovechkin knowledge. But as a sports fan, I'm not trying to be overly dramatic. He's changed my existence. He's changed my life. And for so many of us, he's changed this city. The amount of kids like my 4-year-old now that's skating at the St. James that wants to play hockey as he's out there in his Ovi sweater, that didn't exist when I was growing up. The first time I ever went on ice, I was 13 years old at a birthday party. I drove 35 minutes from my house. That was the first time I ever put ice skates on. Didn't know what I was doing, falling all over the place. Now, there's 40 kids, my boys' age, 4 and 5 years old, wearing cap stuff, skating around, falling all over the place like ducks trying to walk over at the St. James. And it's maybe not all because of, but it's mostly because of Alex Ovechkin. But the goal last night, beautiful time. The Caps ended up losing what was a tremendous hockey game. They outshot Winnipeg 29-25, but they get a point on the road against one of the best home teams and the best team in the West, second best team in the NHL, because the Capitals are the best team in the NHL. So they'll take the point and they'll move on. But the story was Ovi with a goal. And can I just say, how about the pass from Alexi Protas? Remember when Alexi Protas wasn't a star last year? What happened? Who is this man? It's incredible what has transpired with this player that was very average last season. Struggled to skate with any kind of speed. Earlier this season, actually, we had Jacob Chychrun on the show. And Chicky, who signed yesterday, is going to be with us at 3 o'clock today on the phone here in 50 minutes. And we'll get to celebrate his new contract. But Chychrun said, whatever Protas did this offseason, we need to hire the people he worked with and bring them in to work with all of us this offseason. And I couldn't agree with that more. The growth he's made, as we're getting ready to talk about the Nats today, That's what the Nationals need from their young guys, their Abrams, their Cruz, their Wood, that gigantic leap that elevates the entire tide of your organization that they've gotten from Protas, who's on the precipice now of 30 goals. He's got 29, but just a ridiculous pass after winning a battle on the boards to Ovechkin. And I thought that goal was symbolic too, from this perspective. At the start of the season, it felt like the Ovechkin goal chase, the Gretzky hunt, so to speak, was going to happen in the woods without anybody knowing it was going to take place. Because as we saw last year, Washington had a scratch and claw to make the playoffs. I mean, they got in on the final night with a minus 40 almost goal differential. Really didn't have any business being in the playoffs, but it was fun. They get a first-round series. They get swept out by the Rangers, and the whole thing ends quickly. But it did feel like going into this year, maybe they make the playoffs, maybe they don't. At least we'll have the chase. But it's probably going to be the story on an otherwise pretty mediocre-ish team. But there is now a symbiotic nature to Ovi's chase and the quality of this team. A harmony and a unison and a concert that those two things are working in, where I think the symbolism of last night was Ovi's goal was massive. They're playing in this huge game with 4 minutes left, and he ties the game. Look at his third period numbers this year. Over and over again has done this. But because the team has been so good, their offense has been awesome. They're getting career years from so many guys. The kids that I mentioned broke out. It has allowed Ovechkin to have more opportunities, not only on the power play, but at even strength, to get more shots, to score more goals. And Ovi's unbelievable season, he's top 4 in the league in goals despite missing almost a quarter of the year, is one of the reasons why they are overachieving to the extent that they have, and they've become a juggernaut again. So they're really working in unison in a way that I don't think anybody anticipated when the year began. But it's been a real pleasure to watch all season long. Ovi's hunt continues as he is now just 5 back of Gretzky, 6 from the record with 11 to play. Yesterday on the show, we were talking about it feeling like if he went another game or two without a goal, maybe being the first time this season since he got hot where you said it might be next year. But with another goal, this is how quickly it happens in hockey. Now he just needs the 6 with 11 games. He's a multi-goal game away at any point from it feeling like a formality. Now, quirky sport. He could go 2-3 games without a goal, which for him is like 10 for a normal person. And if that were to be the case, then all of a sudden the chances of him doing it are pretty slim. But I would bet on it right now. And if you got tickets to one of those home games at Capital One Arena, you might have a big decision to make coming up. If you're a Caps fan, I think it's an easy decision because you'll want to be there. But the amount that these tickets are going to be going for to the remaining home games, there's only 3 of their final 9 in April that are going to be at home. It'll be the most expensive ticket to a regular season sporting event in this city, perhaps in history. I would imagine there's never been $1,000 regular season ticket, get-in price on average for anything that's happened here. I can tell you it doesn't happen for the Nationals. Certainly it didn't happen for the Caps. The only thing, you guys would have to tell me if you were RFK people with the Redskins, but it was so long ago that 1,000 then was like what does that translate to, right? I got to imagine it'll be the biggest get-in price for a regular season game in the city's history. So should be really, really fun. Pivoting to football really quickly to close in on our Tressway conversation, starting in a little bit. Every now and then I think it's important now that the Commanders are considered good and coming off of an outstanding year, and we're out of the bucket of teams that get made fun of all the time, just to take inventory on how good it feels that we're not one of the terrible teams anymore. Like, imagine waking up a Giants fan today. The Giants, these silly geese, 4 days ago signed Jameis Winston, which is just an unserious thing to do. Now, Jameis Winston's hilarious, and I love him, and I want him to be an analyst on Fox Sports for years to come, and I'll laugh at everything he does. But the thing I don't want him to do is quarterback my football team at any point ever. But they signed him, and the thought was, well, maybe he'll be their starter, even though he got backup money. 4 days later, they did a less serious thing. They signed Russell Wilson to be their starter in 2025, the year of our Lord. Not 15 years ago. Not when this guy was like good at football, 10 Pro Bowl, Super Bowl title. He is on a tour right now of trying to play for as many teams as possible. So the Seahawks, 1 year with the Broncos, 1 year with the Steelers, 1 year with the Giants. I remember, I'm old enough to remember, when Russell Wilson in his final year with Seattle played really poorly, and it wasn't his fault. And then he went to Denver and he played really poorly, and everyone thought Sean Payton was the biggest jerk in the world. And then he went to Pittsburgh and actually started out okay, but it bombed out. The idea of him starting for your team, while a better option than any of the others that they had yesterday, it's the Argo scenario. If you remember the old Academy Award-winning film directed by my guy Ben Affleck, who makes nothing but bangers as a director, by the way. Great movie. The best of all the bad ideas is what they call Argo. Russell Wilson's probably that. But my God, are you signing up for 6 wins with a quarterback room of Wilson and Jameis and Tommy DeVito? That's the most hilarious trio of quarterbacks you could possibly assemble. I saw a graphic floating around on the internet that I thought was great, which was the quarterback billboard for the Netflix documentary series. And they're doing a second one this year. The first one you remember was Mahomes and Cousins and Mariota. It was just a great series where they followed those guys around, showed games and highlights, and then behind the scenes stuff on the family front. Well, you could just do a quarterback series on this QB room, and it would be better than anything that you would do with 3 random quarterbacks from around the league. Because you've got Wilson, who is, while a really nice guy and like a good human being by all counts, former Walter Payton Man of the Year, just kind of cheesy and, he's wholesome in a very positive way, but he's one of these dudes where he doesn't know the video he just posted is not being laughed at because it's funny. It's being laughed at because it's kind of like cringeworthy. So you've got him, and then you've got Jameis, who's going to be scratching and clawing and fighting with him to give the speeches pregame. And then DeVito, who's like their Taylor Heineke, who fans can't get enough of and fall all over themselves to support because he played like 3 mediocre games that one time. And he's got an agent that dresses funny. It's such a bad quarterback situation. And it just reminds me of what used to be here. We've had some of those. Not like 3 cast of characters like this where you could do an office sitcom. But the Heineke, Wentz, whatever else was on the depth chart then stuff. Was that a Sam Howell or was there a Kyle Allen in there or something? I mean, there have been so many bad quarterback rooms here that when I see something like this, you get a little bit of that PTSD where you go, "Ooh, those were bad times." Only 30 years of them, but it's over here. You got your guy. You got your answer. Jaden Daniels will be here. But it feels to me going into next year like a 2-horse race in the division still, where the Eagles will be the heavy favorites, understandably. They've lost a lot this offseason, but until Washington proves that they've closed the gap after giving up 55 in the NFC title game, the Eagles should be considered the top team in the NFC East. And then you've got the Commanders as hard chargers. Not really sure what to expect because there's been a lot of changeover for them as well. When you have 28 free agents, the chemistry of the locker room, which was their greatest asset last year, the Dan Quinn Brotherhood, I don't have my bell here, but the Brotherhood for DQ kind of was as valuable as anything not named Jaden Daniels in the whole organization. Thank you, Dad. Appreciate you. Got to have the Brotherhood bell ready at all times with Dan Quinn. Thank you. Brotherhood. Brotherhood? Yeah, there it is. Okay, thank you. But I think we're in a good place where the Giants will not be competitive enough to be a factor, and they have secured that with their quarterback decisions. And the Cowboys are regressing and getting older. I think they'll be fine, but Washington and Philly are head and shoulders better than both of those two teams. And the Giants are going into a lame duck season for their GM and head coach. They'll probably have to fire Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, for that matter, former coach of the year, who's gone in the wrong direction since. So they'll be in the hunt for a GM and a head coach. And the question is, do they draft Shedeur Sanders at 3 and add him and cut DeVito and then have Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and Shedeur Sanders? That just got funnier as a quarterback room. The only college player who's ever done his own, podcast live from Radio Row at the Super Bowl. Just a lot of dudes who get a lot of attention, which isn't always a great thing in the same room. Big time egos all together in one quarterback setting. But Wilson and Winston, man. The Giants are just like, let's throw some QBs at the wall and see what sticks. All right, Tress Way is stopping by the show coming up at 2:30. Tress Way will be with us to discuss all things Commanders. And then on the other side of that, we've got a season preview of Nats baseball from 5 to 6:30 today with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. We're live in Ashburn. You can come hang out with us, be a part of the broadcast. Lost Rhino Brew Pub. Grant and Danny. No Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Sixers tonight in Philadelphia. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Opening day coming up for the Nationals tomorrow. We got news today that Brad Lord is going to make the opening day roster. Final bullpen spot going to come down to Jackson Rutledge or Orlando Rebalta. Tomorrow, Nats and Phillies opening day. 4:05 first pitch. Mackenzie Gore taking on Zach Wheeler. To preview opening day, Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler are going to join Grant coming up at 5 o'clock. Last night in hockey, Alex Ovechkin goal 8-8-9, now just 6 away from the record, but the Caps fell in overtime to the Jets 3-2. And coming up next, Commanders holder and occasional punter Tress Way going to join Grant out at Lost Rhino Brew Pub. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Out in Ashburn at Lost Rhino Brew Pub, 5 o'clock, our Nats season preview kicks off. We're celebrating the release of the Hitting Dingers IPA that they've got out here at Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, and we are joined now by longtime friend of the program, the people's punter, really the holder for the Washington Commanders, Tress Way. It is good to see you, brother.
You too, man.
We've been talking about for like a year. We're like, we got to get together.
Yes.
We'll get you some wings, get a beer. I texted you a couple days ago. I'm like, we're coming out your way.
You did.
So I'm glad that we could put this thing together to celebrate the return of Tress Way after your new one-year deal. You're
crazy.
You're back for another year.
Back for another year.
Longest tenured member of the organization.
12, man. We met my rookie year.
That's right.
12 years. That's pretty awesome.
That was like 3.5 kids ago for me, right?
Yeah.
Half, not because we have half of a child, but because we have a fourth on the way.
I'd like to hear the science behind that.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's a fourth on the way. It's got a few months left of development.
All right, there you go.
And then it'll be here. But and mortgages and cars and a lot of kids for you and a marriage as well.
Yeah.
But you're all grown up, and you are. I was just talking to you. You're one of the reps for the club that has to go and basically hear what the union thinks.
Yeah.
And then report back to other players.
Yeah.
Because you're a responsible guy that can be trusted.
Thank you.
With such matters.
Thank you.
Normally, they send you to random cities.
Correct.
It's like, I got to go here.
Yeah.
Where were you this past trip?
Well, they've really focused on getting the attendance up, and they were like, well, what can we do to really ensure that guys get there? And so they offered to fly you and your family to the meetings and put you up in the hotel for the week. And they offered up Maui this year. So attendance was 100%. We did a survey at the end, and it said, hey, how much did the location affect like you coming to the meetings? And it was like 1 to 10. I was like, I was going to come regardless. I'm the voter. Like, I'm going to go. But if they're asking just in case they're thinking next year, I'm going to go ahead and put 10. Like, let's be honest here. So it was unreal, man.
Maybe that's what they've got to do annually. The combine every year is in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there are these, used to be that the NFL draft was at Radio City Music Hall.
Yeah, every year.
Maybe these union meetings have to be in Maui.
You know what's a shame is that I could have put that in motion and we could have voted on that right there.
You should have.
And it just
slam the gavel.
That's a freaking missed opportunity right there.
Yeah, I needed you to work on that. But the off season for you. So was there ever a time when you thought maybe you weren't coming back? How does that work? Or is it as they'll get to me?
Yeah.
Like, I want to be here.
Yeah.
They want me here. Because every time we go through our list of free agents of who needs to come back and who doesn't, it's so obvious when you've got a really good punter you don't have to worry about. But it's also not a thing where if you want to be here, it's not like you're just going to like call Adam Peters and be like, just sign with the Bears, man. Sorry about your luck. It's like, how did the process go?
Yeah. So honestly, like whenever we had the whole change, the whole regime change going into this year, I was going into last year of my contract, and oldest player on the team, been here a long time, have just freaking loved it and don't want to play anywhere else. And going into this last season, I was like, man, like I don't know how to necessarily approach this. Like, do I approach this like this is my last season here? Like, because, hey, at some point I hope it's not for a while, but at some point somebody else is going to have to punt for Washington. Like I will have to dip out at some point.
Well, but I've actually raised the idea that when you're done, we just don't punt anymore. But you know how you retire jerseys?
Yeah.
We're going to retire the position.
Well, and like
just go for all the fourth downs like we're Holy Cross.
Yeah, and like honestly, if we have to throw in like the little sneaky fake punts, I can try and convert that way as well instead of giving them. Now
2 for 2, 38 yards in your career.
I'm 3 for 3.
I've got you 2 for 2 on Pro Football Reference.
It's incorrect.
Really?
Ask me my stats. I will give better stats than anything you find online. They may not be accurate, but this one is 3 for 3.
Hold on.
I threw a fade against the Giants in 2015. Threw an out route against threw it to Quentin Dunbar. Quentin Dunbar came in as a wide receiver, couldn't catch so bad that they moved him to DB. Yeah, let's throw a fake punt to him. Let's give him a shot.
Okay, so who were you playing in that game?
We were playing the Giants at MetLife.
Was that Puma?
That was Puma.
Puma, let's rage.
Yes. And
Okay.
then Colorado was against the Eagles out route in 2018 at home. We were eliminated, but it was a night game and threw an out route against the Eagles to J.U. Chesson. And then,
Okay, I only remember that because that name,
Yeah.
that's not a name I've ever thought of for one other second otherwise, with all due respect to the Chessons.
Yes. And and then obviously to Ben.
Oh, you know what? Okay, so here's what happened. I guarantee
Postseason.
Exactly. 2 for 2 for 38 yards.
That's fair.
Is going to be your regular season stats.
Yeah. Because
Postseason
whenever
is quantified differently.
I think I talk about my stats like 3 or 4 times a day to like different people whoever's willing to listen. So that's fair. I never talk about my postseason stats.
All right, so Darius, give me a little game show music. I was going to save this for later in our sit down in our hour together.
We're there now.
But we've already gotten here. So I want to quiz Tress Way on his own career a little bit, and you're kind of sticking your chest out.
No, I'm not.
But you're telling me you know your numbers.
Oh, I was gonna say I just leaned up to take a sip of the new beer. So
and how is it?
Phenomenal.
Yeah?
I'm a big
Let's
hazy
go.
IPA guy.
Hitting
The only
dingers,
thing I'm
baby.
nervous about is this microphone sounds super clear, so I may be burping up, hitting dingers into the mic.
Yeah. And those are the dingers you hit after you drink it on air, I think. All right, but I didn't know if you were a guy that like knew the back of your baseball card.
I do not.
It sounds like you might.
Well, listen,
you got some
whenever
pretty distinct memories of these fake punts.
fake punts, yes, I do, because I'm a punter and I get a chance to throw the ball. So yeah, I rewatch those at least 3 or 4 times a day.
All right, how many punts have you had blocked in your career?
1 is too many, but I'll say 3.
On the nose, 3 block punts.
No, thank you.
All right.
I could probably remember all of them too going back. But
All right,
that was
give
a
me
guess.
them. Let's hear them.
Got 1 blocked against Dallas because Dallas scored on offense, defense, and special teams of that game.
Oh, I remember that game.
Just
Yes.
the waxing that was terrible.
That wasn't the like 800-7 game at their place, was it?
Yes, it was.
I don't want to talk anymore about that.
Horrible.
Go to the next one.
My first game ever in the NFL against the Houston Texans at Houston 2014 blocked.
Really?
Yep. Alfred Blue, running back, up and under, boom, blocked.
That was
it.
week 1.
Week 1.
Yeah.
My first game.
I think that was Gruden's first game
It
ever,
was
too.
Yes.
Okay.
And then crap. Oh, and then Dallas 2 years ago. Freaking Dallas.
What are we doing here?
It's Dallas. Well, Fossil's gone now. He's a great coordinator. He's
Yeah.
in Tennessee, so just go.
All right, your longest punt distance and against what team?
79 against the New York Giants.
I've got 79 against the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, it is the Panthers.
79 yards. He knew it, though.
Oh, it was
All right.
77 against the Giants.
You're on a
Rookie year.
heater right
Yeah.
now.
Dadgummit.
77 is number 2 on the list.
Yes.
And that was year 1.
Yeah.
All right. This one's fun. I'm excited about this one. How many career rushing yards do you have?
Oh, crap. I didn't make it.
Over, under 0.5.
Over, under? It was
Yeah.
under. I got tackled behind the line of scrimmage, I think. Is it negative?
I've got you at 2 rushing yards. In your
Oh,
career.
I see. I crossed the line of scrimmage, didn't get
Yeah.
the first down.
How about that?
The St. Louis Rams. Whenever I tell some of my young teammates I played against the St. Louis
That
Rams.
makes you sound so old.
Dude, I told one of my buddies, I was like, yeah, I used to sit here and talk with D Hall all the time, and like he was just good. And I said like something cool that D Hall used to do, and one of my teammates goes, dude, you play with D Hall? I was just like, yeah, man. And he looked at me and goes, how old are you?
That
I was like,
means you're old now. I guess
I was like,
that's
that
true.
backfired. I was
He's
just
already-
like, he's gonna think this is cool.
He's a DB's coach now, so
Yeah.
I guess that's a thing. That is, to me, as a sports fan, one of the things that dates you. There's really 2. Now that I'm an old guy, mid-30s, right?
Oh yeah, samesies.
All right, so I think well, what are you?
I'm turning 35 in 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm older than you. You're such a young guy.
Thank
I'm
you.
36.
See?
All right, so the point of the dude's story is, though, when a junior of a player I loved is now playing, and this is a thing in baseball. I'll just tell you.
Oh yeah,
like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Like,
yes.
No, man. Your dad was my guy.
That's
like,
right.
You can't
That's
be
right.
here yet.
Isn't there a young Biggio playing right now too?
Gavin Biggio.
Yeah.
Every Blue Jay player, Bo Bichette.
Bichette.
It's Dante Bichette's kid.
Yeah.
But when the kid of the player that I like this card, that I pretended to be him in my yard,
you're there.
I
Man.
might as well be 100.
Are you starting to say these kids? Like I find myself saying that with college games now. I'm like,
totally.
These kids haven't made.
Well,
Look at
the
these
kid that
kids.
hit the kid. Here we go. The kid that hit the game winner for Maryland the other night. His name's Derek Queen. He's a freshman. Somehow he's 20. I thought he would have been 18, but he looks 12.
Yes.
He has braces. He's got a couple of pimples
I
on
am
his
12.
face, and so he started talking after the game. It's a true story. And they're like, Derek, you hit the game winner, whatever. And he starts talking. And it was like my son was like, he's 4. And I thought about it. He is closer to my son's age than he is my age.
Yeah.
And I looked over at my wife. I'm like, this is just a boy.
We're there, man.
He's so young, this
We're there.
boy.
Just
and like
accept it.
5 minutes earlier, I'm just killing him. I'm like, get to the rim, you moron. And then he starts talking, and I'm like, he's just a sweet boy.
Yes.
This is just someone's kid.
Yes.
All right. I got another one for you.
All right.
By the way, 2 career rushing yards for Tress Ware.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it. 2 career rushing yards.
Yeah. Almost fumbled.
Next stop,
Almost fumbled.
franchise record. Look out, Briggins and company. All right. 776 career punts. Right?
Okay.
776. How many career tackles? And would there ever be, like, did you do kickoffs a couple times? Is there another reason where you could have made a tackle? Or is it just those 776 punts? Because I'm assuming they never lined you up at safety for a play.
There's been a couple of times when somebody's busted open on like a fade down the sideline, or like when Saquon took off down the sideline. I thought maybe I could get on the not top 10 if I just smoke him when he's
do
not
the Mike
looking.
Tomlin thing
Just
where you
come up-
come out and trip him.
Yeah. All right. The fun fact in there is one of those on Monday Night Football against Dallas. I got the Tostitos crunch of the game because I flipped Lucky Whitehead like upside down.
Let's go.
On the tackle.
Do you get anything like a box of?
I thought I would.
A shipment of a bunch of Tostitos,
Like golden Tostitos.
Right.
You know, something
just
cool.
a bag that no one's ever had. It's
I'll send
sealed just so.
I'll shoot him an email.
I'll do it for you.
Yeah,
we
thank
got
you.
people for that.
All right, I'll go 4.
9.
What?
9 career tackles for this guy.
Look out.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you. Man, the gallery. here.
London Fletcher.
Yeah, everybody. I tell you, I mean, what is it? Quadruple threat now? Run, pass, tackle, and punt.
Well,
I
forgot.
can hold.
That's true. Hold. All right,
Golly.
last one.
All right.
This one I think you should know.
Okay.
How many Player of the Week awards have you won?
I
Special
don't-
Teams Player of the Week.
All right. 1 and 19. No, 1 and 18, 1 and 19, 2 and 20, 1 and 23. I'm going 5.
5 is correct. The 5 times Special Teams Player of the Week.
Do you know the fun fact on that?
I do
Is
not.
that I have had better performances in games, but you have to win to get that award. So,
no way.
If Burrow goes out and throws for 450 and 4 tugs, if the Bengals lose, he doesn't get AFC Player of the Week.
Is that a real thing?
You have to win.
Well, that's very stupid.
Your team has to win.
That's really dumb. It's an individual award.
Yeah. I think like technically like 2 or 3 of my best games, if you will, of just averages and inside the 20s, like we lost by a field goal or something like that. And yeah.
So am I wrong in saying, statistically speaking, the thing that I would imagine you care a lot about is inside the 20
percentage.
Yes. And then not touchbacks.
Yeah.
Maybe your average, I don't know if that but
yeah,
how could that matter? Because you don't know where you're trying to punt to.
That's the biggest thing is like the net average is what gets you into the Pro Bowl every year, but your inside the 20 percentage will show just like, so my favorite place to punt from is from the minus 35 yard line because you can just cut it loose for 50.
All right. So remember this, guys. So that means the offense is around midfield.
I have videos of my buddies like filming me, like getting ready to punt, and like it'll be one of the wives like filming my buddy, and it falls on the minus 36. This is the go zone, and it's just because if I hit a touchback.
Do you mean if you're standing there, or do you mean when the offense is
balls on the
Got
in
it.
the mid 30s? You can just
So
cut
you
it loose.
want a first down on like an 11-yard pass to McLaurin, and then 3 straight runs for 0.
Well,
and you're running out there to
here's the deal. I love to punt. I understand that we don't want to punt.
You guys
So,
weren't
like,
you didn't like to do it very much this past year.
That was crazy this year. Cliff was the bomb. He'd be like, Tress, how many times you punt this game? I was like, I had 1. He's like, oh, that's my bad.
I mean, we literally had to call him and have him on the show just to make sure he was still on the team.
Yeah.
There was a couple of weeks where we just weren't sure anymore.
I was in the hotel in Arizona and we were talking. I was like, yeah, I popped up, grabbed a pretzel, and popcorn got a little slippery to hold. I got nervous, so yeah.
No TV time for you this season. Tress Way, multi-time Pro Bowlers with us. We are live today out at Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. He's hanging out on Grant and Danny. Lost Rhino Brew Pub, the site of today's show, and we are here for the unveiling of the Hittin' Dingers IPA that Tress has just enjoyed. We need to get you another one.
I was about to ask, what is the
done.
policy on a reload of the Dinger?
I think the policy is we just keep them coming. Megan's got you.
The Hittin'
We're good
Dingers
to go.
IPA is what I was talking about.
They are going to bring another one your way, Tress.
Thank you.
The Commanders punter is hanging out with us on Grant and Danny. So you're a longtime big sports fan.
Yes.
Came up playing other sports than football. We talk hockey all the time. In fact, Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals is calling in top of the hour at 3 o'clock after his new contract. So Tress will hang out. We'll chat with him. But I bring this up to say, big baseball fan.
Yes.
But your allegiances, as you've gotten a little older, have had to change.
It has.
Because you've married into the Brewers family at this point.
I did. We, early in my career here, we were frequent Nats games visitors, had the Nats gear. My brother-in-law, who is the baby of the family, my wife's one of 5. He is the youngest. He's the only boy. He's a first-round pick in 2018 out of high school to the Brewers, and he was the Gold Glove and Platinum Glove winner last year for the Milwaukee Brewers at second base. The dude can play some baseball. So we are Brew Crew due to blood. But we go like whenever they come play the Nats this summer. We go every year, and we're Brew Crew, man.
He can run too.
Oh,
for those of you who don't know, Bryce Terang, so the Gold Glover at second, as you mentioned, but he stole over 50 bags last year.
Yes,
for the Brewers at the major league level. So, I mean, are you guys? What's that like? Because for your wife now, she's got the NFL season, where she's obviously at games and locked in. Her husband, this is her whole life, right?
Yes.
But then a lot of loved ones get a reprieve in the offseason.
Yes.
It's just getting going, and now her brother, and you're living and dying with every at bat.
Yeah.
Do you guys actually lock in on every game, or is it not that serious?
Every game. So early in his career, he would platoon, and so he hits lefty, so he would only play when a righty was pitching. And then he just was so great and doing so great. It was like, all right, you're our starter. Like, you're going, batting a lot of leadoff, stealing bags, all that. We have, first of all, as you know, they play so many freaking games.
It's
like,
crazy, dude.
It's my wife, like Brie will ask me, she's like, hey, is Bryce playing today? And I always say, probably. Like,
Is there a day happening?
Yeah.
So that's the thing about baseball, because like people will joan a little bit about the physicality or whatever, but I think there's just a lack of understanding of. Now, I am a disgusting person, obviously, just a really out of shape person. But standing up and waking up and just living is taxing. You know what I'm saying? Now, imagine standing on a baseball field for 4 hours in the sun and do it every single day in the summer when it's 104 degrees, and then do 3 weeks in a row without a day off.
Yeah.
And by the way, these guys, as you know, they don't just the game's at 7:05. We'll be there at 6:57. They get there at 1.
Yes.
And then they're doing batting practice and infield, and then they're. The amount of stuff that players, I even think it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Like the Nats as an example. They play 800 spring training games.
Yeah.
Probably unnecessary.
Yeah.
They come back, and they have 2 days before opening day, and they fit in an exhibition against the Orioles.
Yeah.
It just all seems like we could probably scale it back a little bit.
He is the dude is a freak of nature. And the fun part is like, so we've got it's 4 girls and then the boy. The three oldest girls have all married. They all married Oklahoma guys. And so my brother-in-law's
like Oklahoma natives or Oklahoma athletes?
Natives, and then
like
we
Sooners.
all played, not Sooners, but we all played collegiately. We all did something collegiately in Oklahoma.
Okay.
And so when we go out to the West Coast and and Bryce is there, and we always play wiffle ball on the beach, and we're always having fun. The kids are around, but it's just like all of us, we're all older than Bryce, and we're just like, we got freaking take him. This is it. We got to like,
it's time we get him.
He's the guy. We got to take him down.
So you're watching most nights.
Yeah.
But would you consider, like, there are super fans of the Commanders here and everywhere else that'll come up and get your autograph. Would you consider yourself like a huge Brewers fan? When they lose, you're sad, or is it more just
playoffs? We were bummed.
Yeah.
Like, but and also too, man, like it. And this sounds funny. Obviously, like he's my brother-in-law. I love him. I care about him. I've never played professional baseball, but I just know how he feels throughout a professional sports season. And I don't know how he feels physically, because as a sometimes punter and mostly holder, I get to chill a lot. But like the mental grind, all the stuff, like I know how he feels. And so that emotion of being with the guys and knowing you're making it to the playoffs or winning your division. And then, so that's the stuff you kind of get built up on. I do find myself being in a better mood when he has a really good day at the plate. It's just like, well, how about that? He was 3 for 4. Like,
right.
My day is going pretty good right now.
So this is like one of those sit with your buddy, have a beer conversations. It's funny to have it with an athlete in a professional sport. But if you could be a professional athlete in any sport, what would you want to be? And in your case, I'm going to take you out of the punting role.
Yes.
And I'm going to, you could pick, what is the best position?
I could go back to football?
Yeah, but non-quarterback. So, what would you want to be?
Do I have to pick football? You're asking me for football?
That's the first question. Then we'll get to all the sports.
Okay.
If you weren't a punter, what would you, you're a star.
And I can't pick, I'm 3 for 3. I can't pick quarterback?
No, because everyone would pick quarterback.
Okay.
You don't want to
tight end.
You don't want to get the $300 million deal that Jade's about to get?
No, that'd be awesome. That'd be sweet.
You might like that.
Yeah. I'll go tight end.
Ooh, I love that.
I feel like there's just something like cool masculine about tight end.
I agree with that.
Is he blocking? Is he catching? I don't know, but he can do both. And I would like that.
And you're kind of a tight end size in terms of height.
I am not. Thank you. But
you don't think so?
Have you seen me stand next to John Bates or Zach Ertz?
Well, I'm thinking more height. You'd have to refigure the body a little bit, probably.
I think that they are both 4 or 5 inches taller than I am and close to 60 pounds heavier.
Aren't you 6'2"?
But you're close.
6'3"?
I'm 6'2", and I'm 205.
Okay.
And those guys are probably 260 or so,
right.
And 6'6".
We would clearly need to get in the weight room a little bit. I'm not suggesting you walk out there and you're just putting Myles Garrett on his butt.
No, it's okay. When I see DQ, I'm be like, listen, I was talking to Grant. He thinks I could do some tight end.
Absolutely.
So,
all right, so then you're a tight end.
Yes.
Or you could be famous as a great player in the NBA.
Oh, fame
the
comes
NHL,
into play?
and Major League Baseball.
So by fame, that means I'm good.
Yeah. Oh, you're a superstar.
Well,
I'm going to say fringe Hall of Famer. You don't know if you're going to get in or not, but you have the credentials to possibly get in.
All right. Well, my favorite sport my whole life has been baseball.
Okay.
But now that you're talking about it, it kind of makes me think golf, but I'm for sure picking ping pong.
Oh, wow. So we're going just off the grid.
I'm there.
Okay. You don't worry about the fact that being good at ping pong gives you no.
You said I have fame.
You do.
So that means I would walk into Los Rhino and they'd be like, "There's Tressway, the ping pong player."
Well, I can.
Have you ever?
Nobody would
ever
do that.
said that to anybody?
No, because even if you were the most famous ping pong player in the world, not one person here would know it.
Yes, you would. You're the most
Does anyone here know who the most famous ping pong player is now?
But that's not a fair question because fame is built on if people know you. So I would be able to be like, yes, this is me.
Oh, you've got me
I'm the
twisted
ping
into a
pong
logical
player.
pretzel. So, can we acknowledge though?
I'm just kidding. I would do baseball.
That being a ping pong player,
baseball. I would do baseball for sure.
But
Third base.
We should then talk, much to the chagrin of our buddy Chris Russell at some point.
Yes.
About the fact that you are not only a great ping pong player, but you played in the locker room.
Yes.
And he has wanted that ping pong table removed for many, many years, as you know. Because did you guys have a ping pong playing tournament and table this year?
There is no chance I'm answering that question right now. I know Chris is going to listen to this, so
no. We could just debunk this forever. You guys were in the NFC Championship game.
And
was any ping pong played this year?
I'm sorry, I can't wait to talk to Chris another time, and he can
Okay.
ask me about it, and we'll see how it goes.
Remember,
Let's just say I still hold my title, and then
Right.
you could take that for whatever it's worth.
I think his logic is the lily pads he leaped from are that if you guys are doing any kind of non-football activity in the
Yes.
locker room at
Yes.
any point,
Yes.
you're not taking your job seriously enough.
Correct. And I'd love
you
to
can't
follow
possibly win a football game.
I would love to follow him around for a day of his work. And
Trust me, you would.
In any personal moment, I'd just be like, yo, come on.
Right.
Lock back
Hey,
in.
radio,
Yeah.
you got a show in
Yeah.
14 hours.
Yeah. When's
Huh?
the next award coming out? You better be on the finalist list. Let's do it. Yeah.
Jacob Chychrun of the Caps signed a new deal, 8 years, $72 million.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Signed it yesterday. He joins us next on Grant and Danny. Tressway is hanging out. We're at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. We will be here until 6:30.
Hitting dingers.
Remember, Charlie and Dave celebrating the start of a brand new Nats season. Will be hanging out here from 5 to 6+ tonight. So we hope to see you. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Sixers tonight on the road. 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Opening day tomorrow, Nationals and Phillies. 4:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore taking on Zach Wheeler. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler are going to join Grant out at Lost Rhino coming up at 5 o'clock to preview opening day. Last night in hockey, the Capitals fell to the Jets 3-2 in overtime. Alex Ovechkin with goal number 889, now 6 away from the record. Coming up next, Caps defenseman Jacob Chychrun going to join Grant and Danny. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Danny is out sick today, but the show goes on. One day ahead of opening day, it's Grant and Danny on the Fan, out and about at Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. Come on out and spend the day with us. Tressway of the Commanders is on site right now, and Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler, the voices of Nats baseball here on the Fan, stop by at 5 for our season preview, one day ahead of the start of a brand new campaign. The show is brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you do all the important stuff you need to do, like put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. But on the Rude Guest Hotline right now, we've got a congratulations in order for our friend Jacob Chychrun of the Washington Capitals. The boys got a point last night in Winnipeg and a loss in overtime. But the big story for the Caps was the new extension for Chychrun, who is going to be the face of Caps hockey for years to come. Jacob, I was chanting 4 more years a month ago when we had you on. I should have said 8 more years. An 8-year extension for Jacob Chychrun. Congratulations, man.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's definitely been a very exciting and happy, last few days for, myself and my family. So, yeah, we appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Trusted insight from trusted insiders make this segment possible. IT Cadre, our sponsor for Jacob Chychrun, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. So, Jacob, how did this come together, and how involved were you, or do you just tell your agent, call me when I got to sign something, especially in season, something where he was giving you constant updates? Was it in any way on your mind as you were playing this season?
We started talks quite early in the season. And luckily it was pretty slow for the last, number of months. And so it made it easier on me because I wasn't, talking with my agent about it at all, really. So it was nice because it wasn't on the top of my mind as I would just go play and try to take care of business. And then it really picked up the last 3 or 4 days. And just pretty much got finished in a few days after short of a pretty long and slow process most of the season. So it really worked out perfectly in that sense, and I'm glad it got done, especially before the end of the season here. So it's nice to go in the playoffs and, have that over with and be able to just enjoy the ride and do everything we can to win this year.
Jacob, this is Tressway with the Commanders. Me and my little man, well, my wife as well, our family, but me and my little man love coming out to the games and watching you guys. I have a question for you, dude. So talking with the family, do you have the green light to do something, like super selfish that you just get to treat yourself a little bit with the contract? Because I know for me, I was just starting to get the itch to golf. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go get some just custom fit golf clubs. Oh, because I want them. Dadgummit, I want them. So do you have something where it's just like, you know what, this is me, and I'm going to have a little me time and treat myself?
That's a great question. I'm not really there yet.
Yeah, it's season. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, but I mean, gosh, like you, I do love golf. I'm a big golfer. So I don't know. I think maybe one thing I'd like to do now that we're locked in would honestly be to probably join a golf course in the area. And that's kind of one thing that I have circled on the list. But my wife and I, we try to do a good job of not overspending. I mean, we really we're just pretty simple and homey people, and we don't like to go crazy with our spending. So we definitely have our months, but we try to do a good job. We actually bought a new car, a few weeks ago. We had a Tesla for a while that we've wanted to get rid of. We're pretty big, as you guys know, we talk about our health and wellness a lot. We just had a weird feeling about sitting on a battery all day in the car. So we wanted to get rid of the Tesla, move on from the electric. And we ended up, I got my wife sort of her dream car, which was a G-Wagon. So she lucked out already. So I hope she's not going to be asking for anything post-contract here.
If you end up doing the golf route as a punter, I thought it was my duty as a stereotype to live up to that stereotype to, thoroughly enjoy golfing. If you find yourself ever needing a fourth, I'm just a quick 30, 40 minutes away. Just shoot the invite and I'll be there in a heartbeat, my friend.
I love it, man. I love it. Got to get your number here. We'll set something up for sure.
We'll exchange numbers. I will say, and Tress, I don't mean to throw the football players under the bus because I'm sure you guys have some unbelievable golfers too.
Oh, I heard about the hockey guys.
Dude, I have found hockey dudes. They hit bombs.
Yes. Dude, think about the rotation. They're just.
Is that a thing, Jacob, where something to do with the swing of the stick is comparable, or why is that hockey players? I see like Osh and Carlson and some of these dudes at pro-ams.
Well, you got to think they're in the cold. They're inside in the cold all the time. Wouldn't you just want to go out and get some sunlight and be on some green grass and play some freaking golf?
And that's home. I mean, you're a Florida guy, Jacob, so you grew up golfing probably.
No, for sure. I think there's a lot of similarities. Like a lot of our sport is hand-eye coordination, and you're always working on your hands and stick handling, and the game's so skilled now. Like the amount of skill guys play with is incredible, and it's all stick and puck skill. So it's all stuff that you're constantly working on your hands and your touch and your finesse, and I think it just translates super well. And then you add in the slap shot, and I think there's just a lot of similarities. So we probably do get away with a little bit. More feel. I think, there's definitely a lot of hockey guys who I've played with. There's a ton of really, really good golfers. I don't want to brag. I think my best handicap I got to was a 1.7, and I guys that were in the pluses. So we got a lot of great golfers, and it's something we're doing for sure in the off season.
I got to single digits, I wanted to tattoo myself that I had made it.
Unreal. Chicky, are you there?
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I lost you there for a second.
No worries. I don't know if it was you or us.
I heard the end about a tattoo. Oh. That's it.
Well, we were just talking about how that was the most humble brag ever. You weren't trying to brag, but basically a scratch golfer is pretty amazing. So I'll put both of you on the spot then. We can start with you, Tress.
Yes.
Because I've been putting you on the spot way longer than Chychrun's new to the show.
That's fine.
I've known you since 2012.
14.
Right. Best and worst golfer on your team, as best as you know.
So I am technically the best, but Tyler Ott, our long snappers, beat me the last 2 times. So I'm gonna go ahead and give
What's
him
your
the
handicap?
Nod. I'm a 3.
Oh, you're really good.
He's a 4 or 5, but he's beat me the last 2 times. And the worst golfer, I'd feel bad saying, but it's got to be one of the O-linemen.
What does it rhyme with?
I love them, but it's the O-linemen. They're a great time to be with, but I love my man Allegretti. Great hang.
Nick Allegretti's a hell of a hang.
Hell of a hang.
Yeah.
Not an awesome
It's like
golfer.
the X and Y axis, where X is hang and Y axis is like good at golf. He's in like the bottom right quadrant, essentially. All right, so O-line can't really hang. But by the way, you should go golf with Chychrun if you're a 3 handicap.
Well, yes, but most importantly, it would just be fun to go golf with these guys. That's my thing so when I go out and golf, I hope I shoot the best I've ever shot. I just also want to have a fun time. Let's go out and
drink a beer,
have a
enjoy
beer,
the sunlight,
play some music, play. Yeah,
for sure. You got to unwind and enjoy it. Although speaking of O-line, we just played with Andrew Whitworth in LA when we were there a couple weeks ago, and this guy's a player. He can really hit the ball. I think he's
how long are his clubs?
I don't know. He's probably like gosh, what is he? He's a low single digit. He's probably like a 3 to 5, I'd say.
Very cool.
And he still looks like he could play. I mean, this guy's a stud. But yeah, I think the worst on our team is either O or Sonny Milano.
That's
Sonny
just
Milano's
not.
really
Obi does a lot of
got
things
ugly
well.
too.
That does not surprise me. Although you know the story of his hole-in-one, like one of the first times he ever played golf.
Hilarious. We
He has
talk
a
about that
hole-in-one?
video
Dude.
all the time.
I'm not joking. I'll send you the video tonight. It's
All right.
one of the greatest things I've ever seen. He has no idea what he's doing. I mean, Chychrun, you could tell it better than me probably. His swing is awful. Like everything is terrible. And then the ball goes in and he loses his mind.
Yeah, and he could barely speak English at the time. It's so funny.
It was so good. So I know you're a huge Caps fan. You get to a lot of games.
Oh, yeah.
I'd imagine, Jacob, just being, it's not like a lot of the guys we have on from Canada or whatever. But you had to grow up loving the NFL, yeah? Do you have a team or do you still follow the league?
Yeah, I mean, we used to share season tickets with a family friend, and for the Dolphins, we used to go a lot to the Dolphins games. This was before they had the new stadium, but they were always god awful. So that was kind of frustrating. And there's a lot of really hot days where we'd leave like at halftime when they're down, 24 reps. So
the old stadium, I guess, didn't have the pool in it like the new one does.
No.
I couldn't believe that. When I went to that new stadium, you probably were too busy to notice this, but there's actually people swimming and like enjoy. I'm like, you're at a football game, dude.
I didn't know there was a pool there.
Yeah.
It's a sweet stadium, but I didn't know there was a
There's
pool
a
there.
club in there. There's a pool.
I knew there was a
Does
club.
anyone
I
care
heard
about
about the
football?
club.
Could we just watch the game, please? It's wild.
Yeah, but I actually grew up going to a big football high school in South Florida, and I was really tight with all the football guys. I mean, for my age, I was always very mature physically and training at a really young age. I actually did weightlifting with the football team, and the head coach was our teacher, and he was always trying to recruit me, and football was kind of the one thing my pops wouldn't let me do. But just having a lot of buddies who have gone on to, big football schools, D1 schools, and even the NFL. I ended up getting connected, had a lot of mutuals with Lamar Jackson, and Lamar came to a couple games. He came to the game in South Florida when I was with Arizona, and wore my jersey to the game, and really, really great dude. And I ended up getting pretty tight with Odell Beckham Jr. in Scottsdale. We were both going through an injury together and rehabbing, and we got connected through a mutual guy who looked
I think this
after
is
us.
him politely telling me I'm not going to get the invite if there's an open fourth with OBJ
No.
and Lamar and all
Those
these guys.
and Lamar's definitely not a golfer. I think Odell enjoys golf, but I don't know if he's playing a lot.
I have a feeling
but-
his outfits would be wild.
Yeah, I don't think
for
he's
sure. For
he's not
sure.
dressed
But
the
anyway,
same way.
I'm a big Lamar guy, so I do love cheering for Baltimore, and I want to see that guy win really bad. But it's hard. It's hard now. Also, I got to cheer for the Commanders. Man, the year they had was so exciting, and I'm
got to
for
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
We're excited to try to see if they can run it back here.
Oh, heck yeah.
Ovi pulls to within 5 of tying Gretzky, 6 of the record last night. So you guys are knocking on the door of history as you get a point in Winnipeg. But maybe this is a bad decision by me as the one kind of calling the shots on what to ask. I'm going to skip Ovi to get to this random thing. Dylan Strome was on a podcast the other day I was listening to, and he said that you want to get rid of the light bulbs in your house and replace them with bee-wax candles or something like that?
This guy just completely threw me under the bus. We were just chatting in the room the other day, and as I mentioned earlier, my wife and I are just big into living a clean, healthy life. Anyways, I told the boys like the last few nights, fellas, like after dinner, we love to cook, and after dinner, we clean up and the sun's going down. We like to turn like lights off in the house and do no artificial light and just light some candles. And it's been really nice. Sleeping like a baby when I do
I
that.
bet it smells good too.
And then Stromer decided to go on a podcast next week and say I took every light bulb out of my house. And
That's
now
messed
people
up.
think I'm an absolute
That's
free.
That's betrayal.
So there was never a mention of possibly removing light bulbs for the honeybee wax or whatever.
No, he completely sewered me. So now I'm dealing with that. I'm like a walking meme right now. I deleted all my socials, so I can't even see anything. But I got in-laws and I got cousins sending me, screenshots of some of these tweets and posts. Just people all over me for this beeswax candle thing. So yeah.
Well, Jacob, I can't tell you how excited I am, man, that you're going to be here for the long haul. It's been an amazing season. You guys are locked in for the stretch run here, but really for years to come. You guys are built to be one of the top teams in the East. You'll be a big part of that, and congratulations. We're thrilled for you.
Congrats, dude.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. It was nice chatting today.
You got it. There's Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals, fresh off his 8-year extension. Not too shabby, by the way. Not too shabby. To get $72 million locked up. And his teammates, you know this from the locker room, dudes will be dudes.
Yes.
He shows up yesterday in the dressing room. They have changed his number to 72. And they have pinned a $100 bill to his jersey. Yeah. Like they immediately start joning on him right away.
Immediately.
You can joan on me all you want when I get my $72 million. You know what I'm saying? Please bring on the joke.
I was about to say, yeah, that's quite all right.
Tressway has been hanging out with us. A few minutes left with him. 2 things I want to cover with you.
Okay.
First, some personal news.
Okay.
The Tressway family. The team that you are forming at home.
Yes.
Grew by 1 this offseason.
It grew by 1 during the season.
During the season.
So
wait till you guys hear this story.
This is wild.
I don't know that you've talked about this publicly, but this is pretty amazing.
And it's we're so thankful, and man, just a complete answered prayer, and we are just jacked for right around the time that we clinch the playoffs against the Atlanta Falcons. We get matched for an adoption of a beautiful baby boy. And so we make the playoffs, and we knew that he was born with a heart condition. And in the midst of the playoffs, he ends up having to have heart surgery. I'm going to Tampa, playing
throwing passes at the link.
all of these different things, and it's been so fun and so special. Like this off season, after such an incredible season, that's what Bree, whenever the NFLPA meetings were announced in Maui, I was just like, hey, what do you think? The Brooks man had surgery back in the playoffs, and she's like, we're freaking going to Hawaii. We're going. So we got to have this. Now? He's 6 months yesterday. Yeah. And so he is dude's a freaking warrior. He is the bomb. So we took him up whenever I got to re-sign and had him in some Commanders gear. And man, that just a quick little sidebar for everybody that's been fans of this franchise for a long time, and how special things are right now in the midst of this crazy family time that we had. We're a great team about to go to the playoffs, and both AP and DQ were like, get everything set with family. Here's your punt days. You come in when you want to and when you need to, and then go. It is just, guys, it is a special place, and things are really moving in an awesome direction. So
I can't believe even at the very highest levels, right?
Yes.
So
the owners were texting me and asking about the baby boy. It is unbelievable.
This juxtaposition, not to make it about myself, but this is the only way I can relate to it. Dan Snyder, I'd see him in the hallway. I've seen him, known him for 20 years. And he would look away, and if I said hello to him, someone would come up to me later and be like, you shouldn't do that, or whatever, right? I'm sick and can't go to that Lions game.
Yeah.
And Mitch Rails sends me a text asking me how I'm feeling. Sorry you're not here.
No surprise there.
He goes, don't worry, we're going to win today, so you'll get to cover the biggest game of your career next week. Like the owner. Think about that juxtaposition of just a couple of years.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine as a player. He's being nice to me just because he's a nice guy. They actually really care about you guys because you're the players that make the whole thing work.
When the news broke that I had agreed to the terms of a new deal, he texted me immediately. But on the signing, we walk in, and the kids have become a hit. Like Bo and Harper and Hadley, our oldest 3, are old enough to be hilarious and cute and all over the place, running I think I'm their 3rd or 4th favorite player on the team behind Terry and Revo and all these guys. And so they had contracts for them to sign. They had their names on them with a contract line, and they signed it. And so Mitch texts me them signing their contract, not me signing my contract. He texts me my kids signing their contract. He's like, this is what it's all about. I was like, wow. Yeah, but I'm the one who gets to play. What about my text?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have time today because I'm going to say goodbye, but I've got an idea for a bit at some point this offseason with you. You've done some good bits with us in the past. This would be number one. I just don't know if you're willing. I think we should prank Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
You should call him and say you want the number back.
Yes. Love that.
And then the audio is what we play on the air.
Love that. I'm in.
Okay.
My wife had an idea for one. This is a little sneak peek. I'm
Yeah.
sure the future rookies aren't listening. She said I should go in for day one of rookie minicamp and be a trainer, like an ankle taper. And,
I think that's really
and
good.
just hack job, clip toenails,
right.
smell feet, do weird stretches.
Right.
And so,
Right in front of him.
Listen, here's the deal. I'm saying it right now on the air. I'm pitching the idea. So if it doesn't go down, it's not on me because I want to do this.
No,
And
the
I just
Commanders-
and I got to find out who the draft picks are. And just imagine, like, here's like the foot, and I just go, you must be a draft pick. Like just. And then like 2 days later, it's like, hey, what's up, guys? So I'm the punter.
Yeah.
Like, how's everything?
But okay, so one, the Commanders, whoever's broadcast ops over there, they have to make that happen.
I think so.
Because you've done like the Baker Mayfield dressing up as a
There you go.
one of those things.
Yeah, that was
This would be
phenomenal.
perfect, right? But I'm saying we record it, and for legal reasons, we would have to on the back end tell them, yada yada yada. But you're calling him and you're being like, listen, man, I've thought about this a lot, and I've had it. My family and I sat down. I've had a change of heart.
Coming back on a 1 year deal.
1 year deal.
Dude, what do you think for just 1 year?
It's my final year.
I could say that. I'd be like, dude, this is it.
Right.
What do you think? Like,
It's like I'll
you
take
and you could
5.
have 10. And you could have 10, man. Like, take 10. Just give me 5.
I think that could be really quality.
I'm in.
Audio.
I have nothing to lose from that, so I'm in.
No,
But,
really, what is life about if not skits and bits with your pals, right? Ladies and gentlemen, Tress Way, longest
Thank you,
tenured
guys.
member of the Washington
Thank y'all.
organization. We were saying yesterday there's only 4 guys on the team that played for the Redskins.
That was Skins.
At this point.
I know.
How about that?
Yeah.
It's happening quickly. But Tress, one of the good eggs in the National Football League and one of the great punters, not only in team history, but in the league over the last several years. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Charlie and Dave previewing the Nats season at 5 o'clock out here at Lost Rhino Brew Pub. Come join us today.
Hitting dingers.
Should be a fun day. How was the IPA, bud? Let me get a grade on that.
That is easy. A 9.2, 9.3.
Ooh, 9.3
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Tress Way.
Big
All
hazy, but skewed. I'm a hazy guy. That is
So this is your
wonderful.
wheelhouse.
Oh, yeah.
Fastball, middle.
Oh, yeah.
You knew what to do with it.
I knew what to do. Yeah.
Hit a dinger. Tress and Grant on the Fan. have Charlie and Dave's pregame and then first pitch tomorrow for our special opening day broadcast during BP from the field. But today we're actually celebrating baseball and the release of a brand new beer at Lost Rhino. It's the Hittin' Dingers Hazy IPA. We've got a season preview show at 5 o'clock through the end of the program tonight with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. They'll be on site, so if you're in the Ashburn area, you want to hear and think about the Nats leading up to tomorrow's opener, and you want to meet the longtime radio voices and legendary broadcasters with the ball club, this is where you got to be this evening from 5 to 6:30 or so. Charlie, Dave, myself previewing the season, and get yourself the Hittin' Dingers Hazy IPA. I will say it's getting rave reviews out here. Tress Way was a big fan, put a couple away while we were chatting, and gave it a 9.3, which is a very solid score. Coming up at 4.5 hours ahead of the Beltway Blitz, I've got DC Defenders tickets for you. We're going to give away a 4-pack to the DC Defenders home opener on Sunday at Audi Field. Now, I was just thinking about this with opening day looming. I think at this point of my sports fandom that even though I would rank football ahead of baseball narrowly in terms of my favorite sports, and it's really, really close, opening day is my favorite day on the sports calendar. I don't think there's another sports day that makes me feel the way opening day does. There are some that are close, probably. Oddly enough, even though I'm not a huge college basketball fan, the Thursday that opens the NCAA tournament is still really, really special. Maybe there's just some nostalgia to that, whether it was leaving school early or in college, meeting buddies at a bar to just post up and watch games at noon. But even all the way back to when you're a kid, when the tournament kicks off and you filled out your bracket, and back then you've gone to Pizza Hut to get your little NCAA tournament basketball and went to 7-Eleven to get a Mountain Dew or whatever so that you can look at the top and see what school you got and whatever relics you did along the way. I think the tournament on a Thursday this past week still gets me in that same mood. That's why spring's maybe the best time of year for sports. But opening day, I'm just 10 again, man. I'm back in my dad's Oldsmobile Cutlass, driving up 95 to Baltimore to see the Orioles at Camden Yards because the Nats didn't exist. I was joking yesterday or the day before on the show that Sidney Ponsone's going to pitch against CC Sabathia, and you're playing the Cleveland Indians. Jay Gibbons in right field. It's cold. Maybe it's going to snow, and he's going to lose a ball in the sky. But I just don't think there's a day for a sports fan where you transcend yourself back to the past like you do on opening day. It's the best. And even though the team is not going to be great, like still this year, the Nats are projected to be better. They're not likely to make the playoffs. It doesn't really dampen the feeling I get on opening day for baseball being back. It alters my offseason excitement. If you're talking about December, January, February, start of spring training, yeah, I'm probably less ramped up for a big year or excited and amped up than a Mets fan or a Dodgers fan might be that thinks their team can go win a World Series. But when you wake up on opening day and you're going to the ballpark to see your team for the first time in a half year, you still get those butterflies. Every single time I see the field for the first time in a new season, perfectly manicured, lined grass when you're a kid, you imagine growing up and having a yard that looks like it, right? You smell the fryers turned on for the first time. It just takes you back to your youth in a way that I think so few sporting events can. And it's why opening day is always going to be, I think, right there at the top for me. Because while I am elated to open NFL seasons, 12:58 and 57 seconds before the 1 o'clock kick in week one of every NFL year, sitting in my basement if the Commanders aren't home, they're on the road, or being at Landover, Maryland's Northwest Stadium, that's about as giddy as I can get as a sports fan. I'm thinking about the countdown clock for NFL Red Zone saying, 15 seconds, 14 seconds, right before week one of the NFL season. That's amazing. But there is not a holiday element to it. There's no real celebratory nature to day one of the NFL season like there is opening day in your city. When the whole town kind of becomes about the team and the sport and the ballpark for that day. Something we didn't have in D.C. for 34 years. And for my entire childhood, and now we do. And I'm not going to forget that. But it's a treat to be able to get out there tomorrow and to get you guys closer to the day, hopefully. That'll be the job we've got on the air. As the Nats kick off a new season against the Philadelphia Phillies. And there is some excitement about this club. I don't want to downplay the fact that they should be a little bit better. But it's interesting to me that they are talking and turning up the faders, it seems like, from an expectation standpoint, as if it's time to go win. It's time to now compete. It's time to stop rebuilding and start trying to get back to the postseason. And that rhetoric, while I love hearing it, I think it's a year early. You know, when I hear the players, and Jake Irvin said it on our show during the gala event, and I saw again yesterday, Dylan Cruz, who's a winner, who won it in college at LSU. He's won everywhere he's ever been. He's not here to lose baseball games. He wants to be part of a championship club like he's always been at every level. I hear him, and I hear James Wood and others saying, you know, we're going to have a good year. This team's going to win baseball games. We are talented enough and good enough to. I want them to feel that way. I'm just a little surprised that's the messaging from the top down, because I don't know that they added enough to be that team yet. I think they could go, hopefully, from 2 straight years at 71 wins to 76, 77 wins. That would be a nice step forward. If everything went well, maybe they win 78 games. It's more likely, I think, they're in the 74 to 76 window. But over 500 would be pretty shocking to me. It'd be great. That would be the ultimate triumph, and everyone should throw a party, and let's do that. But the messaging almost seems like what I'm anticipating for after next offseason. And the frustration I have is that with 1 or 2 splash acquisitions, had they have added a real legitimate mid-rotation or front-end starting pitcher, had they have gone out and gotten just one 30-home run, 100 RBI type bat, the conversation changes, because now you probably are ready to string together some wins and to be that team that's, as they're talking about, ready to turn the corner as a contender. But I don't necessarily see it for this group this year. I think they'll be fun to watch, and it's going to be exciting to go to the ballpark. And as a Nats fan, I think it'll be a rewarding experience because of the quality of the young talent. You'll get to see James Wood, who's going to be a superstar, and has a chance to eventually hit 40 home runs. You're going to get to watch Dylan Cruz, who's going to be a really, really good big league player. And then day in and day out, I think he's going to do things that really impress people. That I'm happy about. That I'm excited about. There is an ascension happening, but I just think it's probably not this year that they're over 500 and pushing for a wild card spot. Probably a couple of years away, even though the players, when they're talking, seem to think that that's something they're capable of this year. But if you look at the collective in DC sports, things are certainly looking up. You know, we just had our buddy Tress Way hanging out, who just punted in an NFC championship game. The Capitals are the number 1 team in the National Hockey League, and Alex Ovechkin is on the verge of immortality, and the Caps are going to possibly win the President's Trophy as the best team in the regular season of 32 clubs in the NHL. The Nationals have come out of the doldrums of the rebuild and are at least now in a position where there's legitimate young talent worth going to the ballpark to see, which 3 years ago wasn't really the case. So that's progressive. That's good. The Wizards are kind of in their own island, I'll say, Tim. How can I put them in this conversation? They exist. And I joke. I mean, their front office is actually doing the right thing and what they should have been doing all along, which is get bad to be good. And hopefully they pick first. And whether it's Cooper Flagg or somebody else, hopefully they hit a home run. They, by the way, got the Alex Sarr pick. Absolutely correct. Because if you look at the other guys taken at the top of the board around him before, in one case, and after, nobody is having a year like Sarr's having. So I think even in their case, they're run by the right people. They've got a good front office, and they got a better chance to be really good and meaningfully successful in the next few years than they've had in a long time, as bad as they are. So I'll take where we're at right now in DC sports. It feels like we've turned a corner, and the Nats will get their first chance to show that they are as good as they're making it sound like they are and talking as if they are when they play a team that's expected to come out of the NL East as a division champion, and for a lot of people, expected to maybe have a chance at a World Series run in the Philadelphia Phillies. Tomorrow at 4:05, we'll hear the game right here on The Fan. All right, our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And at the top of the hour, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we are going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to go see the DC Defenders and their home opener on Sunday at Audi Field, live from Lost Rhino Brew Pub. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Back live at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub. This is such a great place. Really, really cool vibe for sports fans. They've got their Hittin' Dingers IPA that was released today ahead of the baseball season. Come enjoy that and listen to our preview. We get in detail, take out a shovel, dig it into the earth here on the Nationals, starting at 5 o'clock with the voices of Nats baseball, Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler, coming up on Grant and Danny. For the final 90 minutes of the show, they'll be on site with us in person, so you can come kick it with them if you'd like to. Again, in Ashburn, Lost Rhino Brew Pub is where we are today. The show's brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you to draft your last will and testament or set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. All the stuff you don't want to talk about, but you got to do. And they make it seamless. Really good dudes, DC sports fans, went to George Mason University in Fairfax. Schedule a consultation with their team, kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You're going to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. All right, so I saw this story a couple days ago, and I've been wanting to talk about this on the show, and we finally have time to do it. This is one of the most insane things I've ever heard. The first time I saw it, I said, there's no way that happened. But there's news stories and like outlets that have interviewed people, and apparently it's a real thing, and I'm not just being duped. And you never really know anymore with like all this AI and all of the stuff that floats around on the internet, what's real and what isn't. But I believe that this actually happened. There was a United Airlines flight that took off and flew for multiple hours, then made a U-turn only to fly back to the original airport, which was on the West Coast. 257 passengers were informed. After a 2-hour portion of a flight, the reason that they were going back and landing at the airport was, this is your captain speaking. Have you noticed we just banked to the left? We're headed back to the airport. I forgot my passport. Wait, I'm sorry. What did you just say? I thought you just said you forgot your passport. That sounds like a you problem, buddy. This plane will land on whatever runway you put it down on, wherever we're headed, with or without your passport. Now, what you do when we get there, not my business anymore. I'll bet you they won't arrest you. They could probably have someone meet you and walk you through security, or perhaps you don't get to go through security. Maybe you got to sit on the runway for a couple of days. I don't really care. But here's what we're not doing. We will not be turning around and flying back to where we started to then land, only to then have someone bring you your passport so that we could start this terrible cross-ocean flight again. That is not what we will be doing. So we're going to put the plane down here. Turns out my wife grabbed my passport out of my bag last night. She thought it was something else, so I don't have my passport. 257 passengers screwed. But don't worry, they actually hooked them. I know what you guys are thinking. You're like, oh, come on. They never actually take good care of passengers. This was such an egregious blunder. This was so outrageous from the airline and the pilot that in this case, they actually did do something really, really nice. They gave them a $15 coupon. I would have crumbled up the coupon and thrown it in someone's face. And I'm not even a mean person. Don't give me anything. If you're going to tip me a dollar bill on the $200 table, just walk out. Leave. When you do something like this, it's like the Dumb and Dumber scene. You do something like this and totally redeem yourself. When you forget your passport, I don't know if you need your passport or not, but it seems like the plane's flying without it, so I'll say we don't need it that badly. And you then, after 2 hours, turn around to go back to the airport. 257 people, days, trips, screwed. Don't offer me $15. Just take a bat to my shin. It's easier. I'd rather you come up and hit me in the leg with a baseball bat than offer me $15. What a joke. Now, again, I can't corroborate all of these things. The internet's a crazy place, but this is everywhere. People are talking about it. There are interviews with people that were supposedly involved with this shabingus. I don't know. So I ask you guys, Ryan, Darius, Toby back in studio. I mean, Clary, what would you do if you're on an airplane? Because by the way, you know when they turn around and they go land, have you ever flown before? It's not like seamlessly. Someone's just waiting on the runway and goes, here you go. And he slides open his window. He never slows down the plane. They toss the passport in and they just take off like a Reagan National flyby. No. We're landing. This is your captain speaking. Turns out I just hit my hours, so I'm going to have to leave the airplane. But don't worry, they'll get a new pilot in here. He's over in Bethesda right now, driving over on the Beltway. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy being screwed one more time. No to all of that. $15 voucher. Get out of my face.
Okay, so let me start with this. This is ridiculous. This should never happen. But I do think there are some real issues at play here.
Yeah, I am on a plane that is turning around because stupid head doesn't have his passport.
That is an issue.
That's the issue at play.
That is an issue. But there's also another issue. That is a big pain in the butt for the pilot. He's going to have to go through a whole process if he does not have his passport.
Yes,
Let's
he will.
say he will eventually, but I don't really think it's as easy if, another pilot, he's going to be flying into London, let's say, and he'll be able to bring it over there, and it's just fine.
No, it's a huge problem for the pilot.
It's a huge problem for
You're
the
not saying
pilot.
anything wrong. Let me know when you get to the part where it should affect me and 256 other people.
I agree, and they should have made that right. And they did not. A $15 coupon to whatever it was is ridiculous.
Do you know how they should have made it right? When that plane was going this way, they should have let it keep going that way.
They should have.
Until it got to where it was supposed to go down on the ground, and then should have put it down on the ground. And then pilot, who doesn't have his passport, has to go get his passport.
I agree. I think that's what makes most sense.
Get in a canoe and start doing this, buddy. I don't care how you're getting your passport.
I don't know.
I should be on my third drink on my second day in whatever village we're going to by the time you touch your passport. So you're okay with this?
No, I'm not okay with this, but I will. What if there's some legal issue that we as a common citizen just do not know about?
Like, give me an example of what you're talking about.
What if
he's not allowed to be flying the plane without?
Exactly. What if that's the case here?
Now he is. Whoops.
I agree. It's stupid, but still, what if there's something in place?
So you're saying there
that we just
could be
don't
a
know?
policy where he's not allowed to be flying the plane in international waters without his passport?
Maybe.
Then I'm saying arrest him and jail him.
Yes.
After he lands the plane and I get to go where I'm going.
I agree.
Like, he should serve several years if he needs to. I'll visit him. I'll write him letters. I'll make sure his wife gives him a conjugal visit. We'll do whatever we got to do. I'm going where I'm going because I brought my passport like I was supposed to.
I did.
There is a larger story at play here in society, right? At some point, it became okay for everyone to start inconveniencing everybody around them, right? Like, your thing is your thing. The rest of us don't have to deal with your thing. I'm sorry that you don't have a passport. I really am, buddy. That stinks. I'm a nice guy. I'll help you get your passport. If I could drive and go get it, I'll do it. Once we take off and we're 30,000 feet up here, oh, look down, look over there. Oh, look over there. Oh, we're way up here. Oh, we're in the air. We're flying along. I don't know how airplanes work. It's crazy to me. You get on this airplane, you're 30,000 feet up for 15 hours. It doesn't fall. That's the craziest thing in the world, right? It's amazing. It's stupid. But what's stupider is stopping, turning around, and then going to get a passport. We can't do that.
I agree. You cannot do that, but I'm just saying there might be some legal issues at play, and maybe he had to turn that plane around. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
That's it.
If I'm going with corporate Clary, right, and he's got to do this, which I'll just never endorse, the $15 voucher should have been $1,500.
I agree. And I would have made that happen.
Maybe $15,000.
That's fair. That's fair.
What an outrageous inconvenience. That story is one of those where so dumb that it's hard to believe that it was real. Beltway Blitz is next. We're giving away the 4-pack of tickets to see the DC Defenders. We are live at Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. We'll be here until 6:30. Charlie and Dave talking baseball on site starting at 5 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group. Any car, any way for everyone. In baseball, Nationals opening day comes up tomorrow as they begin a 3-game series against the Phillies. 4:05 first pitch. Mackenzie Gore making his first ever start on opening day for the Nationals. Zach Wheeler getting the ball for the Phillies. Also today, we found out that Brad Lord has made the opening day roster, meaning the final bullpen spot's going to come down to Jackson Rutledge or Orlando Ribalta. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler are going to join Grant out at Lost Rhino coming up at 5 o'clock to preview the season and opening day coming up tomorrow. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Jets 3-2 in overtime last night. Alex Ovechkin netting goal 8-8-9 last night, though, now just 6 away from the record. Caps back in action tomorrow on the road against the Minnesota Wild. That'll be at 7:30. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. And in the NBA, the Wizards on the road taking on the Sixers. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the NFL, the competition committee is proposing to make the dynamic kickoff rule permanent. And tomorrow, Maryland Terrapins in action in the Sweet 16, taking on top seed Florida at 7:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward, get the lowest rates in the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As promised, caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets right now. The DC Defenders home opener. It's this Sunday, March 30th. They're at Audi Field. Be there for the Red Zone home opener celebration as the Defenders battle reigning UFL champions, the Birmingham Stallions. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler will be with us for the final 90 minutes of the show today to discuss all things 2025 Nationals baseball. Opening day is just 1 day away. And we're on site, so you can come out and enjoy the broadcast live in person and get to meet the fellas. Lost Rhino Brew Pub is where we are celebrating baseball today. They're actually releasing a brand new IPA, the Hittin' Dingers Hazy IPA. So if you want to come taste that, and that'll put you in the baseball mood as much as the conversation will, Lost Rhino Brew Pub is where you've got to be in Ashburn. Right now, though, I want to get the Beltway Blitz started. We'll cover the Caps as Obi got another goal closer to Wayne Gretzky last night, and the Terps who play in the Sweet 16 tomorrow. But let's start on the gridiron. So big news on the DC Defenders front as they're on the verge of opening their season at Audi Field. Their longtime head coach, Reggie Barlow, friend of the program, has taken a college job. And so the interim head coach, Shannon Harris, who's taken over the team, joins us now as he's getting his team ready for their first game at home this Sunday. Coach, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful, man. How things going your way?
Doing very well. So take us through just how wild this last couple of weeks has been when you found out that Coach might be on the move and that you would be running the show this year.
Right, yeah. So, it was one of those things that, took us all by surprise. And, when the announcement was made for Coach Barlow to be leaving, and then I kind of fell into that role. And, the thing about it, the beauty of it, that we have, been here with Coach Barlow for the past, going on the third season here. So that's the beauty of it. And, having the opportunity to have gone through camp this year, right before his departure. So, it was a pretty smooth and easy transition to hop into that role. And, everyone, a part of the organization, have embraced it. And so we're moving accordingly.
I'm sure you don't want to make it about yourself, but I do want to ask just about the opportunity for you. This is the preeminent spring football league here, the UFL. Some of the other coaches have won national championships and been head coaches in the National Football League. Just what kind of opportunity is this for you in your career?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is a really great opportunity for myself. And, the great part about it is, having good people, great people around you along this journey. And so, I never like to make it just about myself, but, at the same time, it's about all of us. This is a great opportunity for us all to display all of our talent as coaches, to, showcase that what type of coaches that we are, and that, what type of leadership we all have a part of this. And, the other part about it, we have some really good players. So, but, it goes back to your question about, for me, it's beyond a great opportunity. And, I'm very grateful for Coach Barlow to allow me to be in this role, because, he spoke up for me to be able to be put into this role, because he felt like, I was the best one for it. And, leadership that maybe took it and, had an opportunity to meet with them about it. And so even for them, our leaders and Russ Brandon and Darryl Johnston, they trusted in me with this organization. So I'm very grateful for that.
DC Defenders start their season at Audi Field on Sunday afternoon against the defending champions in the UFL. It's a great atmosphere. I love going out there. It's a ton of fun. The interim head coach, Shannon Harris, is with us. So tell people who have not been out to a game what they can expect, and also give us an idea just of the roster you guys have put together. First chance we'll see them this year.
Yeah, I tell you, this year you'll see a very exciting football team that, similar to what we had year one in 2022 under the Coach Barlow leadership first year. And so we have that same quality of talent. And so you'll see a team that's going to play fast on offense. And, defensively, we're going to be very aggressive, with, our style of play on defense. And our GM, Vaughn, has done a really good job of putting together a team with so much talent across the board. So every position on our roster has some really good talent. And, we feel really good about the guys that we got coming in for this season to get us started off against a really good football team and the defending champions of Birmingham.
Shannon Harris, DC Defenders head coach. They play game number 1 on Sunday. We'll see you at Audi Field. Good luck.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, and can't wait to get back to the district, man, and, shields up.
Let's do it. Absolutely. Thank you, Coach. Shannon Harris of the Defenders to kick off our Blitz. Let's talk hockey. Mike Vogel, washcaps.com, on the heels of the biggest regular season matchup the Caps are going to play this season. Number 1 in the East against number 1 in the West yesterday against Winnipeg. Vogues, what'd you think? I mean, that's about as good a hockey game as I've seen. Unfortunately, a loss in overtime, but it felt like the playoffs.
Yeah, it sure did, Grant. Really, right from the puck drop, I thought, and especially if you go back to last year, when they went into that building last year, similar time, it was mid-March, beginning of a 5-game road trip, and they got smacked. The scoreboard only said 3-0, but it looked a lot worse than that. They just never had the puck. They were swarmed under by the forecheck, and then they went to Edmonton and got smoked 7-2 a couple nights later, and it looked like they were done. They finished up that trip with 3 straight wins and put themselves kind of back in the playoff picture. But the way they played against that team last night honestly looked so much sharper and better. That's a hard team to play against. They saw that. They know that. They came back in Washington on February 1st. Was a tough one for the Caps because they were coming. That was their first game back from their longest trip of the year, 5-game trip. So I love the way they played last night. I thought it might have been their best second period of the year in terms of giving up essentially nothing. What was frustrating to me was probably the 2 power plays in the second period, because when Mangiapane scores that goal in the last couple of seconds of the first period, ties the game. Now the next goal matters significantly in a game of that magnitude against a team that good, and you're playing in their building. And they had those 2 power plays, chance to jump ahead, get the lead. Winnipeg is the best team in the league at ending at 5-on-5. So you kind of go into that game knowing that you're going to need to muster a special teams goal to beat them, especially in their building. That was their chance to do it, and they couldn't. I give them big kudos for being able to come back and scratch out that last goal. So much the better that Alex Ovechkin scored it. He's a goal closer to Wayne Gretzky, but I love the way that goal happened because Trevor Van Riemsdyk made an amazing play to get that thing started, keep the puck in the zone. And then he gets an assist without even using his stick because he lost his stick. And in the process, he becomes the 6th cap defenseman to score 20 points this year. And that's the first time that's ever happened in franchise history. So pretty cool scenario all around. The only way it would have been better, Grant, is if hit the pipe in overtime and that puck goes in. But honestly, I think, I think most guys walked out of that building last night feeling pretty good about the way they played, and they should.
Yeah, you'll take that. I mean, that's number 2 team in the NHL right there with you in Winnipeg in terms of points and wins. And you go to their building and you match them stride for stride. I think it was about as good as you could play it. Go to Ovi for a second. He's now 5 back of Gretzky, 6 back of the record. Last night was symbolic to me as he scored with 4 minutes to go and tied the game. So many of us feared, Vogues, that this chase would happen basically in a season where nothing was important. And here it is that all these goals are huge. And in unison with the team, they're lifting him, he's lifting them. This is working out about as well as anyone could have hoped as a fan of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you said, it's a rising tide, and it's lifting all the boats. And you're seeing it even in the stat I just mentioned about the first time 6 defensemen. It's because the forwards are doing so well. And the other side of the equation is that goal last night, Oakley gets to 60 points. That's no big deal for him. He's done it, many times in his career, probably pretty much every year. But that's 4 caps. 4 of the Caps' top 6 have now reached 60. Tom Wilson's a point away. Connor McMichael's 5 points away. Possible they both get there. If so, it's the first time in over 30 years that they've been able to do that. So again, you're seeing a collection of guys up in the lineup, forwards and defensemen, having career years. And you can extend it to the goaltending too. I just think it's been a really magical season. And to your point, it didn't look like Alex Ovechkin was ever going to play this kind of meaningful hockey late in the season, potentially in the rest of his career, given the way the season ended 2 years ago and what the Caps had in the cupboard at that time. The fact that they've been able to draft the way they have, engineer a couple of Calder Cup champions, and completely retool their varsity roster in 2 years' time is staggering. And then signing Jacob Chychrun to an 8-year contract extension yesterday morning sets them up for another season like that next year because they get the same 6 defensemen back, and they've already got the same 2 goaltenders coming back.
Vogues, what a fun year it's been, I'm sure, for you on the beat. It's just getting going with the playoffs around the corner. Thank you for the time today on the Blitz.
Always fun talking to you, Grant. Take care.
Next time we're chatting with Mike Vogel, Alex Ovechkin's going to be either on the doorstep or just having passed very likely in his chase of the great one. All right, let's talk college hoops. Maryland basketball's in the Sweet 16. And here to talk about it is our buddy, Kevin Sheehan. You know him from his work on the Kevin Sheehan Show. So, Kev, I got to tell you, I think they beat Florida. I think they hang and give them a run for their money. I kind of think the Gators are a little overrated. How much of a chance do you give them?
I give them a really good chance, Grant. I mean, those that have followed the team and watched them this year, their best is good enough to beat anybody in this draw, maybe with the exception of Duke. But, Duke's not proven because of the conference they were in. But if they play their best, if they play like they did, if you put Illinois jerseys on Florida tomorrow night, Maryland would win by 20. For whatever reason, they played Illinois very well. But, yeah, I give them a really good chance if they play their best.
I just think Florida, and look, I'm not Andy Katz, right? I didn't watch them all season long. But what I was told by the experts going into the couple of games in the tournament I've now watched is that they give up a lot of easy buckets in the post, that they're not particularly good at defending around the rim. Maryland's got the two bigs, and I know Florida can score with anybody, but the Terps are so good at defending the three-point line. I kind of like going big. I mean, at one point, they just dwarfed Colorado State, and seeing where that gets you in the low post.
Yeah, I think the problem is that's true, and yet Maryland's been out-rebounded badly in three straight games, including by
Colorado State had like
State.
14 offensive rebounds or something crazy with that small lineup.
Yeah, and that's like they've become and has developed for me into the biggest concern. They got out-rebounded by Michigan in the Big Ten semis, 47-18. That's not a misprint. They got out-rebounded. They gave up 13 offensive rebounds to Grand Canyon. They got out-rebounded 39-29, gave up another 13 or 14 offensive boards to a smaller Colorado State team. There are reasons for it. They just have to correct it, because against Florida, if you give them 13, 14, 15-second chances, I don't think you can win the game.
Kevin Sheehan on the Grant and Danny Beltway Blitz. I had Kevin Willard on the show yesterday, and some of his answers and some of that audio went all over the country. He made it sound to you like he plans on returning to Maryland. Do you disagree with me that I'm still thinking he leaves? I mean, really, I need some type of indication that he's staying in the next, 72 hours if they win, or else I just assume the longer this goes on that he's already got something in the works.
Grant, I swear to God, I mean, over the last 24 hours, I mean, it's dozens and dozens of people, in the know, sort of on the periphery of the know, and everybody's got a different opinion. If you asked me over the weekend, I would have said he's staying. If you would have asked me at some point on Monday or Tuesday, I would have said he's going. Some point yesterday staying, some point today going. I have no idea. What I do know now is that the school, according to the people that I've talked to, they've stepped up and they've given him basically everything that he's asked for. So the ball's kind of in his court now. The issue is Villanova has tons of money. They are, they don't have football. There's no competing interests. It's the Big East, which is really, his growing up, and living in for much of his life conference. I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope he stays, and it would be destructive to the Maryland basketball program in the short term, to say the least, if he leaves.
So I don't know if today's the day to ask you this, because it's exciting. It's fun. They're playing in the Sweet 16 tomorrow. It should be celebratory. But I mean, you're on now, and this is the story. It feels like it would be devastating, because who do you hire? I guess you could go local with my guy Tony Skinn from Mason or something, but it feels like the hiring cycle's pretty much drying up. You know how this goes with the recruiting game and the transfers. I feel like it would set them back years if he walked.
I feel the same way. I mean, I'm trying not to be hyperbolic about it, but, in the short term, you lose Gillespie and Rice for sure. Everybody you're, on in the portal goes elsewhere. The coach, you don't have an AD right now. That's part of the problem in terms of where this thing is currently. So who hires the coach? I think they should bring Gary Williams back and make him at least the interim AD until all this stuff, gets fixed and settled. But yeah, I mean, Tony Skinn and Dwayne Simpkins, I love both of those guys, and they're doing great jobs, but you typically don't go from AU or Mason to Maryland, and yet who else is out there? It would not be a great situation if he leaves, not at all. And you're right. It's tough to talk about this because they're in the Sweet 16 for the first time in 9 years. And I think a lot of us feel like, and it sounds like you do too, they actually have a chance, even though they're playing a 1 seed. And yet we're dealing with this. So, yeah, and I think, even beyond that, Grant, the reveal, which, a lot of us have known for a while, but almost the public reveal that administratively it's been a bit of an S show for a while now, makes the job less appealing than it's ever been if they have to go back out and search for somebody. So, yeah, it would not be good.
All right, well, let's circle back to the positivity of the game tomorrow then and the Sweet 16 matchup. A win over Florida looks like what? And then what would that mean for the program?
What does it look like? That's a good question. I've started to think about that for tomorrow's show. It looks like not getting out-rebounded by double digits or more with a significant double-digit, offensive rebound number. It looks like a low turnover game, a really solid shooting game from behind the arc in particular. They were 10 of 24 against Colorado State. They're a good three-point shooting team. They've got multiple options. I specific to a player, one of the things that's been great about this team is that on any given night, regardless of the opponent, it can be any one of their starting five that goes for 20 plus, or two of the starting five that goes for 20 plus. So I'm not going to predict which, two or three go for 18, 20, but you're going to need a couple of them, and they're capable of that. But defensively, they've got to get stops and then limit Florida to one shot per possession. And then, Naki and I were talking about pace today. Maryland loves pace. I'm not worried about, if foul trouble is an issue, that's a problem because they don't have the bench. But assuming no foul trouble, I don't mind an up-tempo pace. I think Maryland can absolutely, keep pace with Florida.
All right, Kevin, big one tomorrow night. I am pulling for the Terps, not only because it's good for the locals, but I know so many of you guys ride or die with the club and have for a long time and have been waiting for this, so enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a big one. Thanks, Grant.
You got it. That's your Beltway Blitz on the teams in town you care the most about. Someone explained to me, NFL edition next, and we are closing in on 5 o'clock, which means our Nats season preview. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler on site. They are here right now at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub doing their stretches like relievers getting ready to come into the game to preview the 2025 season. So come hang out with us. It's a packed house today at the Lost Rhino in Ashburn. This is The Fan. What's up? It's GP for my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook and March Madness, the continuing NCAA tournament. Great time to get in on the action at FanDuel. You get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks and even who's going to cut down the nets. If you've been waiting to join, there is no better time. Tourney action almost every single day. When they are playing, FanDuel has a different bet type that you can throw into the mix. Live spreads, totals, game props, and so much more. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP with the promo code GP. Must be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In baseball, Nationals opening day coming up tomorrow. 4:05 first pitch. Mackenzie Gore taking the ball for the Nationals. Zach Wheeler for the Phillies. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler set to join Grant coming up at 5 o'clock to preview opening day and the 2025 season. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Jets last night 3-2 in overtime. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 889, now just 6 away from the record. The Caps back in action tomorrow against the Wild at 7:30. Can hear that one right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Sixers in Philadelphia tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I see Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub, which means it's almost time to preview the Nationals 2025 season. They'll be sitting down with us in a half hour, and they'll be with me for the duration of the program, 5 to 6:30. A lot of Nats gear out here, some Caps gear as well. People are ready for baseball in the nation's capital. We get the home opener on opening day this time around against the Phillies tomorrow. Looking forward to discussing the outlook of the ball club with Charlie and Dave of Nationals Radio right here on the Fan from Lost Rhino Brew Pub, where the Hittin' Dingers IPA is a smash hit. This has been a home run today at the facility. People are really enjoying the brand new beer. And I just heard they're going to be canning it. It'll be available coming up in the start of April. So you come out here, you get it by the glass, but it will be canned and available in short order. So perfect timing with the start of the Major League Baseball season. A couple of someone explained to me's out of the NFL before we get to the Nats here at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. First of all, news out of Cincinnati. Toby and I were arguing yesterday about Trey Hendrickson a bunch, whether or not Washington should consider trading the number 29 pick for the defensive end, add him as a defensive player of the year candidate. I didn't realize that the Bengals over the last couple of days have started talking to Hendrickson again, reportedly, and are going to try to pay him. I'm not really sure financially what their plan is or how this is going to work, but they seem to be trying to put together the most extreme stars and scrubs operation that we've seen in the NFL. Previously, the team that we've seen do it the most successfully is the LA Rams, where they paid a bevy of stars a lot of money to the point where now you don't have a middle class in your personnel, essentially, and it's just back of the roster, cheaper types as depth. But your starters are mostly really good, and you've got a lot of superstars that you pay a lot. And they call it stars and scrubs. They didn't, but, the media did. The Bengals paid Joe Burrow all the money at quarterback. They paid T. Higgins at wide receiver on the same day that they paid Jamar Chase. And so by keeping those three superstars on offense, everybody kind of assumed that it meant that Trey Hendrickson was certainly going to leave, because you can't prioritize offense that pay those guys the huge money and then give him $35 million a year. You're talking about 2 elite-level quarterback contracts almost for non-quarterbacks in Chase and Hendrickson, and then another really, really high-end non-quarterback contract, a little lower down the board in Higgins, all around the sun in the solar system, which is Burrow is one of the highest-paid QBs in the league. I wouldn't even put him in the elite quarterback paid tier. He's the tier above that of like these special few guys that make the most money. But that's apparently what they're going to try to do. And if they can, kudos to Duke Tobin, their GM, and their ownership group for pulling it off, because when you have a Chase, when you have a Higgins, when you get Burrow, and you hit the lottery on Hendrickson where they drafted him, then the operation should do everything they can to keep them around. And the goal should be that those guys stay there. It just hasn't really been considered because it doesn't seem possible. And I don't talk about this from the perspective of the Bengals because you guys don't necessarily care about them. I talk about this because I really did believe, as recently as yesterday, that they would still be looking to trade their star defensive end. And there's no team that would be a better fit than Washington because, A, they have a 29th overall pick and a second-round pick late in round 2 that presumably, based on their mindset and paradigm so far this offseason, they'd be willing to give up. Number one reason why they'd be a fit. Number two, they have a massive need at defensive end. It is the biggest need right now for this football team is an edge that can get to the quarterback. You know that Dorrance Armstrong, who they paid last year, is going to start on the outside up front. The other defensive end at this moment is not on the roster as far as I'm concerned. Cleveland Farrell can help you play the run a little bit. He got hurt a few times and is just kind of a depth piece in my opinion. They brought him back as a free agent who re-signed on the cheap for the second time in 2 years on a 1-year deal. But otherwise, what else you got right now on the edge? Jacob Martin they brought in, who's kind of a journeyman. Dietrich Wise, who they signed from the New England Patriots, I think will be helpful as, again, a potential starter in a pinch. Maybe he's the first guy on the field right now with Armstrong over Cleveland Farrell. But we talked to people in New England after that addition. Tremendous human being, awesome in the locker room, really good leader of men type, okay football player at this point, who you want to be coming off the bench, not starting if you're trying to win something meaningful or be really impactful and good defensively. So for me, you either have to still add a veteran edge via the trade market or draft one probably in the first round at 29. The problem with the second option is that the 29th pick likely needs to be traded so you can recoup more assets because you only have 5 picks right now. So if I'm moving back, now I'm getting an edge where? In the second round? Mid or late second round? With the pick that I add in a trade or the one that I currently have at the end of round 2? I'm getting what? The 8th or 9th edge that comes off the board at that point? And that guy's supposed to help me a lot in year 1? I don't see it. And that's why I've been a proponent of just going further into a bleep them picks philosophy and giving up an early pick for Hendrickson. But it doesn't sound like it's on the table anymore anyway. The Bengals may have said, you know what? Don't worry about if you would be willing to do it because we're not selling the thing any longer. You're making up your mind if you want to offer the money for the used car or whatever, and you go over to the lot and you want to look at it. You haven't really made up your mind, and they go, yeah, never mind. We're not selling it. Don't worry about it. Hendrickson's staying possibly. So the defensive end spot for Washington is probably going to have to be solved in the draft unless they have a change of heart and can't get something done with Hendrickson. But his money now is up to close to what, $35, $36 million a year with the market booming this offseason. And I try not to get too caught up in or care too much about how much guys need to be paid because, number one, you're only paying them for a couple of years on the front end of the deal, and then there's some dead money eventually. But also the cap just keeps going up and up and up massively to the point where there's not really debilitating contracts outside of the quarterback position if you're paying a guy to be better than he's playing. And that's the only way you really get yourself in a lot of trouble, short of just signing a lot of bad contracts. But it was Jordan Schultz with the report yesterday. You know, he was the guy that was fighting with Ian Rappaport in the Starbucks during the Combine. Fox NFL Insider saying that a trade appears dead and that Cincinnati and Hendrickson, while they've been at a stalemate, are going to go back to the drawing board. The Bengals would love to compete this season and want to sign all the guys that were thinking about walking out the door, is what Schultz said. Be pretty amazing. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to preview the Nats season coming up at 5 for the final 90 minutes of the show. Not a bad day in DC sports. Ovi is just 5 from Gretzky, and we're 1 day from opening day. You're listening to the Fan. celebrate the start of the Nats baseball season with a beer release party at Lost Rhino Brew Pub today in Ashburn. That's where we are live broadcasting from Lost Rhino Brew Pub. We'll be here until 6:30. You can enjoy ballpark menu specials. They are providing an opportunity for you to win Nats tickets as well. We're raffling off some Nats tickets out here. You can meet our special guests earlier today. Tress Way came by, which was great. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler are joining me in 15 minutes for the rest of the show to preview the MLB and Nats seasons. We're going to be here until 6:30. Lost Rhino Brewery in Ashburn. So if you're in the area, throw your Nats gear on and get on out here one day ahead of opening day. I wanted to play some audio I saw yesterday from Deebo Samuel, new Commanders wide receiver, on coming to Washington. This was an interview he did with the Commanders social team, and Brian Colbert does some of their content over with the team. But listen to what he said about wanting to be in Washington.
After they granted, me permission to go out there and seek a trade, I got on the phone with my agent. My agent texted me. He was like, yo, who's your top three? And so people might think this is fraud, but this was my number one.
Word. Okay.
So this was my number one because, I've been watching JD a lot because of Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
That's Ayuk's right-hand man.
So two things. One, you could come at me and say, well, of course he's going to say Washington was his number one choice. Every player always says that after they sign somewhere. Although I did see, and I don't know who it was, but some back-of-the-roster guy with the Dolphins was doing an interview after he signed. And somebody said to him, why did you sign in Miami? And he said, beggars can't be choosers. And I thought it was the funniest answer ever. Because what honesty. He basically is acknowledging that nobody else wanted him. Happens sometimes, man. I've been there. We've all been there. Late enough. Somebody gets turned down a few times. They look at you. You look a little better, Tim. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I think Deebo Samuel was telling the truth. I think there was honesty in that answer that he wanted to come to Washington. And this is the proof now, finally, of what we have speculated was going to happen for a couple of years. If the Commanders could ever find the young star quarterback, check. If that quarterback could get into the cool kids club and wear the members-only jacket where everybody likes them and thinks they're the next great player, check. Then you could become a destination operation. You could become a team, once and for all, where people want to come play in your building. People want to be a part of your organization. And that is absolutely happening in front of our eyes. It has taken decades. There were almost 30 years when that was not the case. The only way Washington could get a great football player was to overpay them. And you saw it throughout the Snyder era. The Patriots are doing it as we speak. They are paying what I call the loser tax. They are paying the bad team tax. They just gave Stefon Diggs way more money than Stefon Diggs deserves. And I apologize to all of the Maryland fans who love Stefon Diggs. He gets hurt. But he's not going to end up making all $69 million that they gave him over the 3 years. That's funny money. But an APY of $23 million is a joke. Comp that to the other wide receiver contracts that have come out this offseason. That's $6 million more than Deebo, which, okay, whatever. But that's more money than Devontae Adams got. That's more money than Chris Godwin got. It's a stupid contract. I'm sorry. For a guy that ends up hating every quarterback he plays for and ends up at odds, yelling at Josh Allen or whoever else as he's an MVP candidate, you're bringing him in to work with your young ascending quarterback who needs a weapon, and he's going to be his best buddy playing in the sandbox? I thought that was a bad idea. But I guess they didn't have many options, and he's probably the most talented wide receiver left. But they've mishandled it. This is one of the issues when you have so much money, but you aren't a destination building right now. The Commanders are. And so Deebo Samuel's telling you, I wanted to be there. That was my number one choice. I believe him because, number one, I do think Jaden's a guy that people want to play with. And Deebo, telling you, his best friend is Brandon Ayuk. Lest we forget last offseason when they were hanging out constantly. And, in fact, even into the preseason when Brandon Ayuk was trying to get traded to Washington, and he posted practice video from the Commanders that Jaden had obviously sent him, which is not a great look. But they're very, very close. So I believe Deebo Samuel when he says, I've been watching this dude. I know about this guy. I'm following him because his best friend was one of my boys in my wide receiver room. He also knows Adam Peters and has for a long, long time. So it stands to reason and makes perfect sense that Deebo Samuel assuming he and Adam Peters had a good relationship, which we now know they did if they reunited, that he would want to go to Washington and be back with AP. And I just have a hard time believing, based on what I know of Peters right now, that any player would not have a good relationship with him. He treats players like royalty. He treats them with reverence and the respect that guys clamor for and crave when they're pros in the league. And it just hasn't happened here for a long time. It's why they were 32nd on all the NFLPA polling the last couple of years when you ranked all the teams on who the best team to work for is. 32nd. Now, this year, after one season with new owners and Adam Peters coming in to change how they treat the players and the culture, they're 11th in those same NFLPA voting polls that they do. They're gone from 32 to 11. So if that's the guy running it, Peters, and you work with him in San Francisco, plus you know and like the quarterback and you've gotten to meet him and follow him through Brandon Ayuk, we're seeing it. It is happening. This was not just speculation. This wasn't just us being hyperbolic. This wasn't DC having the Ashburn-itis that everybody always talks about where we make our own players out to be better than they are. No. This is a real thing. Jaden Daniels, as a budding superstar, and this coaching staff led by a very popular players coach in backwards hat wearing Dan Quinn, they are a group that people want to be a part of. And Samuel, coming off of NFC championship game runs with a team that is as successful as any in the NFC over the last few years, singled out this place to try to go win. And that should be music to your ears as a Commanders fan. All right, speaking of music to your ears, the dulcet tones of Slows and Jagler. It is baseball season in D.C. Opening day is tomorrow, but we will open the baseball slate on the Fan next with our season preview for the rest of the show on Grant and Danny without Danny. Grant Paulson on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group. Any car, any way, for everyone. In baseball, Nationals opening day coming up tomorrow as they welcome the Phillies for a 3-game series to open the 2025 season. 4:05 first pitch tomorrow right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore getting the start for the Nationals. Zach Wheeler starting for the Phillies. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler on location with Grant Paulson joining him next to preview opening day and the 2025 season. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Jets 3-2 in overtime last night, but Alex Ovechkin scored goal number 889, now just 6 away from the record. The Capitals will be back on the ice tomorrow on the road against the Minnesota Wild. 7:30 puck drop near the game right here on The Fan. In the NBA, Wizards on the road in Philadelphia taking on the Sixers tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. College hoops, Maryland getting their Sweet 16 action underway tomorrow, taking on top seed Florida at 7:30. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the NFL, the competition committee is proposing to make the dynamic kickoff rule permanent. And Russell Wilson, in his introductory press conference today for the New York Giants, said, quote, "I expect to be the starter." For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward, get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way, for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We are live at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn, where Nats fans are getting ready for opening day and a brand new campaign in Major League Baseball. We are just one day away from Nats game number 1 at Nationals Park of 2025 against the Philadelphia Phillies. And with opening day looming, thanks to our friends out here at Lost Rhino, we wanted to celebrate the start of a new Nats season and them dropping the Hittin' Dingers IPA by having the voices of Nats baseball, Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler, alongside to kick off the season. Gentlemen, the silence is ending. It's time to turn up the volume a little bit.
Yeah, we've been working on ending it for about a month, 6 weeks.
I was joking with Tress Way. So the Commander's punter was out here with me earlier, and we were both marveling. His brother-in-law is Bryce Terang of the Milwaukee Brewers, about just how much baseball is played. Spring training as an endeavor, I understand, Jags, how important it is to get everybody ramped up. The amount of hours those guys put in and work on the backfields and games, it does seem like they could do a little bit less and probably still get ready.
Well, it's all about the pitchers. That's why spring training is so long, because they ramp up from 1 inning now. It used to be you throw 2 or 3 innings in your first game. Now it's 1 inning, and you build up to about 90 pitches. Back in the day, we always like to tell the story, Don Sutton, rest in peace, who used to be one of the Nationals analysts who worked with Bob Carpenter. He made the Hall of Fame 300-game winner. He'd say, well, you know how I knew I was ready for the season? When I threw a complete game in spring training.
Yeah, the Dodgers
if anyone threw a complete game in spring training now, they would fire the manager on the spot. So, I mean, these guys build up to 90 pitches, and they go down to 70, and they'll throw 4 innings opening day. But it's all about the starting pitchers. For us, the broadcasters, we did 14 games in Florida. I was ready after 2. Just give me 1 rundown play, 1 double in the gap. Let's go. Those games are hard.
Well, it's funny
because the 5th inning comes, and then it's the second unit, and they don't tell you the 8 different guys. And then Davey Martinez, when it was Dusty or Matt Williams, if you were the shortstop and you went in for C.J. Abrams, you bat in C.J. Abrams' spot. Now the batting order, I mean, you could just you throw a dart, flip a coin. You don't know who's going to bat in what spot until they actually come up, so you can't write them in the book because. Depending if the 7-hitter made the last out, he could put someone in the 8th spot, who's the left fielder, and he's going to bat in the catcher spot. So after 2 of those games, I'm like, let's get this started for real.
Charlie, your midseason form, 2 games in. Wait, how many do you need?
A game and a half of.
It's funny you guys say that because we complain all the time. Like, I want more televised spring training games. We only get a couple. It's ridiculous.
Actually, this year they had 9. It was like a record. Or it would have been 9, but we got rained out.
They're calling them from Towson, right? But that's a whole nother story. But I want to watch the team, and I want to listen to the team. So while you guys, I get it, you're like, these are tough and a grind. I want every game available.
I get it. The thing for us, though, the last 2 years really helped us see all of the talent coming in the organization. Last year, the guys who would be the call-ups from minor league camp to fill out a game and get in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, these are the guys that are in major league camp from the beginning. And some of them, of course, came up and made the club last year with James Wood and Dylan Cruz. A guy like DJ Hurst, we'd never seen. We didn't even see him in spring training. Or Mitchell Parker. They weren't in big league camp. So it helps us learn the organization and helps us get to know these young players. And they were kind of all coming as a group. And they're dead serious about what they saw as a group to be that next wave of national
So let's
players.
talk about that, because as we're on the precipice now of a brand new campaign, it does feel like when you talk to certainly Davey or Mike Rizzo, and even now players, the narrative is it's time to stop playing around. It's time to push this thing forward. They are essentially saying the rebuild is over.
Yeah, I heard you talking about this when I was driving in, that you thought, well, maybe this is a little like a year premature.
To me, that would have been my messaging next year. Only because if you're telling me this week, like we're now here, we've arrived, then you're telling me, okay, it's over 500 and we're competing. I think this is the 77 win season if things go well. Next year is the 85 win season. But I like that the players are going, if you're Dylan Cruz, I'm a winner. I'm here to win. James Wood's going, I'm a star. And so they're confident. I want them to be. But I don't know that the reinforcements that were necessary to kind of put them over the top were added. But I do like the feel of this ball club. They seem to be very much confident that the rebuild has ended.
Yeah, I think Davey wants them to feel like they could go out and beat anybody. If you pitch well, play good defense, I think their offense is going to be better. So don't sell yourself short.
You got to play better baseball, too. I mean, like last year's team, on paper, or at least watching them on the field, I thought was better than the year before, yet they ended up with the same record. Well, why was that? I mean, they made way too many outs on the bases, had defensive miscues. Like if they play good, solid baseball, I think there's talent up there to make that run to be 500. And if you're 500 with now the 6 postseason teams in each league, you're in the discussion. You're not going to make it at 81, but if you're at 83, 84 wins, you're in the discussion later in the season. And I think that improvement can be made just by playing better baseball. And for a lot of this, that's what they all focus on in spring training. 27 outs defensively. Don't give anybody extra outs. We want to be aggressive. I mean, this team's DNA is to be aggressive on the bases, but there's a fine line between aggressive and reckless. And too often they went to the wrong side of that line last year. This spring, for the most part, I think that's been better. For 2 weeks, it felt like they didn't make any errors. Then they had this kind of stretch where they made about 6 errors in 2 games and had a bunch of outs in the bases. It's like, oh, that's the team we saw last year. Then they cleaned it up again as it got toward the last week to 10 days of spring training. So I think if they play better baseball, they're going to be, just by definition, better than last year, because last year was a step sideways. I mean, they went from 109, 107 losses, and they win 71. Well, last year you hoped to get to 77. They took that big step sideways. Now you'd like to make that jump. It's easy to get the first 15 win jump. This next 10 to 12 win jump, this is the hard jump to get to that, cross that 500 level.
Yeah, and you got to look at a whole season. I mean, they were much better in the first half in every phase, defensively and pitching wise. I mean, their ERA that was over 5.
How much of that is that they sold off some veterans?
Good part of it. They got rid of their 2 and 3 hitters in the lineup.
Exactly.
Right.
And the 2 of their top 3 relievers.
Yep. Right. But even before that, they had started to slide in July, from the way they played in the first half of the year. The ERA in mid-June was in the 3.7, 3.8, and then you took a half of run up as far as their ERA was concerned, even before they were trading away people. And your defense slipped in the second half of the year. I mean, when you talk about like key players, C.J. Abrams was an all-star. He had a great first half, and he had a miserable second half. He wasn't as good defensively in the second half of the year. I mean, this is a guy, and you got to remember, he's still only 24, right? So, but this is the time at that position, that kind of player is the type of player who's maybe your most talented player on the field, needs to have a full season. And that's the hardest thing about being a major league player. Dusty Baker used to talk about you can have 2 great months or 3 really good streaks during the year, and the rest of the time you're just average. And if that's okay, then you had a good year. But you need a bunch of guys to have those streaks and average times. And, if you have a lot of guys, especially key spots, that fall off, your leadoff batter and Abrams handed him that job last year. And so I think the second half of the year for him was, first half was a step up, second half was a step I'll use your phrase, Dave, sideways.
Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler. You'll be hearing them all season long on Nationals radio right here on 106.7 The Fan. Opening day slated for 4:05 tomorrow. There's no rain in the forecast, which I thought was against the rules for opening day around here. But it sounds like it's going to be a little chilly and otherwise beautiful, and we are ready for baseball.
I just want to tell people who just saw me take a drink on YouTube.
We have
liquid death that looks like beer. Liquid death is mountain water that looks like a beer can.
Well, two things. One, I think those waters in the beer cans are the coolest thing in the world. The liquid death. I love those.
Yes.
Two, you are over 21, so you are allowed to be drinking.
Right, but
you don't have to explain to anyone what you're doing.
But I'm doing it on the radio, which
our great friend, our great friend was the late Bob Euchre, and he passed away in the off season, sadly. And he occasionally might
he would
tilt back a Miller Lite, but that's generally that thing is frowned upon. So liquid death, we give 2 thumbs up.
Well, speaking of Bob Euchre, you were mentioning the base pads and the mistakes last year. So the Nats and the Brewers were the only 2 teams in the sport that stole 210 bases. And the Nationals stole 223, the most in the major leagues. But they ran into 73 outs. So the 223 steals, unfathomably impressive. Record, obviously the rules were changed. It helped them. But they ran into 73 outs. And if you can clean that up and you can cut down on the errors, that's how you're going to kind of around the edges.
Sometimes 2 on one play.
Yes. They had some of those, unfortunately. But how about the offseason? What did we think? What were your expectations going in? And how do you feel like they were able to accomplish some of the goals?
Yeah, I think they plugged some holes. I mean, I think everyone kind of assumed that this might be the year that they went out and signed that Jason Worth contract. There was no Jason Worth contract, but I think from working at the margins, undoubtedly this team is better. I mean, they were kind of gaping holes last year in the corner infield. First base was a hole. Third base was a hole. They filled those. DH was not good. You're supposed to designate a hitter. They didn't have very good designated hitters. So now you're hoping that Josh Bell can be that guy. And right now, the kind of the wild card for this team, and this team's going to need starting pitching. And we talked about the fall off last year. I mean, a lot of these guys, be it Parker, Hers, Irvin, were pitching their first full big league seasons. Obviously tough news on DJ, but they have a veteran pitcher in Michael Soroka. Now, Soroka, when he was healthy, was a dominant pitcher. That was some time ago. He's battled a lot of injuries, changed his repertoire. It's not the same guy. When he was an all-star with the Braves, he was a sinker-slider guy. Now he's more of a four-seam guy up in the zone, mixes in a curveball down, and really felt that repertoire changed his career last season as a reliever for the White Sox. His numbers were dominant. A lot of teams wanted to sign him as a reliever. He wanted to be a starter. The Nationals signed him. He came out gangbusters here in the spring, maintaining his velocity, mid-90s, later into his outings. So, I mean, starting pitchers were going for $15 million. Charlie Morton got $15 million. Scherzer got $15 million. Verlander got $15 million. They got Soroka for $9 million, and they got Trevor back for $7 million. So you basically, for those 2 guys, you spent on what one pitcher would cost, you got 2 guys. We know what Trevor did last year. Soroka, if he can be a big win, that could be the signing of the year for this team if he can stay healthy. He was that impressive early in the spring.
Yeah, he was one of the marquee additions. I would throw into that group Nathaniel Lowe. They're going to start at first base every day. He's going to hit in the heart of the order. They acquired him for a non-closing reliever in lefty Robert Garcia. Josh Bell is back, who's going to DH every day and maybe air it out to try to hit for some more power because they need home runs after only hitting 135, second fewest in baseball last year. Then if you want to throw in Paul DeYoung, who's going to start at third, or they have 3 relievers they signed in free agency. Of those additions, though, who do you think is going to make the biggest impact in terms of the offseason splashes, if we want to call them that?
Well, I think you'd want it to be Nathaniel Lowe at first base because that's a position where the Nationals have just had a revolving door for several years, not produced a lot of offense from first base. You can say the same thing, even at third base. They've gone through several people the last few years and have not gotten a lot of production out of that. They did with Candelario, came on and eventually netted you a trade that got you a couple of players, including DJ Hers. But outside of Candelario, that's been, a dormant position offensively. So DeYoung can hit for power. He will strike out. He doesn't normally hit for terrifically high average. Right now, we're still waiting to see.
He can play third, though.
Yeah.
We hadn't seen him play third before because he was a shortstop his whole career. He can play third.
Yeah. I get the sense after just getting back from West Palm, you guys tell me if you disagree, I think he's going to play way more than people think, too.
No, we're not even sure Jose Tena makes the team.
Correct.
If they option Tena, then DeYoung's your everyday third baseman.
But I think even if Tena makes the team, I left West Palm. I should say this. I got there thinking maybe it's a platoon situation. I think he's going to play 18 of the first 19 games.
Yeah, I mean, look at the last 2 or 3 lineups in the exhibition season.
Right.
DeYoung was in it.
And one of them was at shortstop. One of the games he started at shortstop in the last weekend. Yeah,
and he's played good defensive shortstop in his career. You mentioned Soroka. The one guy we haven't covered then, because we've talked Lowe and DeYoung, is Josh Bell. I had a good conversation with him at camp where he basically said, when I was here before, I didn't have to necessarily hit a ton of home runs because we had guys on the team that could drive the ball. Remember, even though it didn't work out that well, like Nelson Cruz or Soto. And his point is they brought me in here and basically told me that we need some power. Do you think he tries to maybe air it out a little bit?
That's he doesn't have to worry about playing first base unless it's once every week or two where they give Lowe a day off, play some first base. That's what he's talked about. Not so much concentrating on hitting for a higher average, but trying to come up in situations with men on base. The thing the Nationals lacked the most was the extra base hit with a couple of men on base. Not even the home run. As you said, the White Sox were the only team that had fewer home runs than the Nationals.
And if the White Sox are the only team below you in any category,
right? But
I got to tell you, it's like you're last because they were not a big league team last year.
But how about just the ball in the gap with a couple of men on base where you score a couple of runs? Not even necessarily hit it out of the park. You need some extra base hits with men on base to score runs.
Well, you made a good point. I mean, the corner infield and the corner outfield the last few years, no wonder where you're so low in slug. I mean, that's where those guys come from, Jackson.
Right.
They haven't had the first baseman, the third baseman, and they've been trying to develop. Haven't really had the corner outfielders that were boppers either.
Yeah, I mean, you were down there and you saw the game that James Wood had and how he was swinging. Man, he had a slow start to the spring. For folks who weren't listening to all our early broadcasts, he wasn't on the field like the first week to 10 days of the spring. He had kind of a lingering left leg issue, some quad tendonitis. He had an MRI in the offseason. You were like, oh man, this could be a problem. The first day, he just starts hitting line drives. I don't know that I've ever been as fooled calling a home run as one he hit in Jupiter. It was against the Marlins. It was a line drive that I thought was going to be caught by the left fielder. And it just kept going, and it never sank.
It would not have hit the roof
the left
in this ball.
The left fielder thought he was going to catch the ball.
Yeah.
Then he turned to play the carom. Then the ball went over the fence, hit the back wall of the bullpen, and bounced. So it's a clear fence. It looked like he was on the warning track. He was rounding first, ready to jog into second for a double. He didn't know he hit a home run.
It looked like it went through the wire fence. That's how hard he
It was a 16-degree launch angle. There was something like 3 home runs hit with a 16-degree launch angle all last season.
Shtick aside, the video of that home run, it looked like it could have soared the entire way in this building.
Yeah.
Like it would not have hit the roof of Los Rhino. It was crazy.
Yeah,
but what he's capable of, and we'll get to him when we break down the lineup, I'd say that was my biggest takeaway from my time in West Palm. As excited as I am and have been for James Wood, the conversations you have with Nats people about him, it's hard not to just get chills at the possibilities. Like we're talking, if he reaches his ceiling, they think it's perennial MVP candidate.
Right.
Like a Judge, Stanton in his prime. Soto's a different beast with the approach and the average and the walks. But
he's got a good approach. I mean, from day one last year, plate discipline was there.
Absolutely. I guess I mean more strikeouts, swing and miss, whatever. But he's just big, so there's going to be a little bit of that.
Yep.
But he's got it, to your point, a great batter's eye. So one of the other problems, I guess the elephant in the room for the Nats trying to turn a bit of a corner here, is that the division is ridiculous.
Right. I mean, you almost can't even worry about the division. You just worry about how you play right now and then see where you are as you get into the season because you already know what those teams are.
Who do you guys think will be the best team?
I want to talk about that first. That's a fair point. The difference between when the Nationals climbed that hill the first time from the 08-09 losing 100 games, the division was terrible back then. So it was much easier to go from the bottom to the top.
Now you guys,
as they basically did in a 2-year period. Right. Now you've got to go through. You got to go a rung at a time almost because you have 3 legitimate heavyweights in your division. So but again, it's a little different schedule. You only play them 13 instead of 19 times. You have the 3rd wild card. So in theory, if you play good enough baseball against everybody else and hold your own against them, you can have all the postseason. You can have 4 teams out of 5 go from the postseason. So you do have to worry about yourself.
And even with their record last year being the same, their record against teams in the division was better last year than was atrocious before that. So
What do you mean?
Their record against the National League East.
So last year they dominated the Marlins. The Marlins had just
Finally
eaten their lunch
Yes.
for 2 years in a row,
Right.
and the Nationals actually won the season series from the Braves, which was the first time since I believe 2017 or 2018 that they had won the season series from the Braves. But then the Phillies and the Mets dominated them, so it was almost like a wash. They were just slightly under 500 in the division. If you could somehow play close to 500 against the top three and still dominate the Marlins, then you're over 500 in the division. Do well against everybody else, you're in the mix.
Let's take the Nats out of the equation because you guys are calling their games. Of the other three and the likely front runners, who do you think ends up winning the East?
The Phillies, to me, are still the favorite with the pitching they have at the top of their really through their starting rotation. Their bullpen is a little bit different at the back end this year. Kind of traded pitchers with Toronto to get their closer. But, if they're healthy, offensively, position by position, they're the same team coming back that's just a year older. So it'll be interesting. On paper, position by position, to me, they're the best team in the division.
Yeah,
they have
on
the
their
fewest question marks.
On there, too. They added the Marlins' best pitcher. He's starting game 2 against the Nationals. And Mr.
Right.
Luzardo,
Right.
one-time Nationals draft choice, traded for Sean Doolittle. So Luzardo's starting game 2. So they're deep, but their window is starting to, they got a lot of expiring contracts this year.
Real Muto,
obviously, I
free
think
agent.
the Braves are probably in a better position long-term because they have everybody signed. And, the Mets have a player signed for a long period of time, too. But, yeah, I think for this year, the Phillies are probably the biggest threat to the Dodgers in the National League.
The Braves are my sneaky play, although I do think there's a real chance for some regression in the rotation. You got to keep Sale healthy.
Is Lopez going to do that again?
No way.
I'm not thinking that.
I
You
think
lost
Spencer
Fried.
Schwellenbach's going to be a monster. Though.
Yeah.
But losing Fried,
That's big, no doubt. But I think they get Strider back. Hopefully, I don't know when he comes back, but
Yeah, soon. He's been pumping gas in spring training.
absolutely. So
Punching
they've got
tickets.
some coming, some going. But the lineup's going to be way better. Acuna will be back 6 weeks or so from now. Albies got hurt last year. Harris got hurt. Riley was down. So I think they're being slept on a little bit.
Murphy's down now.
Correct. Let's get to the lineup and some questions on the offense. We'll go through Abrams needing to bounce back, the outfield structure with the kids in left and in right. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler. We are previewing opening day tomorrow in Washington, D.C. We are at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub on your home for Nationals baseball. This is Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for opening day tomorrow as they welcome the Philadelphia Phillies to Nationals Park. 4:05 first pitch. You can hear Charlie and Dave right here on 106.7 The Fan. Mackenzie Gore taking the ball for the Nationals on opening day for the first time in his career.
Long to kick off the Major League Baseball campaign, which begins with opening day coverage on The Fan tomorrow. We are live at Lost Rhino Brew Pub, and Charlie and Dave are joining us on site. Fellas, I want to talk about the lineup and some of the burning questions as it pertains to the Nats offensively going into the season. We mentioned C.J. Abrams last segment. Dave, let's talk about the 24-year-old shortstop. It feels like a year where he's got to make a leap. Last year ended in embarrassing fashion for him. He was not even on the ball club after getting in trouble off the field. But he played 2 months as a top 5 player in the sport statistically, literally. Two months. He was an all-star, and he had a decent year overall based on those 2 months.
Yeah, consistency is the name of the game for him. I mean, there were peaks and valleys, and the peaks were high, but the valleys were low. So if you could flatten out the valleys, I mean, I think he's on the cusp, but definitely a big season for him. And I sit there, and you played Charlie's call of an Abrams home run. I almost feel like if you wanted to put a little wager down, CJ swinging at the first pitch of the game tomorrow, 100% first pitch of the season. He's trying to go bridge on Zach Wheeler, first pitch of the season tomorrow. Just maybe a little bit of better plate discipline. I think when he got in trouble last year, it's when he felt like he had to do too much. He's an aggressive hitter by nature, and there are a lot of guys like that in that lineup. But the months where he was a little more patient, I think that was the first month and the third month. Those are the months that he was better. If he's out there swinging at everything, that's when he tends to get himself in trouble. So, hand in hand with consistency, to me, better swing decisions. And he's not the only. There are several hitters who need to improve that, and if they do, and I think we saw some progress in that this spring with a few players. But CJ, he was very deep into the spring before he had a strikeout. He was making better swing decisions this spring. He needs to carry that over into the season.
To back up that analysis with numbers, 11th percentile chase rate last year in baseball, right? So when he swings, he's actually league average at making contact. It's just that when you're swinging at the wrong pitches, it makes it that much more complicated.
But that was really a theme for the entire club in spring training. Pitch selection, being more patient. K-Bit Ruiz, who has the unbelievable bat-to-ball skills about being selective and not chasing pitches and taking pitches till you get a pitch that you can drive. Same for, that was Luis Garcia's problem for his first few years in the big leagues. That's how young these guys are adjusting to the big leagues. And where last year the theme was when Mike Rizzo had those signs put up, I don't care how hard, you throw ball four. He wanted pitchers to not walk people. And now the theme this year for the position players was a contest about, that they had amongst players, Dave, for swinging at good pitches and not chasing.
It was like a point system. You got points if you swung at a good pitch, or and you lose points if you swung at a pitch, chased it off the plate, and like Alex Call was lapping the field. I mean, Call had an amazing spring. He was like the MVP of the Grapefruit League in terms of walks to strikeouts. But that's something that I think could be contagious. And Ruiz, they were, I've had a few people tell me they're expecting big things from him this year. I mean, he really took. We talk about a step sideways. He took a step backwards last year, offensively, defensively. He came into camp in much better shape.
He's lost
he dropped
18 pounds.
He looks better. He's moving a little bit better, behind the plate. And they would have him in spring training. Just take. It's a spring training bat. Just go up and take until to get used to watching pitches go by. Because you'd see him and you go, he made the decision to swing at that pitch before it was thrown. It's how you felt like when you watched it. But this spring, I was really impressed with him, at least being, for him, much more patient. Not as patient as James Wood, but for him, you make the pitcher come into the strike zone, because if the pitch is in the zone, he is capable of doing damage. He would just so often put a ball in play that was 6 inches off the outside. He's hitting off the end of the bat, and you might flare a single to left, but more often than not, it's weak contact.
Yeah, they really think he showed a sign of maturity by being embarrassed by last season of his fall off in performance. And he wanted to do whatever he could in the offseason to prepare to be better this spring. And so
he
good
finished
for him.
Spring with an 830 OPS.
Good for him. I mean, if you talk to Mike Rizzo, he'll take spring training results and just, throw them out the window. He didn't care about
the
results.
process that led to the results was pretty good.
Yeah.
Right.
For Ruiz. And I'm glad you guys brought him up on the tail end of talking about Abrams, because fittingly, he'd be the next guy to highlight when it comes to needing to take a leap.
Absolutely.
For CJ, it is about the consistency where you've shown some of that star potential for parts of the season, but he could be a perennial all-star and a real legitimate MVP candidate if he were to put it all together one year and steal 50 bags and hit 27 homers playing shortstop on a first division Nats team. Ruiz is not that guy, but there is a huge difference between what he was a few years ago when he was hitting 260 and his OPS was in the mid 700s above league average, and he was hitting nearly 20 home runs. Mm-hmm. And last year, which was just, if we're being honest, he's not a good defensive player. He's never really going to be. So he needs to give you something offensively to make any of this work.
Yeah, I mean, his on base and slugging, it was barely cracking 600. I mean, it was not good. But this year, I think it's going to be a lot better. And just when we saw the lineups late in spring, he was down in line. I mean, how many times last year the Ruiz bat in the 4 spot or the 5 spot? And obviously he wasn't giving you a lot of production. If he can give you that production he did 2 years ago, hitting in the 7-8 spot, then you're a lot deeper lineup. And for this team to be good, you've got to be strong up the middle. They're going to be strong defensively in center field. Garcia improved defensively at second. Abrams was more consistent defensively early in the year last year than he was the year before. If Ruiz can just improve slightly defensively, then you're going to be stronger up the middle. And I think he'll give you some production at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah, it's a really important year for him. And you mentioned Luis Garcia. Last year was a breakout year. He finished runner-up with Silver Slugger Award for second base in the National League. And if you think back to spring training of last year, he was being run for the job. They told him the job's not yours. You got to win it. And Trey Lipscomb hitting 400 and playing a lot of second base in spring. And Louis was given the job, and then he ran with it and had a great year. Can he do it again? Because now the league's going to make adjustments. And he's got so much talent. He can hit the ball out of the park, foul pole to foul pole. So we'll see. The key for him is how much better I think that he was defensively last year and has looked again this spring. He came up at 19 in 2020 when during the after COVID and the Nats had injuries and they didn't have the depth of roster, and he wasn't ready. He didn't deserve to be in the big leagues at that point, but he was. And so he's been in the big leagues ever since, outside of the 2 months at the end of 2 years ago when they sent him down.
And then they had that dreadful shortstop experiment.
Yes. Right. I almost forgot about that.
We buried that one deep in our soul.
How was that left side of the infield with him and
Michael Franco?
Yes.
Not a whole lot of balls got fielded cleanly.
Well, I don't think the lefties like Patrick Corbin were. That's why he became a fly ball pitcher.
Right. Said anything on the ground is a base hit. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler with us as we're previewing the Nats season.
He said, I better pitch up.
Let's move to the outfield. I was hopeful that they were going to go get a bopper to play right and then move Cruz to center just to improve the offense. Because people forget, but the reason Dylan Cruz, frankly, was a can't-miss draft prospect as a number 2 overall pick is because he could be a plus center fielder. Now, I'm not telling you that being a Gold Glove caliber right fielder isn't valuable, because it is. But obviously, you just referenced up the middle means a little more. But for the moment, what they've decided to do is Cruz is going to play premium defense and right. We saw it all spring long, by the way.
Yep.
He is sterling out there. Jacob Young, who could lead the team in steals and who is outstanding defensively, should have won a Gold Glove last year in center. And James Wood will play every day. Set it and forget it. Don't worry about him. Let him learn the left field spot. Do you think that's the outfield triumvirate for the whole year, with Robert Hassel trying to push? They've got other outfield prospects that are really good in the system, kind of sneaky guys like Dalen Lyle and
Andrew Pinckney.
Andrew Pinckney's a baller who had a good spring. If we fast forward to September, is it still Jacob Young in center? Or do you think there's a way one of those guys cracks the outfield spot and Cruz moves over?
I think it's up to Jacob
Yeah,
Young.
I hope so. I mean, I know you're a huge
That's my
JY fan,
guy.
Grant.
I love him.
I'd like to see him, work on the swing improvements he attempted to make this offseason. Let's hope that carries over. I'd like to see him draw a few more walks. I mean, last year he only drew 30 walks as an everyday guy. Kind of the second leadoff spot, 9. If he can get the walks up to 50, get the on-base percentage, even in the 320, 330 range with that speed, walks are doubles for him. So if he can get, again, better swing decisions, the league kind of, he's not the guy that's going to hit over the fence. They were pounding him. They were pounding him in. So if he can make them pay for that, at least to get, hit some doubles, get some hits, then maybe the pitchers have to expand the zone. Then he draws more walks. I mean, nobody feared Jacob Young last year. So why are you going to walk him? You're going to, put the ball over the plate. What's he going to do at most? Hit a single. So if those swing changes can come to fruition with the defense he plays, he's going to be tough to unseat. Now, can we predict what's going to happen with Mr. Hassel? With what we saw in the spring, if Hassel's hitting 330 and playing healthy baseball 3 months from now, it's going to be tough to keep him out of the big leagues.
So this is my question then, Charlie. And I don't know if this is realistic, but just hypothetically. Jacob Young's adjustments work, and he's playing pretty well. But Jacob Young, a former 7th-round pick, who was not a high-end prospect in the system. I love the guy. I think he's a great player. But his ceiling is whatever it is. Hassel, when they acquired him in the Soto deal, was viewed as someone who could really help you at the big league level. If he's hitting 315 at Rochester with power and he's healthy and it's, mid-June, I guess my question is, does how Jacob Young is playing matter more than how Hassel is playing?
Well, Hassel's got to prove he can stay healthy and play every day.
Right.
And produce the numbers that you just mentioned.
Which he has not done, to be fair.
Right. It's not, the makeup of your club probably, you have Rosario can play left field if they need him to.
He could stand in left field with a glove.
Right.
That means play left field.
I don't think you see a lot of that at the Alex Call as your all-purpose play all 3 outfields. I mean, it's not inconceivable either at some point, depending what you do with the roster, that Hassel and Young could platoon. One's left-handed, one's right-handed. Or does Hassel come up to play? It really depends. Like you said, if one guy's tearing the cover off the ball and the other guy's struggling, I mean, if you're Jacob Young, what we saw most of last year, in particular second half of the year, opponents' outfield defense was playing him like a right-handed extreme pull hitter the opposite way. The right fielder is playing like pitchers used to bat, almost on the right field line. Because that was his power field was right field.
The great thing about Jacob Young, though, I mean, with all the outfield prospects you named and the guys who are here and the guys who are knocking on the door, Jacob Young got here first.
Right.
He won the job.
Oh, yeah.
So someone's going to have to take that away from him for him to not be the guy.
And he does two things very, very well. He is an elite defensive player, and he is an elite runner.
Right.
He can steal bases, and he can play plus defense. I don't want to say offense is a bonus, but offense is kind of a bonus.
Like I said, if he can draw some walks,
yes,
and hit north of 260, he's not going to lose that job.
Here's another thought about this. Lyle, Hassel, Pinckney, second wave of outfielders. The Nationals haven't had this kind of depth of talent, where if they had to go get somebody from the minor leagues, that you're bringing up somebody who's got all these skills, speed, power, whatever it is.
Pinckney's a good-looking kid, huh?
Well,
he can play.
Say he pushes,
yeah,
and Young struggles. Maybe it's not Hassel. Whatever you do, Cruz might move to center, and Pinckney comes up right. But the other thing is, I had breakfast with several different scouts staying in the same hotel, and you find out we really like scouts are like, we're really watching your second wave of outfielders. We don't have anyone.
Oh yeah,
like
there's
that.
no way they're all with this organization in a year or two.
Hey, and people talking about Nasim Nunez with the spring that he had.
Yep.
I mean, He's a major league shortstop defensively right now, and he shortened his swing a lot. But no matter what he did, he wasn't pushing C.J. Abrams out.
He had a redshirt year last year. If he goes and puts up numbers at AAA, there are going to be a lot of people calling about Nasim Nunez.
Well, if he goes and puts up numbers at AAA, I want him in the big leagues here.
Right.
That's a 70 runner and a 70 glove.
Right.
And maybe CJ's at a different spot.
Right.
Exactly.
Well,
CJ
if
could
CJ's in a different spot, the Padres played him in the outfield.
Correct. That's interesting. CJ, let's say CJ stays, just in this hypothetical, Luis Garcia could look for work elsewhere too. There's a lot of different options, right? But
you didn't. If you're Mike,
I love when you're GM on the radio.
Yeah, there you go.
But
Exactly.
if you're Mike Rizzo,
I'm just moving families, man.
If you're Mike Rizzo, going back in the last couple of years, what did you have to make a trade?
No, you
that
haven't.
other teams wanted.
It's finally happened.
You have lots.
Yeah.
Because they're, like you said, they're not all going to be able to play for you. There's only 8 position player spots.
Want to get into some pitching questions with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. They are ready to get back in the booth. Opening day is tomorrow. We are getting closer and closer to the first pitch of 25. We're celebrating a new Nats season. Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. You're listening to your flagship home of Nationals baseball. 106.7 The Fan.
Irvin with 6 strikeouts. He's ready. The windup, the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He blew it by him up and out of the zone at 94. Strikeout number 7 for Jake Irvin. He has finished 7 one-hit shutout innings here on the 4th of July.
That's the voice of Dave Jagler. That was one of my favorite games of last year. Jake Irvin walking off the mound. Now, he actually told us in spring training with his big Michael Phelps outside the pool, gold medal winning primal scream, where he went nuts. He said he actually cost himself a chance at a complete game because he thought he had enough in the tank. And then after that, he got back and he was kind of seeing the stars a little bit. And he's like, oh, no. He just shot everything he had left in the gun.
But then we would have been denied Derek Law riding in the bullpen cart with the American flag on the 4th of July, which was awesome.
We brought that up to him, and he's like, you know what? It's probably a good thing.
And it's a good thing Law got the save, because if you have that entrance and then you don't get it done, then it was a perfect day.
Law told us he wants a bobblehead.
You know what we need to tell about Jake then? If he used all his emotion to scream, we tell him that's okay, because Ramon Ortiz lost his energy for a no-hitter by hitting a home run.
Yeah, that's true.
Labor Day 2006.
That's right. If not for the home run, he probably has a no-hitter.
Absolutely.
Which would you rather have? Yeah, but Law, who's a hilarious guy, said to us in spring training, he's like, I actually really thought I was going to get my first bobblehead with the flag and everything, which actually would have been great. But I guess not surprisingly, Derek Law did not make the cut this year for the bobblehead.
Generally, middle relievers, not big bobblehead candidates, but
I can't call this an annual tradition. What is every other year? Is that semi-annual?
Biannual.
I never know if that's like twice a year. We'll go semi-annual. Okay. Charlie, 2 years ago, we had you read a bunch of things that the kids are saying now. I want you to do this again with some of the new terms that the kids are using, if you don't mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Slows
Which one do you want me to pick?
all of these.
All of these?
Yes,
All
using the kids' terms to talk about the Washington Nationals.
Jacob Young could low-key win a gold glove, no cap.
What do you think that means?
I think he'd win a gold glove, no problem.
No problem. All right, no cap is no lies detected, like dead serious.
Okay, no problem would be serious.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm in my Dylan Cruz era. I'm in my Dylan Cruz sweatshirt.
That's true. That, by the way, the new City Connect colors are beautiful.
Yeah.
That sweatshirt you're wearing is awesome.
It is
You
awesome.
can see it on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page right now.
I'm in my Dylan Cruz era. Well, then you're like a top draft pick, right? You're going to be a star.
I honestly don't know what that one means. I'm not young enough. I think it means like you're sized for Dylan Cruz this year.
James Wood is goated. That means he's chance to be a greatest of all time.
Right. I think that one's easy.
C.J. Abrams has aura. Does he have an aura ring?
I don't think that's what that means. I think that's
he has an aura about him. The way he goes,
yeah,
the way he goes about himself. Let Gore cook. Let him throw gas.
I'll take that.
Jake Irvin has great drip. Would that be his breaking ball?
Definitely isn't. No, most certainly it's not.
That's great drip. Is it coffee? I don't know. Is it good drip coffee?
That means he dresses well.
See, I would have had that for C.J. Abrams.
Yeah.
Great trip. The vibes in the Nats clubhouse are immaculate. Of course, they're great.
That's easy.
Yeah. Striking out is my ick.
What do you think?
Well, we all know ick is not a good thing.
In this case, ick is a wonderful thing.
Striking out is my, if you're a hitter, I would have thought striking out my ick would be bad. And ick is like grosses you out.
All right, here we go.
Davey understood the assignment. That could mean a lot of things.
Just means like Davey knew what he had to do.
Okay. The new City Connects are straight fire. That's easy. Right? The way they look. The food at Nats Park slaps.
What do you think that means?
Well, he gave him his own sound effect.
He
there
did,
too.
too.
Slaps.
Slaps. What does slaps mean?
I don't know. It hits you upside the head. It's that good. It slaps you.
Exactly.
The taste is so
Slap.
good.
It's a banger.
It's a slap. Ballpark glizzies hit different. I don't know what a glizzy is. The lights?
You don't know what a glizzy is?
No. What's
if you're
glizzy?
eating a glizzy, what are you eating?
I don't know. Something sounds like it'd be something cold.
It's a hot dog.
Okay, I was wrong. Did you know these, or did you have to look these up?
No.
beforehand?
These are they were provided by our young staff.
Oh, okay.
But these are I have heard these terms. Let's do one more here. How about this one?
Luis Garcia has W Riz. That's how you read that, right? W Riz.
Correct. Yeah.
That one
That's
I have
not Mike
clue.
Rizzo.
No, it's not
Mike Rizzo, right?
Riz, he's got charisma.
W Riz is a W.
W is like a win,
Okay,
right? He's got good Riz. Jags, Bob Carpenter,
Yes.
final year. Mensch, great to have around the ballpark. Kind of love that
Yeah.
he's going to get the send-off this season.
Yeah, Bob is awesome. I mean, we came in the same year in 2006. I knew Bob before that. We crossed paths in basketball. Just, a lot of guys have pretty big egos in this business. Bob is one of the most selfless, caring individuals that you'll come across in this business. So, a great friend, and I'm just glad that he is going to get to spend the time that he wants with his grandkids are going to be around with him, and 20 years with the Nats, awesome, and over 40 years doing big league baseball. Just to tell you what a pro he is, when he worked at ESPN and they would bring in a new analyst, a former manager, former player, their first game in the booth, they would always pair him with Bob Carpenter.
No way.
He was the break-in guy
What a great
because he is
compliment.
so awesome to work with, and he's just, it wasn't about him. It wasn't about, hey, I got to be the star doing this. He would go out of his way to make the analyst, for TV, the analyst is the star of the show. And so, for a guy who was a break-in, hey, let Bob do the nuts and bolts, and he'll set you up and you follow along. That just speaks to how great he is to work with.
People don't remember the first college football scoreboard show that ESPN ever did. Bob was the host in the studio for ESPN. I mean, he did a lot of different things. When I was a year out of college, I went to St. Louis. Bob was the big soccer announcer for the St. Louis Steamers indoor soccer. This was before he got involved with the Cardinals in Major League Baseball. So I've known Bob since 1984.
Wow.
And I remember when I went to Tampa Bay to do baseball and I left the Bullets, Bob was just starting out with the scorebook. And he goes, "What do you think? Tell me what you think. What changes? What would you change? So some of the things in there we had talked about. I said, well, I'd like more room for this and more, pretty much maximize the pages for what you can get on them. And his book gets you 15 innings, right? Nobody else's scorecard or scorebook.
200 games,
Yeah.
which is perfect if you do 15 spring training, 162, and about 20 postseason games. We fit the entire 2019 season in a book, all the way to Game 7 of the World Series.
Actually,
and we did a spring training game. I don't know if you were there. There were 3 plays. There was a caught stealing with an error. There was a strikeout pass ball. And there was a sac fly where Altuve dropped the ball.
Yes.
So you had 3 plays in the game where the scoring was an out, where no out was recorded. I'm like, we're immediately referencing Scorebook Bob. So he's got this whole second, social media persona career because if something wacky happens,
because people would then
hey Bob, how do you score this?
On Twitter and
so Altuve drops a fly ball with a runner at third. He was going to tag up and score. So it's a sac fly,
E7.
But it's a sac fly E7 because Altuve dropped the ball and a second run scored. So you score at sac fly E7. And
I was saying on the show
we got
yesterday,
to have Scorebook Bob on.
I have to ask him probably once a homestand about something catch up on something that happened. How did you score that? He'll take it out right there and show you the scorebook. I want to get to some burning pitching questions and some predictions as we wrap up our Nats preview special out here at Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. If you're in the area, stop by. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler hanging out. I'm Grant Paulson. It's G&D on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. In baseball, the Nationals take it on the Phillies on opening day tomorrow at 4:05. Charlie and Dave on the call. You hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore getting his first opening day start for the Nationals. Zach Wheeler gets to start for the Phillies. Some other news in baseball today for the Nationals. Derek Law going to start the year on the 15-day injured list. DJ Hers was transferred to the 60-day injured list to make room for Brad Lord to make the opening day roster. Also, Riley Adams, Jose Tena, and Orlando Ribalta make the opening day roster. Andrew Kisner, Juan Yepes, and Jackson Rutledge missed the cut. In hockey, Capitals lost to the Jets last night 3-2 in overtime, but Alex Ovechkin scored goal number 889, just 6 away from the record. They're back in action tomorrow in Minnesota against the Wild at 7:30. You hear that game right here on the Fan. In basketball, Wizards taking on the Sixers in Philadelphia tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Tomorrow night, Sweet 16 gets underway. 4-seed Maryland taking on 1-seed Florida. That'll be a 7:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Here's the set. 3-2. Suzuki swung on and deep to left field. Way back. Going. It's gone. Goodbye. Game over. Kurt Suzuki has done it again. Bang. Zoom goes Suzuki. It's one of the wins of the year. And if you walked out of this ballpark when the Mets scored 5 runs in the top of the 9th inning, you blew it.
One of the great Charlie and Dave moments of the year. Well, of any year,
Of any
really.
year.
I would say over the years. I mean, but that one,
It's a top 20
Gosh.
moment in Nationals history. Right
that was
there.
unbelievable. Was that a 9-3 game that they came back?
9-4. Scored a touchdown.
Oh, 6-run
It was
9th
10,
inning.
it was 10-4.
Right, because it was
close.
5-4,
then
and the
went to
Mets scored
10-4.
5 in the ninth.
Yeah, so okay.
There-
and then-
Turner had like a brain cramp. Like you forgot how many outs. Turner had a bad top of the 9th inning. He made a huge mental mistake, and the Mets scored 5. And they took, if you remember, Edwin Diaz was out of the closer's role. They were closing with Sewald. Oh, they were closing with Lugo.
Lugo
was closing, pitched the 8th. Back then, they were using logos sometimes to get 6-out saves.
Right.
So Mickey Callaway got greedy. So, well, now we're up by 6. I'm going to
Wow.
take Lugo out, save him for tomorrow. Brought in Sewald.
Before he was good.
Okay, I was going to say who would turn into an all-star
But,
closer.
but this was like bad Sewald.
Yeah.
So and Turner got a hit. Bunch of guys got hits. Then he had to bring in Diaz because Lugo was already out of the game. Zim got a big double to right center. And then we all know he hung the slider to Suzuki.
That was unbelievable.
Had you guys done the you blew it thing before, right?
Not,
Or no?
not,
Well, you had said it before.
I had said it before, but we never
But
hit
how did
unison.
you guys know to jump in unison like
I
that?
knew where he was going.
Okay. That just happens.
To
It's like
hit-
me and Danny sit next to each other long enough,
Yes.
you kind of
Right, but to say
pick it up.
something perfectly
Well, I mean,
in unison
it's
is
almost like you're like, hey, after this happens, let's make sure we yell it at the same time. But it's perfect.
I don't know if you could do it again.
No chance.
No, we really want to try.
I don't want to be down that many runs in the 9th inning to have
No,
to
I
figure
mean
it out.
even just like if we can you guys say that together
Right.
in unison?
We
I don't
wouldn't
think
be like
Yeah.
couldn't do it.
It's
you
like
blew
hitting
it, you blew it,
It's
yeah.
like hitting a trick shot, you know?
Right.
It's like you're not running that one back. Grant and Danny out and about at Lost Rhino Brew Pub. You're hearing from Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. This is our Nationals season preview. Opening day is tomorrow. Show's brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murrah. They'll help you with all the important stuff, all the paperwork you need to get done. Go schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Grant, you packed this place for us.
We did. That's been show up when Charlie and Dave make the rounds. I'll tell you that right
I
now.
thought they came for you.
I can promise you they did not. But I'm glad that they are here. Whoever they came for, I'm happy that they are. A lot of people rocking their red. Many of them are going to be at the ballpark. I was talking to some folks yesterday. Got tickets for tomorrow. Excited that the weather's going to be decent. I hope they sell out the ballpark. We'll see. They're getting close from what I was told, but there are still some tickets available last I checked. Let's talk pitching staff for a moment, guys. Mackenzie Gore is going to get the opening day assignment tomorrow. 26-year-old front of the rotation stuff. When he's been at his best, that's what an ace looks like. How do we get that instead of, say, 15 starts, 22, 23 times? Because now you found something. What's the difference between where he is now and hopefully where he'll be at the end of the year?
Well, they did a nice piece on him in the Post, and I hope that what he says he can translate, because the thing that we always, from the first time we saw Gore when he first came to the Nationals, you see the stuff, but then you see the mound presence. And this is a guy who would get down on himself pretty quickly because he is a perfectionist. And if something didn't go right, he would pout and things would snowball. And that happened to him last season. He was dominant the first two and a half months, and then got in a rut and just couldn't get out of it. And finally he was able to. And if he can have those coping mechanisms, hey, when something goes wrong, I've just got to be able to turn the page, flush it, move on to the next pitch, the next situation. And again, because he's so young, we're talking about these same consistencies with C.J. Abrams and the other young players. If he can just be consistent to turn those bad starts into mediocre starts, because the good starts are going to be special. And that'll go hand in hand with him getting deeper in games. Like we had so many, when he was struggling, 100 pitch, 4 1/3 inning starts. If you're going to be the lead dog in this rotation, we need you on a bad day to go 6.
Yeah.
And a lot of days we need you to go 7 or more, because that's what the lead dog does. And I hope he's ready to take that next step. He's saying the right things. Now, if he can put it into practice, that's when he's going to be special.
Especially with Corbin out. I know everyone likes making their jokes, but the one thing about Corbin, he was going to eat innings.
Right.
And without him there
he could give up 6 in the first and give you 7 innings.
And he did it many times.
Right. The thing for Gore, when you talk about, you need him to get 6 on a bad day, a lot of times he couldn't do it because it would be that you'd have 3 really good. 1, 2, and 4 might be really good, but he threw 35 pitches in the 3rd inning.
Right.
You got to stay away from those big pitch 30-plus innings for him.
To his credit, each of his seasons in the big leagues, his ERA has dropped. He has made steady improvements, and another drop would get him into the low 3s in ERA. He is on what is a very normal trajectory for a starting pitcher to become a front-of-the-line guy as a former top 5 pick. How about Soroka, who we talked about earlier? This was the youngest opening day starter in Braves history. This was a Rookie of the Year runner-up who was 6th in Cy Young balloting as a 21-year-old. And he's a lot of injuries removed from that. That ceiling's probably gone. But, Charlie, they signed him on a flyer here on a 1-year deal. What's it look like if that clicks?
That's gold if it clicks. You signed him for $9 million. As Dave mentioned earlier, there were other teams who wanted to sign him as a reliever. The whole thing for him, I think, is staying on the field. Last year, he had a sore shoulder, and again, this was after he moved to the bullpen, and he was out from mid-July to mid-September. Nationals obviously can't afford to, for that to happen and miss a starting pitcher for that length of time. The other thing for me is, with the injuries that he's had, and then he was in the bullpen after starting last year, how many innings can you get out of him? Because he hasn't been a full season starting pitcher in a number of years because of the injuries. Now, he thinks he's strong enough. We had him on our spring training live show, and it's interesting because the twice he tore the Achilles, which normally is like a fluke injury, but he said that his mechanics lent to putting so much pressure on that leg that he's made adjustments that have helped him overall.
Wait, he thinks his pitching mechanics hindered his Achilles?
Yes.
Wow, that's really interesting.
The push that he put on that leg.
At least once he heard it fielding a ball, like in a fluky thing, right?
They're both fluky.
Coming off the mound, like running in the infield. That's interesting.
But the wear and tear.
The biomechanics, we've looked at him and
teams now, for people that don't know, they spend tens of thousands of dollars on, like, there's plates to see. It's almost like you go to the Good Feet store and how do you walk, and
he did this himself.
The pitching version of that, like how are you landing? So he should. Himself. He's got millions of dollars on the line moving forward. He could have a hell of a career.
So he basically had to, refine everything that he did in terms of his pitching mechanics to balance himself so that all that pressure wasn't on the one leg.
To your point, in 2020 he threw 13 innings, didn't pitch at all in 21 or 22, and then the last 2 years 32 and 80 innings. So it's not like they're going to just wind him up and let him go.
This is where, Herr's getting hurt now. We don't know if it's going to lead to Tommy John surgery, but he certainly, even if he doesn't, he's out significant amount of time. To me, this is where Cade Cavalli becomes important. He's coming back from basically not pitching for 2 years with Tommy John surgery and trying to ramp back up last year and being ill for a while that shut him down. Now the Nationals are going to slow go with him because they know because he hasn't pitched, they have a cap of 120 innings for him. So they'd like that 120 innings to start sometime in late May or June, so that he could pitch straight through the year from there. So depending on innings for other pitches, that's where, you have this guy with, and I'm sure some of his 120 is going to be spent in the minor leagues because he hasn't pitched in so long.
Charlie Slow's with us here on our Nats preview. Jags, let's move on in the rotation to the two guys that they unearthed last year. Really was the first time in many years that they've developed non-top-of-the-board draft picks in the rotation. Jake Irvin, a former fourth-round pick who gave them 175 innings, and Mitchell Parker, I think, was a fifth-round pick who gave them 150 innings. What's your confidence in those guys either just sustaining what they did or adding to it and becoming mainstays?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with Jake first. I mean, no one works harder on this team than Jake. I mean, he is constantly in the weight room between starts. I think he felt like, with the benefit of hindsight, maybe he wore down a little bit because the first half to the second half, there was a big drop-off. I mean, he was really a dark horse candidate for the All-Star team, didn't get named. That 4th of July start was the high point. Not as good in the second half. So I think he put his body through a pretty rigorous offseason so that he can give you the 180 to 200 innings. So I'm bullish on Irvin being able to replicate the first half and carry it through to the second half. And a lot's going to be counted now on Parker because Hers is down. I mean, you thought maybe that, if Parker faltered, Hers could come in. Well, they're going to be counting on Mitchell heavily. And I think for him having basically a full season last year coming up mid-April, we'll see what adjustments he makes. The one thing that we talked about with him, he was on one of our spring training live shows. He just worked a lot this winter and in spring training on fielding his position. I mean, you look at his ERA last year, and even there were sometimes plays made were errors, sometimes plays weren't made, were not called errors. Like his ERA might have been a half to a three-quarters of a run better had he just simply fielded a ground ball.
Oh, yeah.
And if you do a better job holding the running game, fielding your position, he was great, 60 feet 6 inches. But when the ball was put in play, it was a flip of the coin.
So
if he can do better in that,
yeah,
then to me his ERA is coming down.
And to your point, Dave, there are times where pitchers can struggle with that. Like that was borderline Yips territory, where anything in the infield where Parker had to come off the mound. I don't mean to make light of this. Like you knew he was not going to make the play.
He knew it. And teammates would, first they would ride him a little bit. Then it's like, we don't want to do this. But you needed like just a sharp one hopper right that hit him in the glove and stuck. Because every ball he missed was hit like 32 miles an hour. It's like, I've got time to think about this. It's coming in my direction. All of a sudden he bobbles it.
Right.
Just to have something where you don't have to think. Just react, field, make the play.
But for a guy who maybe wasn't really on the radar to come up last year, the Nationals had the injury to Josiah Gray. We haven't even mentioned because he's underwent.
He'll be out for the year.
So Parker had thrown 4 innings with Rochester and hadn't really pitched much because they were snowed out like 3 or 4 days in the first week of the season. And lo and behold, he's in the rotation the rest of the year. And you didn't even see him in spring training. So it's pretty interesting. Even with all of that, the fielding issues, that was a successful year for him. Not even on the radar to do what he did at the big league level.
Yeah, you mentioned the pitching depth. They've got a couple of guys that are close enough that might be able to help them. Interestingly, they're going to keep Brad Lord, it sounds like, on the big league roster. He would have been the first responder. I would have sent him to AAA and kept him available as a starter because I don't think they have anybody as talented as him in that
With that
role.
being said, if he's going to be a true long man, if you're going 2-3 innings a pop, you don't have to go down to AAA to stretch out. I mean, it's not that it's 1 or 2 turns to get to 5 innings from 3 innings.
And that maybe because guys don't get deep in spring training stretch out that they want to have him now as a long reliever, but maybe at some point he goes down and does start and stretch out and comes back.
Well, as I'm thinking about
they need
this,
him to start.
I mean, Trevor Williams is 5 and dive. That's how they use him. Parker's not a guy that's going to give you 6 every time he throws, right? I mean, you've got enough question. We were talking about Gore and the inconsistency getting deep. It's not a bad thing to have a multi-inning, that Craig Stammen kind of guy a couple times a week that you really like, almost like a 6th starter in the sense is going to throw multiple innings a few times a week.
And that's obviously the concern over Derek Law, who was late to ramp up. I mean, he was that guy too. He could give you, he might be an 8th inning guy or 7th inning, but there were times he went 2 1/3 or 3 1/3.
And maybe that's another reason Brad Lord makes the team, at least at the start, because Law's told us if I can't pitch back to back, then I'm not of much use to you. That's how he thought. He goes, I don't want to pitch one day and then say I can't go the next day. That's not who he is in his own mind.
So the bullpen then, quickly, Finnegan returns for less money than was expected after he hit free agency. He opens as the closer. They did bring in 3 free agents to help get the ball to him. Jorge Lopez, Lucas Sims, and Colin Poche, the lefty. He'll be one of 2 lefties in the pen with my sleeper on the whole team, Jose Ferrer, who I think becomes their closer in short order. But he's going to pitch high leverage innings. I would not be surprised, guys. You get your reaction to this. Mackenzie Gore somehow goes 8 innings. Now, I would be surprised by that. But Gore goes 8 innings against the Phillies on opening day, and you're leading 1-0. And Harper and Schwarber are due up in the 9th, and the door comes open. It ain't Kyle Finnegan. It's the lefty Ferrer coming out.
Davies kind of hinted at that.
I think so.
But
between the lines a little bit.
Right. That, you saw flashes of wow from Ferrer in the last 2 months of the year from a guy who didn't pitch the other 4 months of the season. So he's never done it over a whole year. He's never been the guy to be in that spot to close. So we don't know if he, there's this part where he throws 98 to 100, but we don't know if upstairs he's ready. The 9th inning's a different thing.
He needs a little scar tissue.
Yeah.
Because you how do you give up the homer to Schwarber, then you're in there the next night facing Schwarber.
Yep.
How do you bounce back from that? That's what the great relievers. Hey, you're not going to be 100%, but you have a bad one, you're right back on the beam the next night.
All right, so I want both of you guys to give me a sleeper who you think could impress. Could be a starter who everybody likes, could be a guy on the back of the roster, but somebody, hitter and a pitcher, who you think at the end of the year will have improved their stock maybe more than we think.
Well, you stole my sleeper in Ferrer. I'm going to go Soroka. I am bullish on Soroka for a low dollar starter, with the improved repertoire. I hope this is a big win for Soroka.
And in the lineup,
Ruiz.
Ruiz.
Just because Ruiz was was such a downer last year. I've heard the mentality, the work ethic this spring has been off the charts. Just a little bit better plate discipline, the better conditioning. I think he has a bounce back year.
And I don't think it would be hard for him to beat last year's results, just based on what we've seen already. For me, to a position player and a pitcher both.
Yeah.
I will say Mackenzie Gore needs to be that guy to lead the pitching staff, no doubt. And then, I'll go to Jacob Young, your guy. How much are they going to get out of Jacob Young? Because there are other guys, like you say, that could push him. They're not going to push Cruz and
no.
They're not going to push your right fielder and left fielder, Cruz and Wood, unless they falter, which would be stunning. At this point, they're what everyone is coming to see.
What would you guys say is a impressive year that everyone should feel good about for James Wood? What does that look like in his first full season?
30 home runs.
Oh, really? You think
25 to 30 home runs?
Okay. That's a hell of a year.
Mm-hmm.
First full year in the big leagues.
Yeah, I'm right there with that. I think he doesn't even know how to pull the ball yet, but you're going to see at least half, if not 2/3 of those home runs going out to left center field.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the high on base percentage. We know he's going to draw his walks. 350, 375 on base. And, I hope if he can get the slug up near 500, that'd be awesome.
There is a path to this team overachieving expectations where Wood and Cruz arrive earlier than we thought in terms of being really, really good. James Wood's an all-star, let's say, with a lot of power. Dylan Cruz is playing elite defense and running wild on the base paths, and his WAR is high, and he's just a winning player, and he's getting his jersey dirty. And they're leading, this scrappy team that scored more runs than we thought, and they're pitching okay. There is a path to that, even if it's probably not the most likely outcome.
Right. And I think, offensively, that can happen. Pitching is always more of a wild card to me. They've got to stay healthy. That's key. And you've got to see, I think we're going to see improvement offensively. We need to see full years from some of the pitchers. Can Gore get past some of the struggles? Can Irvin be strong the whole year? And then after that, there's questions about the rotation. We didn't mention Ogasawara, who they brought in from Japan, and he did not make the club, didn't seemingly look ready to pitch at this level as he was getting hit. We'll see what adjustments he makes, because now if Hers is down, maybe he's next up if they need a starter. So, they made that investment in him. It may help you get through the door to get Japanese players going forward. So there's a path there, but we'll see if he has some kind of impact as the year goes along. Because I know he didn't come here to go to AAA.
No.
In his mind.
to me, a fun season will be is if we in the later stage of the season are paying attention to other scores.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
If we're, hey, what are the Diamondbacks doing? What are the Brewers doing? What are these other teams?
Right
doing?
in the fifth inning, Charlie.
During the broadcast, our studio producer Vic Ferrera will start talking about other games, and Dave will say, "Well, we're not 500. You can't scoreboard watch unless you're 500."
That's
Is
my
that
rule.
the rule?
That's my rule.
I kind of love that.
He goes,
Because
"If you're 500, you can look at the scoreboard. If you're not 500, you can't look at the
it
other
doesn't
games."
matter. You're not good enough.
Right.
You don't get to do it.
Right.
Are you guys? We'll end the conversation here. I mean, for Charlie, for you, this is season 21.
Yes.
Because it's 21 of the Nationals. You've been here since day one. And, Jack, you came here too. So season 20, you and Bob together.
Yep.
I didn't realize you guys came the exact same year. But are you doing anything a little differently? Is there anything you're adding into the mix this year? Are you maybe you used to go white out. Now you're using something else. Is there any – are we going to do a different snack in the fourth inning, Jags? Like, what is our plan this year?
No, baseball is tradition.
You're just sticking to the script.
Yep.
Yeah, but you got to constantly be updating the.
I do.
Repertoire.
There are different things you add to how you keep score over the years that I've added.
Right.
You
But
know,
like you're not like you've never used binoculars, but this year you're going to try like nothing like that.
no, I have, but you can't call the game through binoculars.
Of course not.
No.
But there's nothing in your bag now that wasn't there last year, literally or figuratively.
Well, prior to last year, I switched from white out, the actual liquid, to the white out tape.
Jags gets what I'm asking.
And we had a spring training game this year. The
racer.
first pitch was at 105. We got a lineup change at 101 that impacted 8 spots out of 9 in the lineup.
That's
it was exactly the Cardinals. So with the whiteout strip, I was able to if it had been whiteout liquid, by the time it dries out, but it's too late.
After we switch innings and I'm erasing and I'm moving every guy up one and putting in their numbers again. After the game, we talked to Bob Carpenter, the master of the scorebook. He goes, "Well, at the bottom you have the pitcher." He goes, "I just whited him out and started from the number 2 spot in the order, and I was good."
That's actually very smart.
That's why he invented the book.
That's very true. A lot of guys now are using the electronic.
Can't do it. Got it. So both of us we chart pitches. So I score every pitch in the book. And
is there no way to do that with the electronic version?
I don't know. I like to
do
it by hand.
Yeah, I'll have a B for ball, S for swing,
because pitch count is
L for look.
Pitch count rules the world.
F
So you got to keep track of how many pitches per inning, how many pitches per start, and then as the at bat goes, hey, he's fouled off 4 pitches in a row. It's now a 10 pitch at bat. You don't have to hunt for it. You're writing it down.
So 4:05 first pitch tomorrow. Yeah. 3:35 start time. Nats Radio right here on the Fan and all of the affiliates. Will be your pregame on Grant and Danny starting at 2 o'clock at field level for about 90 minutes. But we are ready to roll out the red carpet for the Nationals and for Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler, who are with us all day long here on the eve of another season of Nats baseball. We are spoiled rotten to have you guys in the booth. We are lucky that I listen to and watch so much baseball, and without running anybody else down, man, are we lucky, I will say, with how you guys present games and how seriously you take it. And it's almost old school in how quality it is, and we appreciate it. So
thank you.
Keep on chugging along. Keep making these games that much more entertaining.
Tomorrow's a holiday.
Yes, it is.
It's opening day.
Charlie and Dave, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for hanging out with us at Lost Rhino Brew Pub. Big thanks to our crew back in studio, Darius and Toby. Out here on site, Ryan and our entire group of hard workers to put this whole thing together. A lot of fun. Tim, thank you, buddy. Good job as always. Grant Polson saying so long. Linnell Willingham got overtime coming up next.
Thank you for coming.